A warm welcome to the second International Buddhist Media Conclave organized by the International Buddhist Confederation in collaboration with the Vivekananda International Foundation. The theme of this conclave has always been mindful communication for conflict avoidance and sustainable development, focusing on how Buddhist teachings can be assimilated into modern media practices to address global crises and enhance trust in media institutions. The conclave aims to foster ethical journalism, promote mindful communication, and establish a network of Buddhist media professionals across the globe. In emphasizing the relevance and essence of the connection between Hinduism and Buddhism, which have common origin in the culture of ancient India, the Vivekananda International Foundation and the International Buddhist Confederation came together in 2018 to elucidate on the role of media. This year's edition is aiming to further add to the outcome of the first edition. The cosmic rule of dharma or dhamma in both Hinduism and Buddhism emphasizes ethical conduct. This can indeed play a vital role in creating a standard in today's media's landscape in several ways. Sangha members, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, the values enshrined in the ancient Indian wisdom are timeless, guiding principles to govern and lead the life of harmonious coexistence. This conclave has crafted 4 pertinent sessions with some excellent panelists across the world, who will be deliberating on the application of mindful communication in journalism, helping in conflict avoidance and sustainable development of the society. We look forward to their presentations today. And on that note, I request the following dignitaries to please come and light the lamp and offer flowers to the Lord Buddha. Our keynote speaker, Shri S. Gurumurthy, Chairman VIF. And hosts of today's program, Shatse Kensur Rinpoche Jangchup Shodin, Secretary General of IBC, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director VIF, Shri Obhijit Haldar, Director General of IBC. May I also request Mr. Ricky Cage and our 3-time award Grammy winner, Indian music composer and environmentalist, our celebrity participant today, to please join them. We shall now invoke Lord Buddha amidst us through Mangalacharan. May I please request venerable monks for the Buddhist chanting.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjacharana sampanno sugato lokavido anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattha deva manussanam buddho bhagavati swakato bhagavata dhammo sanditiko akaliko ehipassiko panayiko pacatang meditabbo vinyueti Supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Ujupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Yaya patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Samici patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Yadidang cattari purisa yugani Yatha purisa puggala Esa bhagavato savaka sangho Auneyo pauneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang punya ketang lokasati Iwang buddhang sarantanang dhammang sanghang cabikaw bayang wa cambitatang wa loma sangho nahissati Mahakaruniko nato hitaya sabba paninang purito aparami sabba pato sambodhi muttamang jayanto bodhi amule sakyanang nadivadano iwang tuyang jayo hotu jayasu jaya mangal Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada soti bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada soti bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada soti bhavantu te. Sadhu, may all beings be happy.
I now request Secretary General of IBC, Shatse Khensur Rinpoche Jangchup Shodin, to please come on stage and present memento and khatak from IBC to our keynote speaker, Shri S. Gurumurthy, Chairman VIF. I request Rinpoche to please welcome our guest of honor, Shri Baichung Bhutia, former captain of the Indian national football team. Along with a memento and khatak from IBC, our guest of honor is being presented a token of appreciation from the Vivekananda International Foundation. May I request Dr. Arvind Gupta and Shri Obhijit Haldar to please join the dignitaries on the dais. I now request Director of VIF, Dr. Arvind Gupta, to please deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. Good morning to everyone. Rinpoche, Jongchup Chodan, Secretary General IBC, Shri Gurumurti Ji, Shri Baichung Bhutia Ji, Shri Abhijit Haldar, Director General IBC. We have amongst us very distinguished Mr. Cage, who was the Grammy Award winner and has done a great proud to India. Mr. Cage, distinguished speakers, guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of this Buddhist Media Conclave at the VIF. The Vivekananda International Foundation is delighted to join hands with International Buddhist Confederation to hold this second international conclave. The topic is Mindful Communication for Conflict Avoidance and Sustainable Development. This is something which is known to you all because the first conclave was held in this very hall in 2018 on the same very theme. It brought together at that time 150 delegates from 12 different countries, and several useful recommendations emerged in that meeting. And today we have, I think, a larger and more international gathering, and I want to thank the IBC for organizing this wonderful event. Friends, the role of media in promoting the values of mindful communication, which should help resolving the major issues of our time, was discussed at that time, and hopefully we will have an intense, in-depth discussion this time as well. In the last 6 years since we held the first meeting, the world has changed quite significantly and dramatically. Geopolitical tensions have increased considerably, humanitarian crisis has deepened, terrorism and radicalization continue to pose serious threat to societies, nations and international security. COVID-19 crisis in 2021 resulted in tens of millions of deaths and human suffering at an unprecedented scale. One would have thought that nations would learn appropriate lessons from the pandemic. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Instead, we are seeing two major wars in the world which have claimed hundreds of thousands of lives already and created humanitarian crisis impacting millions of people. And there is no end to sight to these wars. The risk of a larger conflagration involving multiple countries has increased. Nuclear arms control arrangements are non-functional or dysfunctional. Global economic situation is highly uncertain. And on top of these geopolitical conflicts and tensions, the world is witnessing the tightening grip of climate change, extreme weather events, environmental degradation, and loss of biodiversity. Autonomous weapon systems driven by new technologies threaten to make humans redundant in decision making. Technology-enabled new age crimes are threatening to get out of control. This is evident in an exponential rise in cyber crimes, drug trafficking, and environmental crimes. It is clear that we need fresh thinking and new approaches to dealing with these problems at a time when the world is transitioning from unipolarity to multipolarity. India is conscious of this. Going back to its civilizational character, India chose Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, as the theme of the G20 under its presidency. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is a framework for global cooperation and harmony which has been disturbed rudely. In concrete terms, India sought to bring as many countries as possible on the international high table by getting the African Union into the G20 and by giving strength to the voice of countries of the Global South. India has also been active promoter of International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the Big Cat Alliance, and other international initiatives. These initiatives give practical shape to the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, humane globalization, and reformed multilateralism. Harmony in thought and action is important to restore the lost equilibrium. In this context, in 2015, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Abe of Japan had launched the Hindu-Buddhist Samvad. 3 major meetings and several conferences have been held already. Hindu and Buddhist scholars have had the opportunity to discuss contemporary issues and give their suggestions. The concept of dharma or dhamma is central to Hindu and Buddhist thinking. Buddhism lays stress on the principles of ethical conduct, enlightenment, and about the nature of suffering. Swami Vivekananda regarded Indian vision of life as that of spiritual oneness of the whole universe. In the Indian prayers, there is a longing for peace and happiness for all, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. These ideas must be discussed and disseminated more widely by the media. The extreme form of materialism, attachment, and realism advocated by Western thinking is the source of many problems. Man's dominance over nature is central to Western thought. Alternate ideas are needed. Hinduism and Buddhism, with their rich philosophy and vision, can provide these ideas. The media has to play a positive role in spreading the basic tenets of Hinduism and Buddhism: oneness, moral conduct, compassion, non-attachment, etc. Today's media, dominated by social media, has immense potentialities, both positive and negative. Instead of resorting to sensationalism, misinformation, and spreading negativity and hopelessness, the media needs to focus on encouraging mindfulness, balanced and ethical reporting, while highlighting positive values and inspiring role models. And several of role models are here in this hall today. We hope that the second conclave will throw up useful suggestions as to how the media can play a positive role in spreading the values of dharma and dhamma propounded by the great religions of Hinduism and Buddhism. The various segments of the conference will deal with these issues. With those words, I want to welcome you all and thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. We will now be having the inaugural address by the Secretary General of IBC, Shatsik and Sur Rinpoche, Jangchup Shodam.
नमो बुद्धाय। अनिरोधम अनुत्पादम अनुच्छेदम अशाश्वतम अनेकार्थम नानार्थम नागमम निर्गमम यह प्रतीत्य समुत्पादम प्रपंचोपशमम शिवम देश्यमास संबुदस्तम वंदे वदताम वरम। 강기 땡진 대버 좀 가봐 매봐 깨매봐 채봐 매봐 따 매봐 홍화 매봐 도 매봐 타데 되민 된직 미 두반 여시 시데 조베 상게 만음 기 담바텔로 차셀로 with paying homage to great teacher of devas and human, the great Buddha Shakyamuni, I feel humbled to say a few words in this August gathering and very special occasion of the second International Buddhist Media Conclave happening in this wonderful place of Vivekananda International Foundation. First of all, I would like to express my thanks and at the same time welcome to our chief guest, Mr. S. Gurumurthy ji, who I know from long time. He's a wonderful orator and kind of a speaker. And I would also like to welcome well-known and famous Mr. Paichung Bhutia to be our guest here. I used to hear about him a lot, but this is first personal meeting, so it's very interesting to see you here. And then, of course, I do have Dr. Arvind Gupta ji, the director of this foundation, and my colleague, Mr. Abhijit Haldar ji, the Director General of IBC, and all the dignitaries from the diplomatic corps in this country, those are joining us, and dignitaries from different parts of the world. So far, according to my knowledge, we have at least participation from 18 countries with the speakers participating from 14 different countries. So this is a kind of a sizable international gathering. And on this occasion, particularly on the issue of mindful communication and conflict avoidance and sustainable development, all these issues are very, very pressing issue on our today's world. We see a lot of conflict happening here and there. It appears like due to the kind of a lot of conflicts, those are happening, kind of a very deeply enhanced weapon race has been triggered. This is a very, very kind of a serious matter for entire humanity. So, from that point of view, conflict avoidance and conflict resolution is very pressing issue that we must kind of ponder on, and we must have a kind of more discussion and try to find out a way kind of how to handle it and how to deal with that. Of course, mindful communication is another issue. Like, I've been listening to some historians, famous historians, who was saying that human beings are run by narratives and stories. Up to this point, we are running some kind of a particular type of stories, but we need to change the stories. Unless we change the stories and narratives, we may not be able to kind of resolve a lot of issues. So here, when it comes to changing the stories, creating a new narrative, mindful communication and the media community has a very crucial and important role to play. So here I would like to remind you that Buddha has advised his Bhikkhu Sangha that whenever they select a person for certain kind of duties in a Sangha community, the most important qualities they should be looking for is a person who is not driven by 4 kind of negative emotions. Those are, aspirational kind of greed. If a person is driven by aspirational greed, then there are a lot of chances that that person will do a lot of wrong things, unjust things. Then the second thing is a person not driven by hatred and jealousy. That is another important thing that we need to think about. And the third thing is a person must not be driven by fear. If a person is driven by fear, they tend to be ending up in doing a lot of wrong things. And finally, a person not driven by ignorance, lack of knowledge, taking decision under the lack of knowledge, taking decision under the pressure of fear, taking decision under the kind of pressure of hatred and jealousy, and taking decision driven by aspirational greed. These are the very common things that Buddha told very clearly to his Sangha bhikkhus, that whenever you choose someone, you have to kind of look for these qualities. And then, particularly in mass communication, where in today's world, communication is moving so fast, it is so kind of, influential. We must be driven by kind of truthfulness and speak sweet and soothing words. And at the end, we must be driven by compassion and altruism. These are the kind of teachings of the Buddha and guidance of the Buddha to his Sangha, and which is relevant to today's world. Not just relevant, it is so crucially needed. We must think about that. Unfortunately, the world is so deeply delved into material greed. Sometimes it appears like it's hopeless, but we cannot give up. We have to stand for. We have to struggle. We have to move forward. Definitely there will be some changes that will come up. So these are very, very important things that we need to look into. And then these are also applicable, equally applicable to the sustainable development. If we live with these values, if we do the things with these values, if we choose people to be in these professions with these values, then that will help us a lot to achieve the pressing issues, to kind of address the pressing issues, to achieve our goal. So, with kind of saying that, I don't like to take much of time from other speakers. We have a lot of valuable and kind of expert speakers here. So with that note, I would like to conclude here. So I wish a very fruitful and comprehensive discussion throughout the kind of this media conclave, and hopefully there will be something wonderful that will come out that could be applicable to the entire humanity and make a contribution for a better common future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable. Our guest of honor today is former captain of the Indian team. His international footballing honors include winning the Nehru Cup, LG Cup, South Asian Football Federation Championship thrice, and the Asian Football Championship Challenge Cup. A Buddhist hailing from Sikkim, he is considered to be the torchbearer of Indian football in the international arena. He is also India's most capped player with 104 international caps to his name. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Baichung Bhutia. Sir, may I please ask you to share a few words with the gathering?
Kuzuzampu, Tashi Dilek, Namaskar. In fact, it's a great honor to be here speaking in Buddhist Media Conclave 2024. I'm sure, I think during this conclave, you'll hear a lot of experts from learned experts here, but I'm going to share my experience as a Buddhist. You know, I was born Buddhist in a small village in Sikkim called Tinkitam. So my village was very remote, so my parents obviously put me into boarding school from a very young age. And every time during our vacations, because winters used to be very cold and we had longer winter vacations in Sikkim, every time I returned back from winter vacation, the first thing in the house was my parents were very religious Buddhist followers. So every time me and my siblings returned, the first thing in my village was my parents calling the monks and doing prayers for us safe return. At the same time, putting prayer flags for us and also praying for the entire village to be safe. And that is what I grew up as as my childhood, I've grown up into a Buddhist culture. But at the age of 17, I left Sikkim and I started playing professional football in Calcutta with East Bengal. So I left Sikkim at the age of 17, went on to be there for 17 years and then went to England for 3 years to play. So even in my footballing career, I think Buddhism has really helped me a lot because it taught me how to be patient. It taught me how to be, stay calm. Obviously, when you start playing a sport like football, which is a very physical impact sport, and the teaching of Buddhism is totally different when you start playing sports because it's all about win, defeat, and you want to win and just win everything. But everything does not happen all the time. So when you lose as well, I think being calm and at the same time, whenever you win, respecting your opponents was very, very important because when you win matches, when you become successful in any individual or team sports, I think it's because of the opponents as well. So the respect for opponents and respect for the fans and the referees was very, very important. That came into Buddhist teaching. And I'm sure, I think with Buddhist Media Conclave today, we are trying to see that how media can be a bigger influence to teach Buddhism. And I'm not the expert in Buddhism, but I've lived outside, as I said, I've lived outside Sikkim for almost 20 years. I've come back to Sikkim now, and I've again started doing my dharma quite seriously. I've gone recently to Nepal for 10 days with a guru there, and I stayed there learning Buddhism again. Because once I started playing, it was all football, that had become my religion. So I'm getting back into that. If you even look at the Buddhism and Buddhist history, even Lord Buddha as well, I think sacrifice everything is thrown to become just ordinary person. And if you look at our history again, Buddhists and Buddhism has suffered a lot. I'm not the expert again, as I said, if you look into the Mughals when they came in, I think Nalanda was destroyed so much that a lot of priests were murdered and killed, and a lot of script and Buddhism had to be taken to Tibet for a safeguard. Even in Tibet as well, I think when the Chinese came in, there was a lot of script and Buddhism that got destroyed. So I think if you look at the Buddhist history itself, I think there's been a lot of which has been unfortunately for the Buddhists has been quite difficult in terms of history as well. And I think it's the only religion where every other religion might say ours is the best, but Buddhism is about way of life. And if you look at Buddha's teaching to his life, I think it's all about being peaceful and sacrifices. And today I'm a big follower of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I think he's one of the biggest examples in the world who is a true leader of peace and non-violence. And Buddhism and Lord Buddha also was that. And when today, I think Rinpoche was just saying about the greed which has come across the leaders, across the nations, and the wars are happening. It's all coming down to greed and being powerful and controlling everything from power to economics to everything. I think that's where Buddhism plays a big major role to bring peace, sacrifices, and brotherhood and non-violence. And I think that's where the media has a big role to play to spread Buddhism across, just not in the Himalayan region or Buddhist countries, but across the world. I think Buddhism is one religion that can bring peace, that can teach about giving sacrifices and being that brotherhood, bringing peace to an entire nation. Yes, every nation has to grow economically or anyway, but I think at the end, it's also to make sure that, it has to be peacefully done. It has to be sustainable done. Today's, I think, also is about sustainable development. And I've been one of the biggest vocal in terms of sustainable development. I've seen my own state, Sikkim, how it has changed over the years, I think because of development. I think tourism is hit big time. Today, we are seeing across the world, a lot of cities are, I think, banning tourists to come into because it's become so commercial, the originality has been lost. And it's only getting concrete without really being sustainable. And today I feel sad that my state might get into that because Sikkim is again one of the big tourist destinations. But if you look at Sikkim, what it was 30 years ago, and now the culture is lost. We're losing out our culture, which was Buddhism, Hinduism there. Now it's only about development, about money, about tourism, and then you've got concretes coming all over. 30 years when I was a kid, Gangtok as a town was small town with gaps in between. To let that gap there was no construction at all, there was gaps between, so that if Sikkim, a place where it's a seismic zone, earthquake prone area, when you have any major earthquake, those gaps in the shops or the buildings would allow it for the safeguard. But today, if you look at it, it's because of the development. I think without any sustainable development, I think it's getting crazy. So I think the media has to play a big role in spreading Buddhism and also spreading sustainable development, which is the topic for today. And I'm sure everybody who's come here today will get to hear a lot of interesting insight from experts here, and I'm looking forward to it. But again, one more time, I would like to say thank you for having me here, and let's spread peace, let's spread brotherhood, and let's make sure that our country and our nation and the world is at peace. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutia. As part of its mandate, the International Buddhist Confederation has been facilitating in taking the holy relics of Lord Buddha to Buddhist countries. This year, with the support of Ministry of Culture and the Indian Embassy in Bangkok, the holy relics of Lord Buddha, along with those of his two disciples, Arahat Sariputta and Arahat Moggallana, were taken to Thailand and showcased at 4 cities as part of a 26-day exposition, marking a profound spiritual pilgrimage. Over 4 million devotees paid obeisance to the holy relics in Thailand. IBC is proud to present a short film showcasing its experience of taking the holy relics to Thailand. May I now request well-known journalist and chairman of Vivekananda International Foundation, Sri Swaminathan Gurumurthy, sir, to please deliver the keynote address.
I am delighted to stand before all of you, a very distinguished and a difficult to gather audience. It is very difficult to gather an audience of this type, but it is very easy to get a speaker of my type. So I first bow to this audience, which have come from 20 countries, 47 delegates, who have a common aim. It's not just a collection of individuals with diverse thoughts. This audience is converged on a thought. That is the most important thing, which makes me feel humble to stand before you. Jangchub Chodan, the Secretary General of the IBC, Mr. Bechung Bhutia, whom I have admired from a distance, and his skillful play, and I am very pleased and proud to sit by his side today. And Abhijit Halder, Director General of the IPC, and Mr. Arvind Gupta, my colleague in the Vivekananda International Foundation. So as a communicator, I was introduced as a journalist. Of course, this is one of the facets of my life, a very risky and difficult phase of my life over 25 years. But as a communicator, because the theme of this whole meet is communication. Communication is both a science and an art. As a communicator, I would like to make 4 points before I get into the other aspects I would like to place before you. I like the word mindful communication, because we are suffering from mindless communication all over. So the greatest damage has been done in the last few hundred years to the world, to our civilization, our faith, our lifestyle, our habits, and the whole lot of perversions and distortions which we see in the whole world, which makes us feel, all of us are worried. And it is the convergence of worried people which makes the idea of strength. If all of us are worried individually, we will be weak. If all worried people come together, that is strength. That is what the IBC is doing. Bring all the people who are worried about what is happening to the world, to all of us, to our families, to our neighborhood. So this is an organization which brings together worried people to create strength out of their worries. So the most important thing all of us should contemplate is how to communicate. So first we must understand there is mindless communication going on, which is creating all the problems that make us feel worried. Because truth is the casualty of mindless communication, and truth is the foundation of mindful communication. Second, content is the soul, and expression is the body of the communication. We must have the content creation, and content is always based on the text. We move away from the text because the context and the text are conflicting. In the current context, the text seems to be too abstract, too confusing, too difficult even to own and express. For example, we had the prayer. This would normally not accepted in a contemporary modern setting, because we are disconnected from that. But that builds the ecosystem for all of us. In a manner unknown, it's an abstract influence. So we must have the capacity to bring together the text and the context. Without context, the text has no value. Without the articulation suitable to a particular context, the text is useless. So, context, as a writer, I have always explained an abstract concept, I have always proceeded from a concrete context. In a concrete context only you can express an abstract text. So that is where, in a way, a journalist like me succeeded in creating a national situation which led to changes of the government also. So this communication model of text and the context being aligned is very important. Third is, narrative is the product of the mix of the text and the context. So the narrative that should suit the context and unveil the text in the current context is the most important thing. I thought, as someone who has been involved in journalism for 25 years, I would share these fundamental rules. Now coming to what are our problems? What are the worries that we have in our mind? How do we handle the contemporary world which has multiplied its complexities and keeps multiplying every day by technology, by politics, by ambitions, by the kind of things all of us disagree with and which have become current and almost inevitable. So, both the Secretary General IBC and also Dr. Arvind Gupta spoke about the conflicts we face. And unless we go into the root of this, and the root is not something which is abstract, it is real. That's what I am going to tell you. One, Bharat is the source of all greatest philosophies. I want to emphasize the word philosophies, because there is a huge distinction between philosophy and ideology. All the thoughts that emanated from Bharat are philosophies. Philosophy means, I think it is right. Maybe you also have a viewpoint. This is philosophy. The ideology is, I am right and you are wrong. This I am right, you are wrong has produced all the conflicts in the world. It has gone to the extent of saying, my God is right, your God is wrong. As Swami Vivekananda said, whether your God is right or my God is right, let us have a boxing match and decide. This extended to wars. This has extended to terrorism. Why India has been able to avoid this? You must all read a highly researched website called Power Kills by Professor R.J. Ramal of Hawaii University. He did a research for 30 years to find out how mass killed human beings all over the world for the last 2,500 years, and found that till the 13th century, there was no mass killing in India. Whereas in the rest of the world, in the last 2,500 years, more than 1.2 billion people have been massacred. What is the secret that in this geography, there was no mass killing? It is because we believed that maybe the other viewpoint is also right. We never thought, I am right, you are wrong. This I am right, you are wrong is the ideological world in which we live, and the person who made a distinction between philosophy and ideology was not a philosopher. He was a politician. His name was Bill Clinton. I was myself surprised how Bill Clinton hinted the idea of the distinction between ideology and philosophy. He spoke this in 2007 in a meeting. And that so perfectly fitted the two paradigms that operate in the world, about which I will come to it a little later. But going back to what Dr. Arvind Gupta said, in the year 2015, we started the Samvad. In the Samvad, the two themes were conflict, avoidance, and environmental consciousness. We carefully chose the idea of conflict avoidance because the entire world is now working on conflict resolution. Because you have created conflicts, you have to resolve it. But our idea is to avoid conflicts. That is why we have been able to avoid mass killings. Because every human being is born with ego, with lust, with all the drives which make him conflict. So the only way of making a human being not have conflict is to have a larger philosophy. Every human being anywhere is the same person. He has the same desire, he has the same hate, he has the same. But it is the philosophy which moderates him, which gives him a higher idea of life and make him feel maybe the other man has a viewpoint. It may be wrong from your perspective, but it may also be right. You see, this one theme, that the other view may also be right, has saved India from mass killing. This came from a politician in America, to my surprise. And philosophy is not, environmental consciousness and philosophy are interlinked. What is environmental consciousness? Of course, the Scandinavian ecologists have talked about deep ecological consciousness. Consciousness itself means that you transcend what you see as the contemporary world, about which I will come to you a little later. But the fact is, consciousness relates you to the entire creation. It's not just between two human beings or two countries or two societies or two faiths. You relate to nature, you relate to tree, you relate to the mountains, you relate to the entire outer space. You feel you are part of all this. And this is philosophy. And the entire Eastern philosophies are converging on it. In fact, this we had brought out in the Samvad as a long paper of 150 pages, in which I had summarized how the Eastern philosophies sourced in the text are relevant in the modern context, and our communication must use it, how it can be used as the basis of scientific communication, I would like to reveal. You see, here are some illustrations of the ancient civilizations. Isavasya Upanishad say, which is one of the most ancient Hindu scriptures, says, Isavasya midam sarvam yatkintyat jagatyam chagad tena tekthena punjidaha magrada kasya siddhanam. It means, Mahatma Gandhi translates it. In creation, the divine is immanent in earth, water, air, fire, and in every tiniest atom of this universe. Divine is immanent everywhere. This is the idea of Isavasya Upanishad. Now come to Kalachakra Tantra, the Buddhist scripture. Earth, water, air, fire, human beings, all emerged out of the vacuum of space. What is the difference between Advaita and Buddhism? Buddhism said it all came out of a vacuum. Shankara said that vacuum is yourself. Tat Tvam Asi. It is you. You are part of that vacuum. You are not independent of that vacuum. All that emerged out of the vacuum is part of the vacuum. So that is why Shankara was called Prachanna Bauddha by the Vaishnavites, who said he is a Buddhist in concealed form. So the idea is one. Narrative is different. Third, Achara Shustra, the Jain text says, the four elements, earth, water, fire, air, are animated by souls. Particles of earth are the bodies of elementary soul called the earth life. Then come to Guru Granth Sahib, the sixth scripture. The five elements of earth, water, air, fire, air, space are all living beings. Oh God, it is only you. There is no God independent of the entire creation of which the God is supposed to be the manifester. There is no God who created something. God manifested This is the Eastern philosophy. Now you go to Taichang Wado Dushi Xinqiang, the Taoist scripture states that Tao is the mother of heaven and earth, of yin and yang, of the origin of five agents and of myriad beings. Man and all other beings are born from the same primordial breath. Qui, so that all beings emanate from the Tao and obtain their essence from Tao. Then Kojiki, the Shinto scripture, regards the land, its nature, all the creatures, including human, as children, Kami, the divine, and therefore exists the Kami of rain, the Kami of wind, the Kami of mountain, the Kami of ocean, the Kami of river, and the Kami of thunder. These Eastern philosophies link the practical human life to the idea of creation. This is the most important aspect in the contemporary communication, and I will take you to where the world is today and how our communication must fit that. The Prime Minister of India, in his G20 motto, said that one earth, one family, one future. In fact, I had a discussion with the Prime Minister on this. And I asked him, is it not too abstract? Even it is a Vedantic concept. Even Indian education system has moved the Indians away from this. How do you expect the foreign minds, political minds, and G20 leaders to understand this complex concept? It is not complex, it is as simple. But we have moved away from this. We have alienated ourselves. We are foreigners. This has become a foreign thought. So as a result, he asked me to deliver a lecture in Niti Ayog, in which I gave just a few figures. It's a revealing thing, it's an obvious thing, it is a Newtonian falling apples. Just like nobody asked a question why apples are falling, we never ask why these facts exist. India is a place with 2.4% of the world's land area. It has 18% of world's population, human population. It has 30% of world's bovine population. It has 40% of world's cattle population. It has 8% of world's bioresources. How does this ecological wonder function? It's a wonder. America, which is 3.5 times size as India, has 1/6 of the bovine population of India. China in the same way. But in India, why we are able to coexist? Because our civilization rests on cereal eating as the main and meat eating as a subject. You know, meat gives you only 17% of the calorie value. Cereals give you 83% of the calorie value. And cereals give you 67% of the protein, and 37% is only from meat. If, for example, if this cereal meat mix is not there, and we all shift to, say, the American way of eating, I made a calculation that we will need 6 times the agricultural land India has. Tell me, this whole thing, did it take place by accident? This is a macro figure which has a micro functioning philosophic approach. For example, India did not have food in the 1960s and 70s, but the cattle population kept increasing, it did not come down. Our average meat consumption is 3.1 kg per head per annum. It is 125 in America, as much in Europe, 180 kilos in South Africa. And China and Japan, which were consuming meat as much as we were consuming in 1950s, have gone up 10 times today. You know what is the effect on environment? The difference between cereal eating and meat eating is 10 to 100 times the contribution of CO2 gas emission in meat. You understand what Buddhism and Hinduism has done to India? And at least a dozen ecologists have said the West is heating up the world. India is the only place which is cooling it down. All this is related to a continuum of philosophy which gives you the goal of life, and from goal of life you get the lifestyle, from lifestyle you get the habits, from habits the habits decide what you want and don't want, and that decides what is to be produced and consumed. That's why there is a huge difference between the consumption pattern in India and the consumption pattern elsewhere. There is a continuum of the philosophic link to the day-to-day habits. And if you disturb the philosophy, everything gets disturbed. This is what the Prime Minister emphasized by lifestyle. And now I will come to where the world is and how we should communicate. You know, we are living in the Newtonian world. We think that everything is, what we see is only true. The existential world is the only truth. And there is no truth beyond that, was the conception of Newton. And that produced unbelievable discoveries. We were arrested by the discoveries. Till quantum science came. It said, gentlemen, what you see as solid is not solid. What you see as liquid is not liquid. What you see as the world is not the world. What you see as sun is not the sun. It's all collection of atoms moving in a regular fashion. The rhythmatic movement of the atom makes all this appear as this. So somewhere coming near what we said, this world is only an appearance. Then it goes further. Einstein said, if you want to find out what existed before all this, you have to move faster than light back. Stephen Hawking didn't agree with that. He said, no, I will find out what happened before that. And he came out with mathematically valid Big Bang theory that 1/1,000,000th of an atom developed such a heat and exploded that it produced heat and energy equal to trillions of megatons of atom bomb that kept expanding. And that is the universe you see. That is you, me, this table, this hall, VIF. And when the energy goes back, cools down, it will go to that 1/1,000,000th of an atom and perish. This is the theory. When it will happen, trillions and trillions of years away, but theoretically that is the correct thing. Then said, what was existing before that 1/1,000,000th of an atom became the inquiry. Many scientists said there is answer only in the Indian philosophy. There is no other answer. Whether it is Heisenberg or Schrödinger, there are 7 Nobel laureates who said that the Indian idea of creation, that matter came out of consciousness, is the only answer. In 2020, the Nobel Prize was given to one Roger Penrose, who worked with Stephen Hawking for 20 years. That there was a pre-existing consciousness which cannot be brought into mathematical calculation, from which energy and matter came. That is the 2020 Nobel Prize. I spoke this in IIT Bombay. Most of the students were unaware that this pre-existing consciousness from out of which matter came is part of the Indian philosophy. Our communication has to be scientific. It has to relate the 2020 Nobel Prize to Kalachakra Tantra. It has to relate to the Ishavasya Upanishad. So the text and the context must link, and our articulation must make the modern, or of course I have great objection to the word modernity itself, because modernity lacks reverence. Reverence is the foundation of human life. In fact, Carl Sagan, if you have time, just witness the 2.5-minute video where he said a pale blue dot. He said, you look at the universe and see the world. It's just a pale blue dot. That's why all of us quarrel, kill each other. 1.2 billion people were killed in 2,500 years. He said, this is a small, tiny dot. And so he said, if you want to have humility, you must have astronomy as part of universal education. So you understand how small you are. So humility is the foundation of reverence. Reverence is the foundation of philosophy. Ideology negates everything. Unless we understand the larger philosophic, ideological, sociological, political and religious, I wouldn't really say the word religious because religion is a word which has come from outside, which we have to use. It is not religious. The dharmic basis of our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights. I now request Shri Obijit Haldar, Director General of IBC, to propose the concluding remarks of this session.
Good morning to all of you here, and Namo Buddhaya. Most respected Sri Gurumurthy Ji, Chairman of the Vivekananda International Foundation. Sir, thank you for an excellent presentation. It really brought out elements of metaphysics and communication all together. Most esteemed Venerable Jamchuk Chodhan Ji, Secretary General of IBC, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director of the VIF, our most honored guest here, Baichung Bhutia Ji. In fact, India is a country of cricketers. So if I ask you to take names of cricket players, I'm sure you will, get overwhelmed and you'll come out with 10 names. If I ask you to come up with names of footballers in India, you'll go blank. But this man, and Baichung Bhutia, his name has always stood tall. We've all grown up with this name. Thank you very much, Baichung Ji, to be here. And of course, Ricky Cage, 3-time Grammy Awards winner, a music composer and an environmentalist, a youngster who has the passion to contribute as much as possible to the welfare of humankind and nature. Thank you very much. We also have among us, as Sri Gurumurthy has mentioned, the number of representatives from different countries. We have also representatives from various media houses from Buddhist countries. We have representatives from the office of the President and Prime Minister of a few countries who are present here, people who look after the media, and of course, a lot of distinguished members from the media and communication fraternity from India. The diplomatic corps, people who have always supported us, young scholars, young academicians, and the journalists who are covering this event. At the outset, I must mention that this is an event which is going to be distinctively different from any other such event, as here we are going to delve into certain values and principles of ancient Indian wisdom as ingrained in Hindu and Buddhist philosophy. And we're going to look at various aspects of mankind and survival. As you see, the topic is all about sustainable development and avoiding conflict. These are the two issues which have been really bothering the world today. Everybody has spoken about this. Conflict need not be really the major conflicts which we look at, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine or the Gaza conflict, etc. But conflict also involves socio-economic problems, ethnic strife. You look at sub-Saharan Africa, you look at situations in Latin America, look at situations in South Asia. There are several conflicts going on all across. And we are all responsible, the media and the communication domain, to contribute in any way possible to assuage the concerns of these affected communities. Here, I would like to mention about what Venerable Jamchuk Chodhan mentioned, the mind. The Buddha always spoke about the human mind. His essential emphasis was on the human mind, the clarity of mind, the mind which is free of any external influence. Now, in this age of communication where we exist today, with all the tools which are around us, the software tools, the social media, the internet, the digital media, we all know that the deluge of information that we face from morning to evening, coming from all these channels, tends to cloud our minds and blur our image, our impression about the world around us. And therefore, it's very difficult and challenging to really ward off any influence which is affecting the mind. And we have, for the endless number of years as human beings, we've been trying to influence the minds of each other. This is a game we've all been into, as Guru Murthy mentioned, that the mind game has been going on among us human beings. In fact, in the last century, it's very interesting. In the last century, I have colleagues here from different countries, but without any bias. When the US was confronted with the situation where they had to deal with World War II and the Vietnam War, there was a need to develop a mind-influencing technology, a mechanism. So they coined the term PsyOps, psychological operations. According to the US Defense Department, or the Department of Defense, the coinage, cyber ops or PsyOps, basically means the ability to build a narrative, well-crafted narrative, targeting a foreign audience in a manner that impacts the emotions, the motives of that foreign audience to your benefit. Now, this is something which is done in national security interest. And this is something which happened, in 20th century, early 20th century, when you had the radio and the newspaper. The television also followed subsequently. But now in the new age media, everybody is into this game of mind influencing. Every country is into it. Players such as the corporate sector, individuals like you and me, we are just pushing narratives, freewheeling narratives in the international media domain. Corporate houses are trying to sideline their rivals' products and try to push their narrative. The game is absolutely endless. The unfortunate thing is, if you look at the media domain, there's a lot of negative force which is floating around. Negativity has a lot of traction. According to the WHO, they did a research and they found that negative news or misinformation grabs traction 70% faster than original, genuine information. So that's it. We are human beings. We have a human mind. We have a tendency to grab something negative, unfortunately. And this is where media and communication comes in big time. When you come to conflict resolution or conflict avoidance is a very tough subject. An example which I would like to quote, which I was referring to someone yesterday also, about Buddha's study of conflict. And he gives a very simple example. He talks about a mountain which has two villages on two sides. The village on the eastern side of the mountain, from where the sun rises, they refer to the mountain as the Eastern Hill. They call it the Eastern Hill. The village on the western side of the mountain refers to the mountain as the Western Mountain. And villages in both these villages for years and for centuries have referred to the mountain as the Eastern Mountain or the Western Mountain, because their forefathers have got tales on these mountains, but they've been referred to as Western or Eastern. Now, this is where, as Sri Guru Murthy was saying, extreme points of view, extreme contradictory points of view tend to lead to conflicting situation. The cause of conflict is differing views. You cannot make either side understand that the other guy is right. So this is where Buddha goes for the middle path, looking at the whole issue from a third perspective. So you got to pull the villagers out, or at least leaders or heads of the villages out to a neutral position, from where they are made to understand, why is it that he's calling the mountain as the Eastern Mountain? Why is it that I'm calling it the Western Mountain? And over a period of time, you come to a mutual understanding. But then Buddha again says, this whole process has to be done in a very mindful manner. At the second stage, we being humans, there are these negative tendencies which come up. Ego, greed, craving, clinging, arrogance. All of this has been described by the Buddha in detail. And when these factors come in, you are midway through the negotiation, but then you halt. Again, a second process of mindfulness is needed to be ingrained in the minds of both the sides.
And then in the third stage, hopefully you do come to a particular situation, a middle path of understanding. And while doing the entire process, he says that you have to completely shed all the inhibitions that you have acquired while you were in the eastern side or the western side of the mountain. Forget about the tales, forget about the demands of the people of that area. Just come out of that zone, meet together and negotiate and settle the issue. Now, theory is not always easy to implement in practice. But at the same time, I think political scientists as well as international relations experts, negotiators, if they delve into this subject in detail, in a scientific manner, and push this narrative through various communication media, there is bound to be some outcome and some result. As far as sustainable development is concerned, in Buddhism, the whole world, again something which comes out of quantum physics and which is something which His Holiness always refers to, and Sri Gurumurti Ji also mentioned about it. Every item, every element in this universe, living or inanimate, forms a single entity. This is what Buddhism teaches. It's all single entity. It's difficult to realize it at this moment. Like he mentioned, Gurumurti Ji, that the VIF, the table, the chair, whatever you see around, it's all single entity. And any disturbance in any of these entities has an effect on you. But obviously you can't figure that out because it's a massive structure. So here, we humans play a greater role. We have a dominating role to play here because we are the wholly well-equipped individuals or elements of the society who know more than the others. So therefore, we have to be extremely mindful of how we take this balance between nature and mankind. This is again something which Buddha had spoken about, and he very nicely mentioned that the nature will give you back what you give to the nature. And mind you, he said that 2,600 years ago. There was no climate change at that time. There was nothing called carbon footprints. We never had these conferences in Davos to discuss, issues like this. But he said it then. And it has a relevance today, and it will have its relevance in future as well. Well, to wind up, since we're talking about communication, this world of communication is going to exist and is going to expand again, as Sri Gurumurti Ji said, that it's going to expand and expand and expand and expand. It is going to expand. You have 1.3 million kilometers of fiber optic cables, submarine cables laid across the world for communication. And these communication wires carry 97% of the internet traffic, which all of you handle. And it generates about $10 trillion of business. So ease of functioning and benefit to mankind is tremendous. And it is going to expand. But it comes with a baggage. It comes with a baggage of negative forces, negative elements, which we in the media domain need to deal with. In Buddhism, we were very concerned about the proliferation of information, proliferation of self-judged views and opinions by people on the concept of Dhamma, because the internet and the media space provides anybody any amount of conversation that he or she wants to indulge in, free for all. So we were worried that it will get corrupted, the teachings of the Buddha. But we were very lucky and fortunate that we had a gentleman from Malaysia who was visiting us last year in April 2023 when we had our Global Buddhist Summit. He's here in the audience, Mr. Fong from Malaysia. He went back hearing a lot of the Sangha leaders talking about modern day communication and its impact on Buddha's teachings. He went back and he worked on a AI chatbot, which he's named as Norbu. And over a period of 1 year, he's prepared this chatbot. It is loaded with all the teachings of the Buddha. He's consulted several monks, several Sangha heads, and built it up. The chatbot operates in several languages, from Tibetan to Sanskrit, to Hindi, to Chinese, to Bengali, to Malayali, and he's expanding the zone. The interesting thing is, he was telling me that a lot of youngsters who are not able to express their views to their parents or to their friends or to anyone in society are exchanging notes on their chatbot, trying to seek answers to the problems which they are facing. So this is a very big improvement, and we consider this as a positive development, and we hope that from this conference too, we will find some very positive outcome like we found in this particular case. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to the end of the inaugural session. I first request our dignitaries on the dais, speakers and moderators to please proceed downstairs for a photograph session. Media Conclave. The first session is on role of media and communication in the 21st century. This session will delve into evolving landscape of media and communication in the 21st century. And with the advent of new technologies, media consumption has drastically shifted from traditional TV to mobile and social media platforms. The panel today here will discuss the challenges and opportunities this shift presents and how Buddhist principles can guide media practices in this new era. May I please call up on stage the moderator of this session, Most Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdul, Director of Tibet House. And the speakers of this session are Dr. Sunur Verma, Mr. Chanrav Buren Bayar, Mr. Benny Leo Woon Kin, and Professor Monsak Shaivira Dek. Please come to the dais.
Welcome you all to the first panel of this second International Buddhist Media Conclave. And so this morning's session, the first session, inaugural session, made my work way easier for all of us. And so the topic here for this session is role of Buddhist media and communication in the 21st century. And so although the topic that I got, it just says role of the media and communication in the 21st century, then just looking at the broader the topic, I sense that it should be Buddhist media and communication. And in this regard, we have here with me 5 prominent speakers for this first panel from different countries. And given that the Human Development Index is a summary measure of the average achievement in key dimensions of human development, a long and healthy life, being knowledgeable, and having a decent standard of living, the 3 points. And the standard of media and communication marks the standard of civilization and human development. This is extremely important. During the tea break, I was just sharing with some random visitors that the world is like a school, and the people of the world, citizens of the world, they are like the school children, and the media is like the professors or the teachers. And at times, the teachers can be extremely kind and extremely positive to direct the students the proper way. That, for example, all the speakers whose CVs I got the opportunity to read last night. And these are clear indications that the teachers that they met in their life, they're very positive, very compassionate, visionary. So this is the role of the media. And whereas some students, after graduating, they would only have only negative things to talk about the teachers in the schools. This is extremely sad. While the teacher is a noun, and the verb associated with that is teach. Teach what? Bad things or good things? Bad things you don't have to teach. People have the tendencies, bad influences everywhere. But the good things, so rare. Is with this in mind, the media has a huge responsibility to think of the media people as like teachers or the professors, lecturers, and so forth in this small world, school-like small world, where all the citizens of the world, they're like school children. So with this in mind, given that these are the facets of human development, that the standard of media and communication marks the standard of civilization and human development. The main goal of the various media, and with no exception to Buddhist media, I'm sure you all agree with me, is to enhance the well-being of the world, as highlighted as the third of the 17 SDGs, which is good health and well-being, which UNO adopted in 2015 and put to force in 2016. Buddhist media, and this is my personal view, the Buddhist media can offer two kinds of services to the mankind. One for the Buddhist and the other for the secular world. The first, while the first purpose is not to be compromised, yes, to nurture the youngsters, and so they nurture the Buddhist youngsters, but the second one, service for the secular world, which is to work for the welfare of the world at large, is exceptionally important, especially relevant in today's time, the digital world, digital era. With respect to the first part of the service, we cannot force the Buddhist youngsters, we cannot force them to be Buddhist. We cannot force them to be Buddhist. It is not old-time era. Today is the era of freedom, liberty, civilization, and democracy. It is the digital era where the libraries of information are easily available, and that too instantly. We cannot go back to the dark ages of the rule by fear. It can be done only through education. As I said earlier, again, the media is the educators. For the survival of Buddhism, media can play a great role in educating the Buddhist youngsters skillfully. So the media plays an amazing role. When you talk about the advantages of the media, disadvantages of the media, so one of which is that where the people, they are constantly fed with negative information, they go into depression. During the COVID-19, I remember in Tibet House, which is quite nearby here, anybody who likes to visit us, please visit. It's in Lodi Road, and it's a beautiful place. So there was one lady, Indian lady, old lady, elderly lady. And because that she did not have a place to stay at that time, I offered her a place there. You can stay there. And COVID lockdown, she was constantly watching the movie, the media, news. And after a few days, she came with so much of mental stress and tension. And I said, what happened? She says that the world is falling apart and there's so much stress in her mind. So I said, okay, first thing that you do is cut down on watching the television. This is the first thing that you do. And then move around the Tibetan campus, move around. just do some exercises, or say some mantras, or talk to the Tibetan staff. So this is what she did. So this is where the disadvantages of the media, and of course there are so many advantages of media. And so today here, particularly it is a gathering of the conclave of the media people. So with this in mind, with respect to the first part of the service, we cannot force the Buddhist youngsters to be Buddhist. And it is a digital era where libraries of information are easily available. We cannot go back to the dark ages. It can be done only through education. For the survival of Buddhism, the media can play a great role in educating the Buddhist youngsters skillfully, not by force. And as for the second service, with respect to the service to the secular world, recently I watched a video clip of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, where His Holiness was addressing the Tibetan Buddhist leaders some years ago. And His Holiness, okay, this is something that we all need to hear, listen to, and contemplate. His Holiness has very clearly indicated that if the Buddha were to be alive today, let me repeat it, if the Buddha were to be alive today with us, the Buddha will for sure encourage us to promote universal ethics, secular ethics, universal ethics, a code of conduct applicable and acceptable to all human beings across the board of humanities, beyond Buddhism, inclusive of non-believers and believers alike. He very strongly made this statement in front of all the Tibetan Buddhist leaders, in sending a message that we should not be outdated. It is a digital world where whole world becomes like one entity. That the whole world will come to know what is happening there, to the east, to the west, amongst youngsters, elders. So with this in mind, the Buddha, Lord Ram, Prophet Muhammad, Jesus Christ, Lord Mahavir, Guru Nanak, if all of them were here today, no doubt they will be so happy to promote universal ethics. Ethics, a code of conduct to be embraced by everyone, not exclusively by Buddhists. So their job for the emergence on the planet Earth is not to dictate, promote the religion, but to promote the humanity. That is so important. We should not forget it. So with this in mind, promotion of universal ethics alongside educating the Buddhist youngsters in Buddhist philosophy and psychology is a very important task of Buddhist media today in the 21st century. I know that there are many in Buddhist media who take initiatives to promote the second kind of service. I mentioned, for example, I know the Brother Benny so well the last many years. And seeing such media people is a great inspiration for all of us, that there's hope for the world. And seeing the negative news, distorted information through the media, it really saddens. The world has no hope for the future. So the thing is that here, under the auspices of IBC and the Vivekananda International Foundation, that all the people, like-minded people from the media, we are put together and educate ourselves, exchange, learn from each other, how to make this meeting a productive, meaningful, that we grow in our thinking, so that how we impart information to the children like the world citizens can be more meaningful, that they grow to be more compassionate, to be more inclusive, to see the world as one entity, rather than see the world as fragmented and broken. I know that there are many in Buddhist media who take initiatives. I mentioned the service to the secular world at large. Buddhist scholars and media people effectively use media to promote universal ethics program, which today takes the shape of social, emotional, ethical learning. I'm sure that many of you are aware of that program. social, emotional, ethical learning. And His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, is extremely strong that we now have to move beyond Buddhism, beyond religion, to embrace the whole humanity. So what embraces the humanity? The whole humanity is universal ethics. I remember His Holiness the Dalai Lama spoke about this since as early as the late 1990s. And then 2012, before 2012, it was implemented in other institutions in Canada. And 2012, it was implemented in Delhi University. Universal ethics. Then it used to be referred to as the secular ethics. And at the suggestion, recommendation of many other people, it was changed to universal ethics to embrace religion, non-religious beliefs, science, for the welfare of the humanity. So this is the social, now having taken the shape of social, emotional, ethical learning, C-learning. And from my many years of experience with interacting with the people and how one person, for example, say, as a teacher, they meet people as teachers, you interact with the people, and there are two things of doing that. Number one is giving the information, oh, this is happening there, that is happening there, and sometimes they distort the information. But many good media, they give the information. This is one thing. Number two is in the course of giving the information, you change the mind of the people to become positive. To change the mind of the people to be more inclusive, to be more embracing. This is what the media can do. Whereas even the teachers, some teachers, they just impart information. What's in the book, you impart it, and they worry that they may not finish the course in time. Whereas some teachers, they are extremely dynamic, who could sweep beyond the syllabus. In the course of imparting the information, they change the mind of the children to be positive, to think of the world. For example, like this morning, what Mr. Abhijit said, how you see things in relative terms, not just information, to see things in relative terms with a life, not like a dead information, with a full of life. So there, the student's mind, they're being affected. They feel that, okay, that makes sense. So they find joy in what they're learning. Likewise, the media. How you impart information. Imparting information, one very just, dry, cold information, or living information, where anybody who just reads it feels elevated, feels light, feels hopeful. That is so important. That is the responsibility of a positive, wholesome, constructive media. And now today, again, this morning, Mr. Abhijit Ji talked about the artificial intelligence. And Mr. Fong, where are you? Mr. Fong? Yes, over there. Mr. Fong there. And I was so impressed. He approached me online. We are meeting for the first time in person. He approached me online. And he said that I'm from media and I have nothing to do with Tibetan Buddhism. But I went to His Holiness the Dalai Lama's teaching and I did not learn anything. One thing that I still remember is that he said something about Nalanda. Then he thought that I have nothing to do with the Tibetan Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism. I just learned this word Nalanda. And somehow I got a feeling that this has so many things to offer to the world. It is my responsibility as a media person to see how to promote this. And I was so glad that Mr. Abhijit Ji this morning, he rightly picked that up, Mr. Fong, and he mentioned about this to all of you. Artificial intelligence is an amazing thing. At the same time, it can be amazingly destructive. can be amazing constructive, can be amazing destructive. So what I would say is that particularly attending this conference organized by the IBC and the Vivekananda International Foundation. So no doubt the people here, you have a good heart to promote. To promote the citizens of the world in a constructive way. So we should think of two things. One, yes, how to take care of the Buddhist youngsters. At the same time, how to take care of the whole world. Go beyond Buddhism, as His Holiness always reinforced. So, artificial intelligence is another breakthrough invention of the modern world. The use of artificial intelligence with correct information, number one, correct information. Number two, systematic information. Number three, with a mode of communication in the contemporary language and the taste of the contemporary audience by the media people is very important. It is, if this were to be adopted, the Buddhist media, like any other media, can serve the world greatly. It's not that the Buddhist media is the best. It's not that the Buddhism is the best. Buddhism is just one aspect of the service to the humanity. There are so many aspects to the world, the humanity. We need to encourage all these aspects of the world, not only Buddhism. So, with this, we are here to listen to different points of view from 5 speakers. As I said earlier, last night I was just going through the biographies of the CVs of all the speakers here, and I was really enthralled to see that it's very rich, coming together of the information from the different parts of the world, different countries. And what we have here is that we have the speakers. We have 5 of them, and each will have 10 minutes, not more. And I request the speakers to kindly stick to the time by being succinct and to the point. For the first speaker, we have Dr. Sunur Varma, and let me quickly read his biography. Dr. Sunur Varma is a senior international development strategist and global health diplomat with over 25 years of experience. As the president of the Himalayan Dialogues in Nepal, Dr. Sunur is highly regarded for his expertise in strategic crisis and leadership communication. His skills in complex coalition building have made him a key player in Track 2 diplomacy, where he has supported peace processes in Southeast Europe and South Asia. Dr. Sunur has provided strategic advice to leading organizations such as WHO, UNICEF, UNHCR, UN Women, Hug Geneva, and Cambridge University on advocacy, complex coalition building, and resource mobilization. He has led emergency communication responses to major crises, including tsunamis, avian influenza, and COVID-19, and has curated strategic partnerships with parliamentarians across Malaysia, Macedonia, Kosovo, Germany, Switzerland, Australia, and Nepal. His mentorship and coaching in crisis communication has been pivotal for many ministers, parliamentarians, and government spokespersons globally. He has also taught global health for Boston University. In a previous avatar, very interesting, Dr. Sunur practiced cardiothoracic surgery. He's the founder and series editor of the Namaste series of books, which bring modern, made in India, inspirational stories to the world. Dr. Sunur, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, as you heard, in a previous avatar, I was a cardiothoracic surgeon, so some of my reflexes come from there. And I am a practitioner, so most of my interventions would be from the perspective of a practitioner. I'm delighted that the organizers have arranged for a massive clock right in front of us, so I'll be aware of the time. Thank you. So very quickly moving into what changes have been happening, we have heard also in the morning and also in the introductory remarks of the chairperson about what we wish from the media and what the media should be doing. I would like to talk about the changes and the context in which the media is operating. So if we look at the changes among the consumers of media, there are significant changes. Number one, our attention span has significantly gone down. which is documented. My daughters laugh at me when I type on my phone because I type with one finger. The new generation feels the reflex has to be able to type with two fingers. There's a shift in what kind of media we are choosing to consume. So Mr. Haldar spoke about the WHO study on misinformation, how negative headlines attract viewers more. This is not something which the media can do anything about, but this is what the consumers do. This is the human behavior. We are looking for sensational headlines. Anything that is sensational is what gets clicked and what gets read. So that is, in sum, what the changes that we see among the consumptions, the consumers of media. The changes in the media itself are related to technology and platforms. Print media is slowly dying out. Many of my generation were in denial for very long. We insisted that we loved the smell of newspapers in the morning when we read the newspapers. Gradually, that smell has evaporated. We get the news pushed to us on our mobile phones in the form of SMSs. Visual form has taken precedence. So if you remember the saying that a picture speaks 1,000 words is now commercially viable. Instead of reading, we are scrolling and we are looking at audio visuals that are available. We're looking for simplified content, which makes it very difficult for academicians to communicate with the common public, because the public wants short, precise, and simplified content. The third aspect which is changing, or which has changed very rapidly, is a result of globalization, into which all of us have bought. Whether we like it or not, whether we like the consequences of globalization or not, we have bought into it by tying our market economies to globalization. Now, in globalization, what is happening? Number one, media houses are being bought up by international entities. Most of the platforms are owned by high-income countries. We saw in the UK recently when there were riots on the streets, and the government was trying to calm the situation down, the CEO of X or Twitter posted to his 127 million followers around the world that there are civil riots happening in the UK. The government still chose not to ban X or Twitter, but that's a tough choice to make. The question is, what choice would have been the right choice? So the ownership of media and the international ownership of media is a critical issue which needs to be addressed when we talk of what the media does. The other thing which we must acknowledge at some point is we always refer to the media as the fourth pillar. During COVID, we saw that actually it is not the fourth pillar. It is one of the three pillars. Either media is government or media is private. We all very well know that the private sector has one incentive, which is profit. Its performance is measured by profit, whether you deliver value to the shareholders. Our pension funds are tied to those shares. So we are all in a chain delivering that profit. So the intent comes through that aspect of profit. So these are the major changes, the three wheels of change that are happening. And very often at meetings, there are two expressions I hear which always sound very abstract when speakers talk about them. One is the international community. So it's a vague cloud out there. The international community did this. The international community did that. Similarly, when it comes to the media, it is the media which needs to change, the media which needs to be mindful. Who is the media? When you look at the camera persons at the back of this room, who were the first to arrive, the last to leave for the coffee break, and the first to come back, who've been standing 2 hours behind their cameras. The reporter who's going to rush out of this meeting at 4 p.m. to file a report. The editor who would have to make a tough choice which report to include. And the chief editor who would be told at the last minute by the owner of the media house which news to exclude. So it is people behind all these terms. So when I look at the Buddhist principles, and as a practitioner, I would try to look at some solutions to explore and to address. Buddhism talks about interdependence over independence. So media does not function in a vacuum. Each headline, each story has a ripple effect within the community. That needs to be realized. Second is mutual understanding, another tenet of Buddhism. Now, when it comes to mutual understanding, I think this forum, the second edition, is an outstanding example of creating a safe dialogue space where knowledge and ideas can flow freely without fear. And that is a critical space to be safeguarded, to be nurtured further. Mindful communication is something we heard in the morning quite a bit. Let's talk about the practicalities of mindful communication, especially those of us who come from resource constrained settings. It is very easy to say, let's be mindful. For someone who is hungry, who is ill, that is not a very realistic suggestion. When we talk of the media, we are sitting in a cosmopolitan city in the capital of a country that has the fastest growing economy, that has an impressive demographics. But do we forget there's a media outside the cosmopolitan city? If you look at investigative journalism today, it is mainly restricted to the vernacular media in the country. At the national level, we barely see investigative journalism. So mindful communication in terms of practical implementation, I feel that is where we need partnerships with educational institutions that build professional media persons. A network of those institutions coming together where we can advocate and influence the curriculum. Those who are in the media circle, those of you who have been to a newsroom, I must say it is very similar to a cardiac surgery operating room or to a high-end restaurant's kitchen, where 2 minutes of difference changes the game. Right? Which means that those who are working there, they need to be protected. They need to be healthy. We heard mindfulness. We also heard Mr. Gurumurthy talk about mindlessness. The common word among the two is mind. So if the minds of the media persons, those who are going to become media persons, they need techniques and skills to protect themselves from all that comes on their professional journey. As a surgeon, it was my seniors who gradually taught me how to abstract myself from the outcome of an operation. They taught me how to take power naps between two surgeries. So for each profession, techniques on how to persevere, how to preserve your mental health, how to exercise mental hygiene is critical. And that is a skill that makes you more marketable because you're healthier, that makes you more desirable as a team member because you're positive. Right? So working around the curricula on media education with skills that come from the Buddhist thinking on how to preserve your mental health. I would also like to touch upon the teachings of Swami Vivekananda as we are at the Vivekananda International Foundation. Swami Vivekananda has talked about courage and bravery when you speak. This should not be misinterpreted as just random and rash talking, but mindful talking which is based on truth. And this is once again, this is a tenet which would be very helpful when working with media institutions, especially the academia, on building fact-checking mechanisms and integrating that into the training of our professional media persons. Fact-checking can only be afforded by rich and highly advanced media houses. Most of us are suffering from misinformation and rumors in the form of health misinformation or in the form of misinformation around security, politics, etc. So with this, I would just like to summarize that working with a number of elected officials around the world in emergency situations, what I have found is that communication really works among those who communicate in a calm, thoughtful, and intentioned way. Around the world, we have seen during COVID-19 what communication worked and what did not. There were a couple of common elements. One is communicating on time. not delaying communication in the belief that people will understand. Number two is communicating truthfully what you know and communicating what you don't know yet. And number three, informing the public, what are you doing to figure out what you don't know? I would just close by saying, echoing the words of Mr. Haldar today, and also Mr. Gurumurthy spoke about this, the importance of evidence-based communication. We are gradually living in a world that is more and more science-based. Our media fraternity comes more and more from the non-science base. Most of our politicians in South Asia come from a non-science background. Similarly with our faith-based leaders, science is seen as a contra to faith. These are the narratives we need to change. And last, I would say that the demonopolization of media is actually a good phenomenon. The fact that Mr. Bhutia, the chief guest today, Mr. Ricky Cage, who's sitting across here, we know not only their creativity, his music or his football skills, but we know his journey, we know his story. We heard today how Sikkim has inspired Mr. Bhutia to make certain choices in life. So demonopolization of media is good. Content creators is good. The question is, can we offer better content that prevails? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sumer. Thank you so much. There are a lot of amazing information that we need to learn. I'm just wondering if IBC can later think of compiling all these into a book. That'd be really very helpful, because there are a lot of very constructive information. And also thank you for winding up on time. So next we have Mr. Burenbayer Chandrav, and he again, he's a multifaceted, the biography is extremely rich. Last night I was going through this, I was so impressed. So firstly, he served as a senior manager in the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace, and also he served as a minister counselor, Embassy of Mongolia in India, and then he served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia. I'm not going to go through all the details. They are his affiliation, like being the advisor and public relations manager in the International Association of Mongol Studies, and the founder and chief editor of the Mongolian Observer, and then the chief international relations and the cooperation division, and then the advisor, foreign relations and the cooperation department, parliament secretariat. And one thing which I was very impressed was his being the press and the public relations officer in the office of the president of Mongolia. I just quickly read this for our information. It's very interesting. He translated and interpreted for the president of Mongolia during his meeting with foreign dignitaries visiting the country, and also accompanied the president on his official and state foreign visits, providing interpretation, advice on media relations, and coordinating with foreign and Mongolian media. So it goes on and on. So I'd like to stop here to listen to him. And Mr. Burnett, you have the 10 minutes.
Okay. Yes. Namaskar, good afternoon, Sam Baskano. I'm extremely delighted that Dr. Arvind Gupta, VIF president, he was in Mongolia at one time. We had worked together, and he's here, and I'm very happy to be here at VIF. And thank you very much, Most Venerable Shaste Khensur Rinpoche, Janche Choten. He was our vice president of ABCP. Mr. Abhijit Haldar, IBC Director General. Most Venerable monks, lamas and nuns, ladies and gentlemen. I had a long, I don't know why I sent my long CV. So I'm not a media person as such. I've been doing a lot of different work, and I was in the media too. When you look at the topic, the role of media in the
21st century. It's a huge topic, and we can only take one or two aspects of such a huge, vast topic as such, and given the time, just 10 minutes, I'm going to be making a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll be skipping some of the slides, but I'll be sharing my paper, which is about 20 pages, and my PowerPoint presentation. But I would like to touch on Mongolian media, religion in Mongolia. And I don't know how many people know that Mongolia is a Buddhist country. We were an atheist country. We are now a Buddhist country. And I think media has a very, very important role in disseminating what Buddha taught us and what we need to do to follow Buddha's teachings. This is the content of my presentation, introduction I've just done, religious tolerance. That's very important to know, this has been in Mongolia for many, many years. And then it goes into history and retrospect, laws and legislation, because we are living in a country or countries where the law-abiding citizens we have to create. Religion in Mongolia, it has a turbulent history. The state of media in Mongolia, which is now free for the last 30 years. Media and religion, what can media do and what can religion work with media, and then the conclusion. I was very interested, when we received this concept paper, that we would like to, one day conclave, will establish an Asian Buddhist Media Network, Buddhist social media networking in Asia. The world is getting smaller with all the social media that's coming along, and I think this kind of networking is very important. We come to know each other, then we exchange ideas, and then we start working what we need to do in terms of our philosophy, Buddhist philosophy. How do we media interact? How do we work together? I think unity is very important even among the media fraternity, right? Dr. Sunur said that, somebody also, I think Guru Murthy also said, media has both positive and negative roles, and Dr. Gishe Dorjit said that media is constructive and destructive. It's very true. The kind of media that we were talking about, mindful communication, constructive. If it's mindless communication, it's destructive. So I think this is what we have to understand. The collapse of the Soviet system in Mongolia in the 1930s also led to democratic transformations in the country. With these transformations, there came freedom of belief as well as freedom of press. And then the first free press was called Arthchilan, meaning democracy, ushering in a multi-party system, plurality in the country. Now, religious tolerance, as I was saying, this concept actually came very long time back, from the time of Chinggis Khan. We call him Chinggis Khan, but the rest of the world call him Genghis Khan. One of the, I think, experts on Chinggis Khan is an American scholar, Jack Weatherford, in his book called The Chinggis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. He had written that Chinggis Khan decreed complete and total religious freedom for everyone. And John Mann also says the same thing. In the 13th century, we had the Mongolian capital called Karakorum. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. They used to have, I think, different areas allocated to different religions. So all religions could practice at the same time. Preference was not given to any one particular religion, although at that time, shamanism was a predominating kind of a belief. Just history and retrospect. Mongolia is a traditional Buddhist country. Geological excavation, archaeological excavations, evidence that I think even during BC, Buddhism had come to Mongolia through India. And there are scholars who argue that the history of Buddhism, there were ups and downs 3 times in the history of Mongolia. The last one came in 1990, when we had the democratic transformations following the collapse of the Soviet Union, following the so-called perestroika, glasnost by Gorbachev, and Mongolia became a free and democratic country, and also we started having free press and the freedom of belief. We had dark periods in the history. In the 1930s, as you know, Stalin had launched political persecution in Russia, and we had a ripple effect in Mongolia too. There were political repressions in the 30s, which culminated in 1937. There were more than 1,000 temples and monasteries, Buddhist monasteries. They were all destroyed except for a few ones, which are still running in Ulaanbaatar now. And there were thousands of lamas were forced to disrobe, and many prominent lamas were summarily executed, branded as anti-revolutionaries. As you know, in Marxist communist theory, religion is dubbed as opium of the people. And that's what the ruling party, the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, which is a communist party until 1990, made Mongolia an atheist country from 1930. Well, laws and legislation are important to regulate social behavior, social interaction. And in 1992, we had a first democratic constitution, and I'll go further, let you know. And then we had different laws, and now we have a law on Mongolian law on relationship between the state and the monastery, which was passed in 1993. Mongolia is a secular country. It doesn't say that one particular religion is an official religion, but the National Security Council of Mongolia in 1994 says that Buddhism is a predominating religion in Mongolia. Here. And even the concept of national security says maximum support for research and studies on Buddhism, which protected and preserved intellectual civilization in the Mongols for many centuries. So these are actually embedded in our laws and legislation. That is meaning that Buddhism is the predominating religion, a religion that is interwoven into the fabric of customs and traditions and thinking of the Mongols for centuries. Again, we have this, as I said, there are articles and provisions which support Buddhism, studies Buddhism, and etc. in our laws and legislation. In the past, it was more shamanism, venerating the nature, and this is part of the Mongolian customs also. It's embedded in a way of life, venerating the environment. And now we talk about, then we have Buddhism, then we have Orthodox Christians, and we have Muslims, we have even Catholic Christians, we have the modern day Mormons, and then we even have Christianites in Mongolia, a country with just 3.3 million population. I'll go here. Religion in Mongolia, Buddhist 86.2%. That was in 2010. And 2020, it was 87.1. There's a growth, slight growth. And if you look at the Christians, 3.5, 2.2. There's a drop also. The thing is that the way the pastors and the Christians and the missionaries approach the people, they actually normally target the poor people. Now they want it back, So there is a decline in the number of Christians. And you can see Muslims are very small. Now, just media, population of 3.5 million, we have 434 media outlets, a huge army of journalists, about 4,337, I think, journalists. And internet is also growing. Now, there's a scholar at one of the universities. She had done a study in how many journalists actually write about Buddhism. And I think, I'm just finishing. So there are two media outlets in Mongolia, basically. One is this, it's a family radio 104.5. It's a Christian radio station. They promote Christianity. Before that, we used to have a TV called Eagle TV. And they used to tell a lot about from the Bible, the New Testament, and the Old Testament. And the only Buddhist media outlet that we have is at the Ganden Monastery. The Ganden Monastery, the central monastery, the center of the Mongolian Buddhists, and we have a Ganden TV. We have somebody speaking this afternoon. And then we have the newspaper, and we also have the FM radio. Now, another thing, we go into social media. That social media platform is really coming up, Recently, we had the Kala Chakra in Mongolia. And Ganden had been very active, and they have about 92,000 followers. And they've been promoting Kala Chakra. And you can see, and we also have another group of, in the social media, it's called the followers of the Lord Buddha movie. I think there was a 55 series of Buddhist movie on the life of Buddha. It started in 2020. It's still going in different channels. And many people, young people now, it's reached Mongolian young people, and they say that, well, Buddhism is not that a complicated religion. It's very simple to follow, from what the movie shows. So, and there's a lot of coverage of, there is no biased or no discriminatory coverage in media, but sometimes the media tend to go beyond the board, like they look for sensation. For example, there were media coverages about some abuses at the Ganden Monastery made headlines. But one thing, the 10th Bogd Khan of Mongolia, who is the theocrat ruler, he was recognized by His Holiness, and they wrote a lot about him. So just what I'm saying is, conclusion is that research shows that journalists as a whole in the country do not have a deep understanding of Buddhism. This is from a research which was conducted by one of the scholars, So the media has a role to tell the media people what they need to know about Buddhism. We don't have any model. Our messages must be simple in common man's language. Facebook, Ganden, they use very complicated language. It's in Mongolian, but very difficult to understand. But if you look at Christian messages, Bible, Testaments, very easy to understand. So I think our media has to work in that. And finally, to wind up, I would like to thank IBC for an opportunity to speak. I have my paper, which will be, I think, published and distributed to others. But I think what we need to really do is work together, hand in hand, and exchange ideas. We have to learn from each other. And frankly speaking, we Mongolians have a lot to learn from others, from all of you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrov. Baran Bayer, thank you so much for your lucid presentation. Next, we have Mr. Dibanjan Roy Chaudhary. Reading his biography, Mr. Chaudhary is the diplomatic editor at the Economic Times and has special interest in Bangladesh, Myanmar, Southeast Asia, besides Eurasia, Russia, and Arab world. He has been a journalist since 2001 and has worked with UNI, Kuwait News Agency, and Mail Today on the India Today group. Dibanjan is ILVP Fellow, USA, besides being a fellow in Singapore, Taiwan, Germany. He has presented papers at the Russia International Affairs Council and lectured at the Higher School of Economics, Moscow. Mr. Dibanjan, the stage is yours, 10 minutes.
Thank you. I should first admit that my exposure to Buddhism is very, very limited, except every morning I'm exposed to or I listen to the chanting by my wife who practices Nichiren Buddhism. But I didn't get into the details of that because, maybe I have very limited patience to practice that. And the other exposure to Buddhism is I was born and brought up in Kolkata, and very near to where I stay in South Kolkata there is a very I don't say famous, but there's a pagoda which I found very peaceful actually. This is near the swimming lakes in Kolkata, and therefore I used to always like visiting there. And my travels to Southeast Asia has taken me to some of the temples which are not much known to the Indian public or Indian media. One, for example, is the temple of Borobudur in Indonesia. And I was exposed to Borobudur rather through the name of a hotel called Hotel Borobudur in Jakarta. So they named it after the temple. So I'm a journalist who writes on foreign and strategic affairs for the last 15 years. So I would focus, I'll keep it short and I'll focus mostly on how, Indian media is quite oblivious to certain things of Buddhism and its civilizational ethos. Firstly, it is not, if I may use the word quote unquote, very sexy subject for the Indian media. Today, the way the pace of the media has changed, and as Dr. Verma explained, in the demonopolization of media. So there might be some journalists who are in tier 2, tier 3 cities who might be doing niche work on certain subjects on Buddhism or certain aspects of religion, but largely mainstream media gives it a miss. They would rather kind of or cover it only episodically, in the sense when the US Foreign Relations Committee chairperson or US senators go and meet His Holiness the Dalai Lama in Dharamshala, and the kind of statements probably they had given which had created sensation because it was directed against a particular country which borders India, and therefore the interest is created in Indian media only for a couple of hours actually. The television and the social media probably doesn't get into the depth of it because they have very limited patience, very limited understanding of the Buddhism and how it originated from India. There is a very good map here I found for the first time, in the sense maybe IBC has been doing it, which is the spread of Buddha Dhamma from the Ganges Valley, India. I had put it on my Twitter handle this morning. And I feel that this is something which should be spread among the Indian media, and Indian media should also, in terms of, whenever they're talking about the spread of Buddhism from India, should be popularized, particularly through the social media channels, be it Twitter or X now or the Instagram, because this is something which is, I guess, missing in the narrative of common citizens of India. They are not very aware of how it spread and the journeys it took via Afghanistan to Central Asia and to Sri Lanka, and from there to the Southeast Asia. This is something that needs to be kind of popularized through social media, through even non-mainstream media, which if they take it up, if there's a dedicated channel on that, so that would be really helpful. As I understand from the panelists and also from my fellow panelists here, there are a lot of dedicated channels on Buddhism and its principles in various countries where there are largely Buddhists, if Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, probably in Vietnam also, I understand in Taiwan, South Korea, as well as in Mongolia. That is missing in India. There are channels, TV channels who focus on civilizational religions, but not really on Buddhism. So that is something that should be explored, if not by mainstream media, but by media houses which want to go explore into that area. Often as a practicing journalist, and one is forced to look into areas which is like no news. Good news is no news. That has been kind of that is the motto of all journalists world over. If a dog bites a man, it's not a news. If the man bites a dog, that's a news. So that is the state of the affairs, I think, of the media world over, where they are not really focusing on the serious issues. They are mostly kind of, sensationalizing, including the mainstream media, whether it's in US or elsewhere. There is also this kind of lack of understanding for non-mainstream media. In India, because of the English-speaking world that we stay, we think that the media which is in the West is probably the only media because we speak in that language, and therefore whatever they are saying is the gospel truth, and therefore, without understanding that there's a subtle messaging which is happening through some of these media. So what has happened in the last 20 years, certain states has taken upon themselves to create certain media houses. Now, I'm not getting into whether those states have been has been successful in doing an honest journalism or not, but they have really pumped in a lot of money. For example, Qatar, the Al Jazeera, RT, Russia Today. Then there is TRT again in Turkey, which very few people are aware. These have huge reach, and these are positioning themselves as a non-mainstream media. I don't think that there is much traction which is happening in India. I mean, again, people are only picking up the negative news. But one can also look at, developing a model based on this. I mean, DD International many years back, almost, in the UPA 1 or UPA 2. I mean, UPA 1 means United Progressive Alliance led by Congress, and they had this concept of making DD International as the international channel of India. Never really happened, got bogged down due to the bureaucracy. I mean, never really got the quality journalists. I mean, we probably need to hire people from, from outside India to at least bring the technical part of it to make it more suave, more polished, to have an outside reach. And certain civilization ethos, particularly with regard to Buddhism, which is not really focus of the Indian media, and its outreach to Central Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, parts of South Asia, and even Mongolia are not something which are very attractive among the Indian media personnel. Maybe occasionally earlier, if I'm not wrong, and this I'm talking about a decade and a half back, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs used to organize some trips for journalists from India to some of these countries where they were exposed to some of these Buddhist sites and temples. But that also has kind of disappeared over the last 1.5 decades. I think that could be revived as something, because media houses on their own will not have budget for this, but definitely it can be inspired a bit from IBC or from others to create kind of an awareness on this subject. And I also kind of felt that maybe, I mean, I didn't find anybody from Central Asia here, so probably that is a missing link in terms of, and I understand that this is probably a subject which is not really focused in that part of the world, but those sites are preserved in some of these countries, particularly in Uzbekistan. So, and even within India, states like West Bengal, Bihar, of course, is well known, but there are sites in West Bengal, Assam, which are Buddhist sites. But again, I mean, even the local media is not really taking up those or creating awareness about that. There are archaeological sites also in Bangladesh. The current situation apart, whenever it improves, I think there could be more focus on that. And Myanmar being our, the entry point to Southeast Asia, there should be more focus on for media houses and for channels and for social media handles and for non-alternative media to also look at how Buddhism is preserved by the society, by the state in Myanmar, as well as in Sri Lanka, because people go, I mean, Indians travel there as tourists, but doesn't really pick up the threads from there and create a narrative. I think if, like today, there are dedicated social media influencers focusing only on food or only on culture. If there are social media influencers who can be dedicated only on the Buddhist circuit, global Buddhist circuit, I think that will be really helpful, which can be inspired or encouraged from any quarter here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Debanjanji. You just spoke at the right point. And the next we have Mr. Benny, who I know for the last many years. And reading his biography, we see that Benilio is the editor of Eastern Horizon. I had the honor of having written an article there. Journal of the Young Buddhist Association of Malaysia. He was the editorial consultant and a contributor to the Religions and Beliefs, volumes of the Encyclopedia of Malaysia. His writings have appeared in Journal of Malaysian branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Kajian Malaysia, and in Nurturing Child and Adolescent Spirituality, Perspectives from the World's Religious Traditions. And yes, there are so many contributions. He wrote the 9 books. And what I'd like to share with you is that with respect to the media, as I indicated in the opening remark, is that people like Benny, who I know so well, we all should be inspired by such people like Benny. Why I'm saying this is that whenever we go to the universities and various institutions to give lectures, talks and so forth, and I don't miss to share with them the need to think of the global, the world at large, rather than just your own religion, Buddhism, or this religion, that religion, your ethnicity. Think of the larger good. If let's say that if the Buddhists meet Christians or Hindus or Muslims or Jains, Sikhs, and then they shake hands and you feel the brotherhood, sisterhood, like a brother and sister. They're very different, bodily they're very different, but they meet, they see the oneness. So that spirit needs to be encouraged. And in this connection, as in my opening remark, I talked about the universal ethics for the world, which is holiness. They so strongly advocate for the world beyond Buddhism. Whenever I do that, people tend to take interest in this, like the university vice chancellors, the directors of these institutions, they take interest in this. And they even go to the extent of applying this in their own institutions. And the first thing that I do is, whether or not the person who said we can introduce in an institution or a university, whether or not that person is fully with this, whether or not the person has a, full admiration in this concept of the universal concept of brotherhood and sisterhood. Only if then I give more details. So here is a man, Mr. Benny, who is actually having a who is multifaceted and who really embodies that quality of the humanity. Very compassionate and embracing every religion, culture, and ethnicity. So let's listen to Mr. Benny, 5-10 minutes. Yes.
Thank you.
You can use this. Yes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. So, very good afternoon again to all venerable members of the Sangha, fellow speakers, as well as participants and friends. I think first and foremost, let me say that I'm speaking more as a Dhamma practitioner rather than a media specialist. So I would like to start by making reference to, let's see, how do I get the first slide? Can I get the first slide? Let me start my presentation by making reference to these 4 stanzas, which I think some of you are familiar with. It talks about the importance of words and the meaning behind those words. And this is taken from His Holiness Dalai Lama's commentary on the Atisha's Lamb on the Path to Enlightenment. Okay? Now, I think this is because words actually have power. And if the meaning are wrongly grasped, then this will result in much conflict and disharmony in society. So it is the role of the media to ensure that this does not happen. And I think there's much that we can learn from the Buddha's teachings. Okay, so let's look at the media today. I think the media has power and authority. Okay, I've got to do this. All right. So the media has power and authority in our modern society. So people around the world, at all economic and social levels, they are faced with multiple forms of media daily, that is both print and online. Now this includes obviously television news, radio broadcasting, newspaper articles, and now we have digital media as well. So the mass media is already an interesting part of our everyday lives. Now let's look at public expectations. The public's expectations that the media, especially in its reporting, adheres to certain professional standards and values that are ethical, honest, and objective, instead of perpetuating what is today a common term, fake news. all right, which we don't hear too much, all right, last decade. So the public expects such professionalism from the modern day media practitioners. Now the point is, what can Buddhism inputs, what inputs can we get from Buddhism? I think the Buddhist approach to media and communications places great importance on right speech, which is part of the Noble Eightfold Path. And for today's session, the other aspects will be right mindfulness, which also forms a key component. So this principle encourages individuals to speak or write words that are true, beneficial, timely, and kind. And it also discourages lying, harsh speech, harsh language, slander, and idle chatter. Now, Buddhist approach essentially urges individuals, including journalists and media specialists, to be sensitive to the words that they use and to realize that such words have an impact on others. So spreading fake news, for example, is definitely not in line with Buddhist teachings. Why? Because this is tantamount to breaking the fourth precept, which is lying, that all Buddhists, at least as lay Buddhists, we're expected to uphold in our everyday life. So if we look at the importance of speech from the Buddha's teachings, is that there are actually three key factors that circle around right speech. So we have right views, we have right effort, we have right mindfulness. So for today, I'll just touch a little bit on right speech as well as right mindfulness. Now, if we look at right speech from the Buddha's teachings itself, basically we're talking about four things: to abstain from lying, to abstain from slander, to abstain from harsh speech, and to abstain from idle chatter. All right? And the Buddha also mentioned in another teaching in the Vajra Sutta that a well-spoken speech has got certain characteristics. And here he addressed the monks. A statement endowed with 5 factors, they are considered as well-spoken, not ill-spoken. And what are they? They are blameless, unfaulted by knowledgeable or wise people. Now, which 5? Then he talks about it is spoken at the right time, it is spoken in truth, truthfully, it is spoken affectionately, it is spoken beneficially, and it is spoken with a mind of goodwill. So I guess the point is for us, as Buddhists or friends of Buddhism or as media specialists, to ask whether is our speech, is it timely, is it true, is it kind, is it harmful, and most important, is it useful? Why useful? Because in another teaching the Buddha gave to Prince Abhaya Kumara Raja Sutta, he says that there are actually 6 possibilities of statements that we could make, but he only made 2, which is he only makes statements which are true, which are useful, hopefully is pleasant most of the time, but occasionally may not be pleasant. So when a statement is true, is useful, but unpleasant to the ears, the Buddha knows the right time to say it. All right. But if a statement is true, it is useful, it is beneficial to us, and it's pleasant, he will always say it. I think that's a very important advice that the Buddha has given us. So, likewise, it's not only in the early teachings, the great Lama Atisha in his Bodhisattva Garland of Gems, something that I find really very useful is that he says, when we are in the midst of many people, we must always keep a check on what we say, keep a speech. But what happens when we are alone? When we are alone, we should always keep a check on our mind. And I think that's, again, another wonderful teaching from the great Atisha. And I think this is where it leads us to how to have a mindful thoughts rather than mindless thoughts. Right? So checking our speech becomes very essential. And right speech is mindfulness practice where we commit to greater awareness of what we are about to say before we say it. And thus, it actually offers us that freedom to choose when we want to say it, what we want to say, and also how to say it. So the Buddha gave very, very specific advice on how we should manage our speech. So we learn to restrain our speech in moments of anger, in hostility or confusion, and over time, perhaps through lojong or whatever meditation that we may have, to train the heart to be more frequently inclined towards what we would call wholesome states, kusala states of mind, which are like love, kindness, compassion, and empathy. And I think if we do that long enough, as Daniel Goleman said, we turn those states into traits. So that's what we want to do, all right? So again, the Buddha gave fantastic teachings, and the next 1-2 slides, actually the instruction Buddha gave his son, Rahula, when the son was only like 7 years old, if I'm not mistaken, 7 or 8, in the Chula Rahula Vada Sutta, right? He says, whatever we do, whatever we say, whatever we think, there are always the three dimensions of time. Before we do it, while we are doing it, and after we have done it. So here the Buddha gave us, again, very practical advice, which I think all of us, media practitioners or non-media practitioners, we can. He says, for example, it's something that we're going to do in the future, something we want to say in the future, we want to write in the future. Let us reflect. Will this action of ours, it could be mental, it could be verbal, it could be bodily, is it going to cause harm? Is it going to cause conflict to us, to oneself and others? If yes, please don't do it. If no, please continue. Likewise, the Buddha says, something you are currently doing, you can still assess. This is where we have learned meditation, we have learned mindfulness, we learn to respond rather than to react. So we are able then to assess whether this mental or verbal or bodily action, is it causing harm to oneself? Is it leading to conflict in oneself and to others? Again, if it is yes, let's stop doing it. If it is no, please continue. So again, the Buddha says, well, if we have done it, something we have done in the past, let us review, let us reflect. Did this mental or verbal or bodily action, did it cause harm to me? Did it lead to conflict and to others? If so, should we do it? No, we don't. All right, and if no, okay, continue. So again, an advice the Buddha gave his son when his son was only 7 years old. All right, so I think something, again, we could grasp. So we look at media ethics now. There's a lot that media ethics can actually learn. So there's a critical need for media ethics because news reporting has become more and more driven by the free market. So motivated financial gains rather than reporting what is true. So media ethics, we know about that. So again, the other aspect is being ethical, all right? So I'll just skip this because these principles highlight the importance of communicating interpersonal relationships that promote peace and harmony in society. So the key aspects of the Buddha's teaching is always to emphasize harmony in society. Even when his monks were quarreling, as he mentioned in the Arana Vibhanga Sutta, Buddha says, we should solve conflicts. All right? So it's key in that. So in conclusion, I would say that Buddhism encourages mindful speech in all our interactions with others. This includes being sensitive to the impact of what we say or write on others. Truthfulness is key in communication, as lying or deceit goes against the principles of ethical conduct. So the media should thus value harmony and consensus so that we can all work together to find solutions. So in conclusion, let me make this final prayer for all. May all sentient beings have happiness and its causes. May all sentient beings be free of suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings never be separated from happiness and always be without suffering. And may all sentient beings be in equanimity, free of vice. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Benny, for very enriching the presentation. This is what I call as educating ourselves. So the media people here, this is a great learning opportunity, and also mentioned about the ethics. So every institution, medical institution, law, business, there is what is known as the ethics committee. So with this in mind, so this is a great education for us. Thank you, Brother Benny. So next in line we have Professor Monsak Radik. Professor Monsak is a lecturer in the Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication at Thammasat University, Thailand. He graduated from the Faculty of Media and Communication at Bournemouth University. The title of his research is Bridging Digital Media Literacy with a Thai context of sati, which is mindfulness. His research interests include digital media literacy combined with sati as self-literacy for redefining and reframing the globalized concept, in particular redesigning diverse approaches and creativity for social change. The current research topic, applying the concept of self-literacy for Card game ideation, a literature review to initiate the prototype development of the digital media literacy with Sati. Very interesting. So let's see. His publication includes Bridging Digital Media Literacy with the Thai Context of Sati, the Palgrave Handbook of Media Misinformation, Gratitude Stimulates Word of Mouth More Than Words of Thanks. So here we have Professor Monsak.
Greeting for everyone, and thank you for having me in this conclave today. Actually, it seems like my topic seems different from other, but I think that's just for the topic. Maybe I will try to clarify you all more why I use this Buddhist concept to apply to the concept of digital media literacy. So let's start with the first slide. Okay. This comes from my thesis project that I studied at the Bournemouth University at the UK. The finding that I got from the research that I got two things. The first one I would like to mention about the self-literacy. The self-literacy can define into two terms, for example, as an individual with the self-awareness. And the other point is self-literacy in the meaning of the social constructural awareness. So you can see more from my first assumption framework. So the assumption framework is talking about the framework of digital media literacy. It showed about the process of when we encourage media education to cultivate critical thinking, they also encourage people to have the competency. So that's why I try to merge the concept of the mindfulness to make the people have the critical reflection, or the pari is about the Joniso Manasika, and also the concept of concentration and ethic. So that's why this is quite important, because of in the Western concept of media literacy, they also using about I mentioned is about the outside in, because of the Western concept try to learning by teaching, have the curriculum. For the other part, that's Ethan try to figure out is about the inside out. I think it's very important for the people to emphasize and return to focusing on the internal function as well. So that's why the outcome of the mindfulness to cultivate the critical reflection that come to the wisdom of Panya. That my assumption that would like to show everyone is about if individual have self-literacy, so it's gonna become the process of media literacy as well. So the next one, I summarize. I will try to describe you shortly. Self-literacy as the individual with self-awareness. It's just like a personal competence. Personal competence, it means that understand what's happening into the one thought and emotion. When we consume the media, they also have many pop-up ideas. The thought, the emotion happen all the time, all the moment. So if we have the self-literacy, we try to reconsider, to thinking about the reflect with self-awareness. So that's why every thought and emotion are arising, existing, and then ending in the second. This is a key idea. And the other point from the self-literacy, I would like to focus on the observe the pattern of thought and emotion from the opposite ideology, norm, or injustice. For example, maybe some culture, they have just like inequality. So that's why the key point of self-literacy try to empower them to know that because of they have some oppressed from cultural norms. So that's why we're gonna go to the other point of social competence in the meaning of self-literacy, that social structural awareness. So clarify the structure of self-habituation, the structure of relationship between social dominant power. I mean, the self-habituation, it means that when you got something, when you influence something, when you want to react, just observe your self-habituation. For example, when you got angry, when you got hate, the rapid action, you will do something rapidly action. So mindfulness, just like a pausing moment that you stop and thinking your pattern, that you why when you're angry, why you always doing like this every time. So if you realize that and have self-literacy, maybe you can concern and maybe change the solution when you react with angry or when you react with hate, something like this. And then I would like to share you some point. State of mindfulness is just like a support internal function. And that I told you before, the function of sati is just provide the pausing moment to observe their own self-habituation and social power relationship. And then the key competency that I would like to mention, because of the media literacy in the Western concept tied to focusing on how they access the media, how they understand the media, how they act to the media. But the other point is very important for the internal function is listen to one's own voice and then listen to the other voice. I think the listening skill is quite important for the new era of the digital transformation that many kind of people try to forget this kind of important skill. And then from the new research that I would like to explore more, I would like to focusing on the internalization process. The card game would like to clarify about how they to realize their thought and the emotion that happen and pop up in every moment, and then how to enchant digital media literacy with the mindfulness as a self-literacy to more practical and engagement approach in daily life. One key question is about the concept of this conclave. How to spend the idea of Buddhist concept into the youngster or something like this. Maybe the pain point of this challenge is about how to adapt the concept to be easily to access something like this. So the key point of my research try to do something like this as well. How to use the concept of digital media literacy with sati mindfulness to become more practical and easily to engage with the young children or even someone that they try to engage with the social media. So the other point I would like to concrete into 4 points. The first one that I try to redefine to the framework of the card game ideation. The first point, you will see the question. I would like to conclude for you that if I would like to develop the card game to utilize the concept of digital media literacy concept, the first one, really important, the method of selecting question, how to select and develop the question for encourage player to participate in the process of critical reflection. This is the first point that I got. The second point, group dynamic. It's very important as well because of when you have experience about the game card, the group dynamic of player playing is very important. The group dynamic also to create the sharing moment, the discussing moment, which playing a game card to provide a peace sharing with the with both the moment of competitive and moment of the cooperative as well at the same time. I think the process of group dynamic is very important for player to play and return to the self-literacy. Maybe 2 minutes, please. And the other third thing is about the balancing spread. The balancing spread is about when you play game card, it may be visualize you to become the real world while you playing card. And also the situation that from the question, maybe you can visualize you to understand the real situation while you playing card. So that's why the balance space is between the real world and also artificial safe space while you playing card. The last point is about the enlightened moment and also the direct experience from the personal experience. Because of the key thing of this enlightened moment, it's not just only the joyful moment. It's just like a real life moment, and also when you understand something, when you enlighten something, it's just like an enlightened moment as well. It's not a group moment. It's not just a group enlightened moment. It's just personal experience that comes from the direct experience. So the last slide I would like to conclude is just like about the one method of select question, the design strategy for each state, and enjoy moment while playing card game, and good technique for discussion and sharing. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Monsak. Thank you so much for the amazing sharing, for the reason that I remember one gentleman who is ultra rich, and he always says that I feel so bored with my life. He has everything, and he said, I feel so bored. He's going through depression. So this is where I think that all of us, we need to incorporate this sati, the self-awareness, in our, whatever you do, your business, teaching, or your rituals, or your office work, whatever, if you can incorporate that, then your life will be very beautiful. There's no room for feeling bored. Thank you so much, Professor Monsak. So with this mind, I don't see any time for question answers. We are running late. 2 questions, 1 question. Okay, so the moderator says 1 question. Anyone, let us be very direct, to the point. Yes, over there. Please introduce yourself. And if possible, to whom you want to direct your question.
Hello, Tashi Delik. Myself, Rinzin Namgyal, and I'm a Tibetan. And my question is for, I don't know whether my question is too political or what, but it's up to you whether you want to answer or not. My question is for Mr. Chandra Buranbhai, that since this conclave is about spreading, like to incorporating the Buddhist principle in the media, so I just want to ask the question that how the Mongolian media cover the religious repression in the Inner Mongolia, and what's the state of Buddhism in the Inner Mongolia? So that's the question for Mr. Chandra Buranbhai. I don't know whether it's a political or not, but it's up to you to whether you answer or not. So,
okay. Mr. Buranbhai?
About Inner Mongolia.
Yes.
Wallah. Inner Mongolia was part of Mongolia, and it was overtaken by China in 1945. Frankly speaking, they are Mongolians, they are Buddhists, and as I just mentioned, we had a Kala Chakra at Gandham Monastery, and I think there were many Inner Mongolian Buddhists who attended the Kala Chakra. But China being a communist country, where the Communist Party is ruling, religion they say they promote, but I don't know how far the freedom of religion is in Inner Mongolia. I have not been to that part, I have not done any studies, but judging by the visitors who attended the Kala Chakra initiation in Ulaanbaatar recently, we can say that Buddhism is very much alive, especially among the Mongolians. the bulk of the population in a Mongolian are Chinese, Han Chinese, very few Mongolians. That was a very, encouraging sign to see inner Mongolian Buddhists coming to outer Mongolia to attend the Kala Chakra. So, which is, I think, I don't know whether I have answered your question or not, but I think we do have Mongolians who are still practicing. Just to say that 70 years the communist rule in Mongolia could not extinguish the flame of religious belief among the Mongolians. Similarly, the flame of Buddhism or religion in inner Mongolia, despite the communist rule, I think is still very much alive.
Thank you so much. Okay, the main moderator is in room for more questions. Okay, no. Thank you, all of you. And I'd like to conclude by saying that so while all these amazing information are being passed on to us by the 5 brilliant speakers and later speakers to follow, at the same time, let us not expect that the whole world will change just by a single conference, number one. Number two, that simply because that there are bad medias doesn't mean that good medias should feel demoralized or a hopeless world. We should not do that. In fact, what I was sharing with you is that this perhaps would be a good learning for all of us, including myself, that several years ago, a young Tibetan boy came to my office and who said that the last several years I've been working in an Indian company, and then I'm being paid so well. But suddenly I discovered that my life and the life of a dog, there's no difference. Let's not forget this. Media person, all of us, let's not forget this. My life and the life of a dog, there's no difference. I said, why? He said that the dog gets up at 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock and said that, I have to go look for food. And then he, at 6 o'clock or perhaps 7 o'clock, gets, I'm late for the work. He goes work. What is his job? It's just to feed your belly. The dog is doing the same thing. And then in the evening, the dog comes back. And the dog sleeps. And you come back, you're so tired and you watch a television. The dog doesn't have a television. That's the difference. And you become even more tired. And you fall asleep on the sofa. And then this is how the same day you repeat it like 365 into 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. At the end of the day, you regret. All these white hairs, what is this? Just to fill the belly. If this is your life, no doubt, as you grow older, you'll become more and more unhappy. You'll miss your youth. In short, media person, no doubt you have a huge responsibility. Don't just think of the media subject, this information, that information. But in the process of doing this, why should you not enrich your life? To make your life so beautiful, to see that whole world is like a school for you to educate. And all the citizens of the world, 8 billion human beings, they are like students. With a good heart, keep growing yourself and see your life growing. As you grow older, you become happier and happier and happier media person. If that happens, you are a successful media person. If you grow older and older and older and the younger media, they kick you out and you regret you miss your youth. That is how you missed your youth, how you have used your life in a very unfruitful way. So with this, let us all be positive. Let's move forward. Let us not feel demoralized. Let's keep moving forward and make the world a better world. Thank you.
We've come to the end of the first session. May I please request Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director of VIF, to please give mementos to the moderator and speakers of this session. First, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdul, Director, Tibet House, India. Dr. Sunur Verma, President, the Himalayan Dialogue, Nepal. Mr. Chandrav Burenbayar, Senior Manager, ABCP, Mongolia. Mr. Dipanjan Roy Chaudhary, Senior Assistant Editor, The Economic Times, India. Mr. Benny Leo Woon Kin, Editor, Eastern Horizon, Malaysia. And Professor Monsak Shai Viragdek, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Journalism and Mass Communication, Thammasat University, Thailand. There is a series of publication from the VIF to the speakers and moderators as well.
Some of our publications of the VIF.
Maybe the entire panel and Dr. Gupta can stand for a photograph, group photograph. Thank you. We will now break for lunch. We are running late by 1 hour. May I please request everyone to be back by 2:45 p.m. Thank you. Lunch is being served downstairs. Thank you, sir.
Buddha. Situated in the holy land of Nepal, Lumbini has always been an important Buddhist pilgrimage center for monks and devotees from the 3rd century BC. Approved by the Nepal government in 1978, the Lumbini Master Plan is spread across a sprawling area of 8 square kilometers with 3 zones: the Sacred Garden, the Monastic Zone, and the new Lumbini Village. The International Buddhist Confederation humbly greets you to experience the miracle of feeling oneness with Lord Buddha and at peace with oneself. Nestled within the monastic zone of Lumbini, to experience, reflect, and rever the sacred story of Buddha's life teachings, we bring to you a state-of-the-art project, India International Center for Buddhist Culture and Heritage. The design visualization of this beautiful building springs from the story of Buddha's birth, when he took 7 steps immediately after being born. At each holy step of this newborn, a lotus flower bloomed, symbolizing the idea of this majestic three-storied structure with alternating blue water bodies and green landscape stairway to reach the main level of the building. Just as the Buddha, calm from outside, and a contemplative power force from the inside, similarly the building appears like a composed structure from the outside, but is a limitless knowledge source from the inside. This architectural marvel will be committed to Nepal's goal of net zero greenhouse emissions by 2045. As we enter the building, we are led to the first floor where we arrive at the Grand Welcome Area or the Agaman Sthal. This space will serve as an orientation zone of the premises, its routes and facilities provided. Moving towards the prayer hall or the Vandana Sthal, you witness a beautiful modern-day chaitya built with a massive capacity to accommodate both devotees and visitors. Pray peacefully with acoustically treated surfaces to achieve a sound, safe environment, bringing you a sense of complete calm while you pray. The power of devotional ambience in the surroundings will guide you to the meditation hall or Dhyana Sthal. Devotees can pause, reflect and meditate here with the Buddhist chants of Buddham Sharanam Gacchami. From the serene calm of Dhyana Sthal, we proceed towards the Padmapani Interpretation Center. For our visitors, this center gives an immersive experience about Buddha's birth story and dream of Mahamaya through digital screens, Buddha's teachings through projection mapping, and a powerful glimpse towards his journey of Nirvana through holographic exhibits. To gain a greater understanding of Buddhism and many philosophical ideas, visit the library or the Gyanasthal. Research scholars can consult rare books and recent publications that have been methodically sourced from different parts of the world. For our millennials, the library is digitally equipped with modern-day technology. Between the Interpretation Center and the library, the third jewel is completed by the Three Ratna Art Gallery, which has been especially curated as a space for exhibiting rare Buddhist art collections. A special exhibition on the popular Jataka stories will be an added attraction for the devotees. Bringing a holistic experience that is both devotional and recreational, this resource center offers world-class facilities in areas such as the cafe, guest rooms and the staff quarters. A boardroom and a conference room will be available to facilitate corporate off-site programs too. Use of solar energy has been made to provide clean energy for 365 days of the year. Setup of active elements which ensures the building mass is converted into an efficient energy bank. This helps to keep you cool with radiant cooling. The sustainable building structure would reduce carbon footprint and contribute less amount of greenhouse gas to the atmosphere during its overall operations. So come, join us at India International Center for Buddhist Culture and Heritage at Nepal. It welcomes you for an exceptional experience to reflect, relax, and witness the pilgrimage of modern times in Lumbini, the start of Buddha's journey where life comes to a full circle.
Thank you for everyone who's come back timely. We'll start with the second session and maybe people can still come up slowly. The second session of the second International Buddhist Media Conclave is on the application of mindful communication in conflict avoidance. Mindful communication, rooted in Buddhist teachings, emphasizes understanding, compassion, and nonviolence. This session will focus on how these principles can be applied to media practices to avoid conflict and promote peace. This session, we have moderator as Khenso Rinpoche Nicholas Vreeland. Chairman of Buddha Dhamma and Media Publicity Awareness Committee of IBC, and former abbot of Rato Dratsang Monastery in the US. The speakers of this panel session are Dharmacharya Shantam Seth, Mr. Odragit Jaja, Dr. Prashant Sharma, Ms. Amy Haley Hayakawa, and Mr. Piyush Kulekshetra. Over to you, Venerable.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here at the Vivekananda International Foundation for this conference, or this, I know it's not called, it's an International Buddhist Media Conclave. I'm honored to be chairing this, and I've been asked to speak very briefly, so I shall speak very briefly. I'm happy to be with my 5 speakers, whom I will introduce one by one before they speak. But I just wanted to take a moment to say, as we discuss the application of mindfulness, mindful communication in conflict avoidance, the most important aspect of this is something that I feel that my colleague Geshe Dorje Damdul addressed this morning when he talked about the importance of working on our own ethics. And I think that this was really well treated this morning by the different speakers. And as he reminded us, and I wish to reiterate, were the Buddha to be alive today, he wouldn't be teaching as a Buddhist or teaching Buddhism. He would be teaching ethics in a secular way. He would be teaching how to behave in virtuous ways and the techniques by which we can work towards refrain from non-ethical behavior. I feel that the whole way by which ethics would be applied to something like media was beautifully expressed by Mr. Benny Liao Wong Kin this morning when he talked about something that I think is fundamental, which is the importance of applying these things to ourselves. Yes, we can come together, and yes, we can talk about societal structures, we can talk about the training of people, we can talk about all these aspects of cultivating an outside structure, I'll call it, but the most important thing is the work that we as individuals do on ourselves in order to bring about a mindful communication that can lead to conflict avoidance. So this having been said, I look forward to hearing the way in which each of the members of this panel address how we go about making our own changes that bring about changes in society. So let us begin with my friend Shantam Seth, who's sitting right next to me here. And just to get his biography perfect, Mr. Dharmacharya Shantam Seth. And Shantam is the 43rd generation teacher in the Linchi Dhyan lineage, and was ordained as a Dharmacharya by the really important, wonderful master of our time, Thich Nhat Hanh, in 2001. Shantam has been teaching, leading pilgrimages with the wonderful title, In the Footsteps of the Buddha. So with that, I leave the floor to my friend Shantam.
So thank you very much for inviting me to this august gathering. I'm particularly privileged that I'm sitting between two monastic brothers and with others who will also be sharing on the same subject, but also hearing this morning from really wonderful speakers and people who've seeded new sort of ways of looking at reality for me. And I really liked Guru Murtiji's understanding of ideology and philosophy, which I'd really, is such an obvious one, but I hadn't really seen it that way. But, we all communicate. That is our karma. We don't only communicate in words, we communicate with facial gestures, with body language, all our actions, our speech, our thoughts. That is all part of our sort of communication apparatus in a way. So that is what we put into the world, and that's what remains after we've left. So how we think, how we speak, how we act, and Benny G very kindly shared about right speech, developed on that particular theme. And so everything we say or do or think bears our signature in that way. And if our thinking is full of discrimination and hate, that will very obviously translate into violence. And then if we think if we can cultivate that insight of interdependence, where we see that the other's suffering is our suffering, the other's happiness is our happiness, then we can develop understanding and compassion, and of course, more peaceful speech and action. So, but that is communication. So does mindful communication. So mindful communication is very much about being aware of how we're communicating. What is that thought process? So in fact, what is our intentions and possible consequences? We never know exactly what the consequences are, but we at least can reflect on it a little bit and see from previous experience what might be the results of such a thing. And as my dear friend, elder brother, says, we have to start with ourselves. This morning, I think Dr. Verma talked about how do you train journalists. And I think it's very, very important that we train journalists to how to develop a calm, a peaceful mind, and one which can respond appropriately rather than reactively. So that's also about the whole of the Buddha's teachings, as I can see, is the sort of mind training, but mind not just as the brain, but as the heart. And so we also cultivate the heart in that process of the training. We have limited time, but I want us to, Guru Murtiji said something else that was interesting. He said in the chanting, it's an abstract type of abstract phenomenon in a way, but it united all of us. So I was going to invite a bell. I use this as my meditation bell every day. And I thought that we can invite the bell and just listen to the sound. So we're all actually listening to the same sound. So it's connecting us in a very interesting sort of way. The Sangha, as a community, has a much greater strength than an individual. And then just to use that to follow our breath. That's how I start my meditation, and that's how I even complete my meditation. So I just come back to my breath and using the sound and then petering off and coming back to the awareness of the breath. So I'll just guide it along. We'll just have it for maybe a minute, and then I'll come back. I call this a bell of mindfulness. So it's a type of communication through the bell, through the sound. And we think of it in our practice as the voice of the Buddha calling us back to our true home, to our true self. And where's our home? What's the zip code, the pin code? HEREANDNOW, here and now. So let's use our breath to bring our mind and body into the present moment. Our bodies are here, but our mind may be somewhere else. Just coming back, using the sound and then the breath. you find it easier to follow your breath, you can put your hand on your abdomen and just feel the gentle rise and fall of the abdomen. Breathing in, I know I'm alive. Breathing out, I smile to life. So friends, this 9 breaths, maybe if you had shorter breaths, longer breaths, just allows us to come back to ourselves. And we don't need to be great meditators for this. I use my telephone as an instrument for my meditation. Every time my telephone rings, I never pick it up for first 3 times. The first bell, I stop. Right now I put it on silent, but if it rang, I would just stop. Second, I come back to my breath. And the third, I smile. And then I say, oh, hello, Emmy. Hello, Abhijitji. So it's like that. So I'm present for the person. In fact, before I call, I use this also. I think of the person, I feel my voice can travel hundreds of miles. May they be as beautiful as gems. May they create some sort of happiness, peacefulness, compassion, rather than... And otherwise, the normal habit is the phone rings, hello. It's like an interruption. And then on my phone, every half hour, and on my computer, every half hour, I have the same bell recorded. Sometimes you can get into the zone, and I just stop. And I pause. I use 3 breaths. I come back into the moment. I normally have a flower. Hello, the flower still smiling? Good. I'm still smiling. So it's a sort of creating a sense of well-being in myself, because we are dealing with many, many important issues in the world. And many of us are involved with strategy and international relations. But until we can create a calm and peaceful mind, that is going to impinge on us and train us in a rather negative way sometimes. So silence is very, very important. And spending some time with oneself so that we can really look at our afflictive mental states, like people mentioned, about whether it's jealousy or hatred or othering of some sort. In fact, silence is interesting. Somebody was talking this morning about an appropriate response. I think it was Mr. Varma, I can't remember. Benny, I think. And in fact, the Buddha used silence as an appropriate response too. There was a Jain monk who came to meet him, and the Jain monk said, is there a self? And the Buddha stayed silent. Then he said, well, that means there's no self. Again, he was silent. So when the Buddha went away, Ananda asked Buddha, said, you're always telling us that there's no self. Why didn't you tell him? He said he has a very determined view. He has a particular view, and it'll cause him suffering if I push that right now. So there's an appropriateness to when you respond, and also silence could have been used like that. I'm reminded of a time when my own teacher, the Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, was in India in 2008. He was invited by the Indian government. He gave a talk in Parliament. But he was also invited by the Times of India to be the guest editor for the 2nd of October, Gandhi Jayanti, Gandhi's birthday. So on the 1st of October, we were sitting in the editorial room, and somebody talked about an editorial room, what it's like. It's like an operation theater, maybe. Anyway, Thich Nhat Hanh is there with his editors, and we hear of a bomb blast in Tripura while we're there. And the journalists ask him, what should we do? How do we report this? And first he went silent, he went into his breathing, he went back to his breathing. And then he said something like, you have to tell the truth, but report it in such a way that we do not water the seeds of fear, anger, and vengeance in the people. And then he went on to say that you have to sit as a practitioner, as a journalist, and look deeply and ask, why would someone do violence to innocent people? And when you look deeply, you will see that those who do the violence have a wrong perception of the situation. And they may even think that if they die in the explosion, they will go directly to heaven to join their God. Some may even think that killing others and dying themselves, they're doing the work of God. They think those on the other side are enemies of God. But you can see that this is wrong thinking, so you have great compassion for them. So whoever has such a view is living in a very dark world and he suffers a lot. So he goes on to say that explain the story in such a way that the reader does not become enraged and perhaps become another terrorist. So we have to be very careful how we respond to these things. But of course, it's important to build understanding for conflict avoidance, and there are many, many practices. I used to work in the UN for 15 years at one point, and I ran a program on artisan development in Bhutan, India, Sri Lanka, and Nepal. And we worked with bamboo workers. So we were going to do an exchange of artisans from different countries. And we decided to hold it in Tamil Nadu. But the Sinhalese said, we are not going to come. So we moved the location to Bengal, and then the Sinhalese came. Every day we do something common, so we took all the artisans into the forest to show each other how do you cut bamboo. And there were many touching moments in that whole 10-day session. But one of them was where the Tamil and the Sinhalese men were coming out of the forest with their hands over each other's, arms over each other's shoulders. And it brought tears to my eyes. And I was thinking here, of course, they have a commonality of being bamboo workers, but there's so much deep misunderstanding and hatred between the Tamils and Sinhalese at that time. And I'll end with one other example, is that in Plum Village, which is the center of, the monastic center for Thich Nhat Hanh, we often get Israelis and Palestinians to come together. We sponsor them and they come, maybe 10, 15 of them each. And we don't get them to speak immediately. We practice for 3 or 4 days first, doing walking meditation, sitting meditation, etc. And then we get everyone to sit together in a circle. And each one shares their own suffering. And everyone listens quietly. And after a few days, you realize the commonality of this human, of suffering, that is a human sort of experience. And you start getting compassion for the other. And by the end of these retreats, I remember once, they started cooking meals for the whole community. Over 1,000 people were there. They were singing a song together. So in a way, it's interesting how mindful communication is not just for conflict avoidance, but also for healing conflicts. And this can be done not just outwardly, but in the family, where you have compassionate speech, deep listening, which are the elements of trying to build this sort of mindful communication. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantum. And I'd like to just emphasize that the little bit of mindful breathing that we did at the beginning is really the essential element of assuming the responsibility of making the changes within ourselves. Our next speaker is the Venerable Odgari Jugder from Mongolia. And the Venerable is the head of the Ganden television at Ganden Tekchen Ling Monastery, which is the center of Buddhism in Mongolia. And he is also a member of the administrative board of Ganden Tekchen Ling, and also a teacher in the Czech Republic. I look forward to hearing your speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Rinpoche. Namo Gurube, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Bhakshtar Murugmo, Borkhandar Murugmo, Borson Horogdar Murugmo. Sambetrano, good afternoon, all. Firstly, I'm greeting for our all these friends, IBC Director Halter, and also Secretary General of IBC, Janju Choti Rinpoche. Thank you, Rinpoche, inviting me. And also Arvind Gupta, thank you. We know each other, many times meeting in Mongolia somewhere. And thank you very much, all guests and all delegates, every country. Thank you. There is a very important conclave we doing second. I really want to delegate that. That I'm sharing our time. Really want. I'm from Mongolia, but that time I'm directly from Europe. My topic is very huge for me, which you say this is a mindful communication and also conflict avoidance. That is a very huge, and also we can understand very directly. I can talk just few minutes, and also I'm talking our experience working, what's happening over there, like that. What is conflict? And conflict has several meanings. One thing, conflict is a fight or an argument, for example, an armed conflict, And the second one is a difference between two or more ideas, wishes, like that. Looking at this second meaning of this word, allow me to take example from my own experience working with the Randan TV. Randan TV is a Buddhist TV owned and managed by Randan Tekchila Monastery, Center of Mongolian Buddhists. And as I'm director of Randan TV, just leading our team, I have to ask myself, what is mindful communication? Firstly, when it comes to planning and executive TV program, as our TV is, although when it was founded, was we called firstly children and youth people, Randan TVs. They are about religion, also religious principles, morality, and ethics we doing. And secondly, what is the mindful communication? I'm asking also me. Scholars highlight 5 key elements of mindful communication. It's silence, mirroring, encouraging, discerning, and responding. That make it possible for us to listen more deeply to others and to develop greater clarity and confidence about how to respond. In addition to this, we have to also consider the following, which I think are important when designing and planning and executing our TV program. They are in identifying our communication patterns and habits, being often in the midst of difficult conversations so that we can respond wisely and skillfully, and learning how mindful communication can help us to become more truthful, compassionate, and flexible in our relationship. I will try to briefly go into these 4 topics based on my experience working with Randan TV. It's identifying our communication patterns and habits. Randan TV was established in 2022, and since we have been in daily 18-hour programs, and also I can find answer to the question, have we ever reviewed and analyzed our communication patterns and habits? And the answer wouldn't be ever encouraging. We have not. This means some of our program patterns are not what our TV reviewers expect from us. Therefore, it is important to understand who our viewers are, what are their age categories, also their educational level, social status. Based on this, we have to plan our communication patterns. Second, being often in the midst of difficult conversations so that we can respond wisely and skillfully. Ideas and thoughts that we share on public platforms, such as TV, will not be accepted by everyone equally. There will be some who will accept what we communication, while some others will have questions about our communication, and still others will reject our thoughts and ideas. That's true. In Buddhism, we are taught to be mindful of and to others. And accordingly, when we plan and designing our communication, we must have this approach. He told also, mind is not brain, it's from our heart. If we are able to understand the problems, questions, and doubts that our audience face, then we will be able to communicate our message in a manner that will prevent any kind of conflict of interest in thoughts. For example, in Mongolia, we have national broadcasting. They followed by Kandan TV, this serial from India. We know Buddha, history of Buddha. Judging by the reaction of the TV viewers, mostly adults, expressed their thoughts about Buddhism and religion, but there were almost none, with very pure reaction or response on the part of the young peoples. This means there has to be differentiated approach according to the age, education, and also social status and interests of TV viewers. And lastly, what is meant by learning how mindful communication can help us to become more truthful, compassionate, and flexible in our relationship. If we at Kandan TV have a feedback channel from our viewers, we would be able to learn how to design our communication in a meaningful manner. That's not easy. Our country TV channel worked very truly and also very clearly, but we are trying day by day. Also, we can work together, build up, all sharing, We would like to learn from our colleagues who have come here for the conclave to learn from their experience. And in this respect, our Kandan TV, I would like to thank again IBC, also Vivekananda International Foundation for hosting this conclave and the idea to set up a network of Buddhist media network under the organization. We believe that through this network, we will not only be able to exchange programs, but also share our experience on how we can be more mindful in our communication that promotes truth and compassion. We know, honestly, we can find mindful communication, Buddha Dharma, I think. Thank you very much. Hear me, listen to me.
Thank you, Venerable Odgarid. What was particularly poignant, I thought, was the way you are actually applying, you are actually at work at what we're talking about with Kandan television. You are working not only on yourself, but you're working at developing the techniques by which that inner work can be reflected to the outside, to the public in Mongolia. And I hope that your time here will provide, here we have on our panel, we have Emmy from Korean television, Buddhist television, and this is the kind of networking that I hope will help us all not only work on ourselves, but bring that inner work into the world in a practical way. Thank you.
Thank you.
We go on to Dr. Prashant Sharma, a fellow Swiss citizen. We share Switzerland here. Dr. Sharma is the founder of the Dharma Alliance, a global platform to protect, preserve, and promote Dharma philosophies, traditions, and practices. Now, I'm so fond of Dr. Sharma's writing that I'm going to read the whole next paragraph. Dharma Alliance was established in Geneva and seeks to influence global agendas, norms, and standards by mainstreaming dharmic principles such as harmony, mutual respect, shared prosperity, and interconnectedness of all life in international dialogues and processes. When I read that, I thought, oh, this has everything. So I look forward to hearing from Dr. Sharma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello? Yeah. Oh, sorry, is it just a button to... The right buttons to be pressed, always very difficult. Good afternoon, everyone. I especially would like to first and foremost say thanks to and of course acknowledge Sri Arvind Gupta, Director of VIF, the Most Venerable Secretary General of IBC, Abhijit Haldarji, the Director General of IBC, of course the moderator, Sir Nicholas Veland Rinpoche, Venerable monks, fellow panelists, of course, everyone, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by pointing out two things. Today is the 9th of September, which is, of course, if you remember, 9/11. So, I mean, that in some ways is embedded in the public memory as the emblematic example of conflict. On the other hand, 131 years ago, it was today on this date that Swami Vivekananda delivered the address to the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893. So we have the other extreme, many years ago, and we are here, of course, at the Vivekananda International Center. So it's quite fitting that it is this event is happening today. Sorry. And between these two events, which seem to have happened on the same date, we see both conflict and perhaps in what Swami Vivekananda had seen earlier, a pre-scientific sort of approach to it, where he gave many ideas in terms of how to avoid that conflict in his seminal address. So that's just by way of setting the stage. We've been based in Geneva for many years. I've been there for more than 15 years. I'm not a Swiss citizen, but I do share the fact that I'd like to share that Kensorji was born in Geneva, so there's a little connection there. And Geneva, as you know, is the hub of international organizations. So a few years ago, we established Dharma Alliance there. And just to, and I'd first like to just talk about, oops. I think somebody might have to do this there. It doesn't seem to be working. No. Maybe somebody can just change the slides when I say next. Yeah. Just change it. Just do a arrow front or something when it. Yeah, that was fine. Yeah, so I'll start with the whole, the idea of mindful communication. And there's a bit of a interesting, shall we say, binary going on there. I mean, when we look at mindfulness, just in terms of very ordinary, simple search definition. It says mindfulness is a type of meditation in which you focus on being intensely aware of what you're sensing and feeling in the moment without interpretation or judgment. Now, if you think about it, the manifestation of this terminology, this framing is very inward and very individual. And when you link it and layer it on what the role of dharmic organizations have been in the context of mindfulness, they have been, of course, traditionally the knowledge centers globally. They are the ones who pioneered these ideas, they brought forth the ideas, etc., and where a lot of the practices have been refined, people go and learn, etc. However, and at the same time, the owner and interpretation and application at a much larger level, if you think about it, dharmic organizations are active, but the international organizations, or which could even be non-dharmic or secular, so to speak, those actors are quite strong, which is partly the reason why mindfulness is such a well-known term. Now, that's wonderful, that's very good. However, when we bring communications into it, if we look at it, the basic manifestation of communication primarily, at least as is commonly understood, is outward. So it's individual, and it could be individual, of course, individual communication, but outward, or institutional, which is again outward. Now, when we look at dharmic organization, particularly in our part of the world, there are many organizations from the communication perspective which are active at the domestic and regional level, but at the international level, there are hardly any dharmic organizations which are effectively communicating. And that's a big gap. That's an institutional gap which we need to think about. And I'll develop this idea further through the presentation. And then when you come to the ownership and the interpretation or even the application of this communicating mindfulness aspect, it's primarily international or non-dharmic organizations which have got the ownership over it. There are many reasons for it. There's a lot of politics. We understand that. But at the same time, we need to be, to begin with, aware of that. Next, please. Now, just some thoughts. So, coming from this matrix, if you will, the dharmic organizations, in effect, that I could, I think, very confidently say, have excelled at developing and preserving the deep knowledge with universal applicability through the inward-looking process, which is the source of mindfulness. Of course, it's that inward-looking process. We know we just went through a small little exercise with Shantamji just now as well. But dharmic organizations have been less successful, I would say, not very successful. I'm being a bit, been much less successful in owning and sharing these ideas beyond the immediate world. So in our own worlds, yes, we've been managing to do that fairly successfully, but we haven't gone beyond our own immediate worlds, which is why perhaps we need to focus now on the communication part of it, looking outward and proactively engaging with the larger world but I would focus on this and we'll come to it again, in an institutionalized manner. Next, please. Now, when I say institutionalized manner, where is the institutionalized international engagement taking place and how does it take place? One of the ways in which the international, this is just one proxy, I'm just using this as an emblematic example. One of the ways in which, let's say, dharmic organizations could interact and engage with international agenda-setting organizations or the international systems and institutions is through what is called through the civil society process, and the typical formalized way of doing it is through ECOSOC accreditation. This is a UN accreditation system whereby civil society organizations can engage formally with the international system. Now, if you look up, there are more than 4,000 international such NGOs or civil society organizations, out of which there's only these, I think roughly about 13 or 14 organizations which have directly something which are overtly talking about dharma or dhamma. In comparison, many other groups have similar organizations in the hundreds, if in the thousands, if not. So we are already institutionally, we are very absent in such spaces. Next, please. Now, this is part of the reason why we set up Dharma Alliance in Geneva. As you know, it is a hub of global governance, and we decided we needed to be there to do something more effectively. And over the last few years, we've been trying to open this Geneva window. And I'll share with you some examples of the ways in which we've been doing this communication, this outward aspect over the last few years. Please. Next, please. Last year, it was the first sort of event of its kind ever to have been held at the UN headquarters in Geneva, where we did a panel in partnership with multilateral organizations, including the UN Alliance of Civilizations, as well as the UN University for Peace, where the topic was specifically on peace building, sustainable development goals, both themes which are very important for today's conclave. And Dharma cultures. This was the first time Dharma cultures were, articulated and presented in a very specific topical thematic fashion. You will see in the photograph that most venerable Professor Dr. Thich Nhat Hanh is there. He's addressing the gathering there. And again, this is one of the first times. In fact, at the end of the session, it ended with a prayer session, which it's singing, so it wasn't and chanting of prayers. And some people who were in the audience, they had tears in their eyes, and they said, look, we never thought we'd see something like this. We've been living here in Geneva for the last 4 decades, 40 years. We've never seen something like this. So there is something, and at the same time, the participation was not only with dharmic people or dharmic individuals from this part of the world. There were individuals from multilateral organizations which are participating. As you can see, there was the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, there was UNESCO, there was the University for Peace, and various other multilaterals which are a part of it. And they get it. The point is they get it. They were seeking to engage, and along came an opportunity, and there we were. Next, please. As a result of this is again talking about the outward in terms of also then working towards the norms and standards. The result was, as a result of this particular panel, this discussion, this made its way to the Human Rights Council, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights report to the UN General Assembly, and this report was released this January. It was sent to the UN General Assembly on religious intolerance. For the first time ever, we had the reference to dharmic cultures in such a report. This has never happened before. Now, the reason is because, again, we sought to engage, we wanted to engage, and we said we have something to say. This is not something, otherwise religious intolerance was always primarily limited to a discussion between the usual suspects. This is the first time dharmic groups came and said, look, we have a position on religious intolerance and we'd like to share that with you. And this made its way to the General Assembly. Now, this may seem one small paragraph, the Dharma Alliance, UNAOC, etc., and simply says, panelists introduced and highlighted the core principles of dharmic traditions, primarily Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh traditions, which encourage global ownership of and adherence to sustainable development goals. That's it. It's just a simple line, but that's something which is now being publicly acknowledged in global dialogues and systems and being recorded in an official manner. Now that gives us a window to build on. Next, please. Similarly, we were talking about in the morning, this thing came up about science and technology, and we've been, again, promoting various aspects and application. So it's more policy-oriented application of dharmic thought and philosophies. So we've been doing a lecture series on sustainable development goals and dharma traditions. We've been bringing and showcasing scholars and academics with hard data, with methodological tools which are modern in nature. So here we specifically spoke, we had a lecture on mindfulness and mental health. What does the scientific evidence say? And that's what becomes important when you're working at the international level, because that's the currency, rationality, science, methodology, tools. These things are elements which are very important for us to effectively be taken seriously. Otherwise, it remains at the rhetorical or theological level, which is wonderful, but we need to get down to the specific nitty-gritties. Now here, because of the nature of the kind of evidence, we partnered with the World Health Organization. Now what are we trying to do here? The World Health Organization is a norm-setting, agenda-setting organization globally. Now, they've got a whole section and they've got a whole division working on mental health. Now, we are working with them now to say, look, you need to start looking at mindfulness as a technique in a much more serious way because it is scientific, here's the evidence, etc. As things move along, we'll be getting into more research-oriented projects with them so that eventually within the next few years at spaces like the World Health Assembly, this becomes translated into as a global norm. Now, it may well be that at the global norm level, it may not necessarily say, yes, mindfulness is a Buddhist practice or a dharmic practice. Maybe that specific word does not come into the picture when it comes into the standard setting space. But at the same time, it's very critical that it is acknowledged as mindfulness, and anybody with, a little bit of common sense knows where the source is. So there are different ways of approaching, but these are specific things of how we want to make sure that the genius of dharmic cultures, which are actually very practical in nature, are reflected in global policies and standards. Next, please. Some of the things which we are coming up and building on from here. On the 4th of October, and I'd encourage you to look at our website, you'll get more details there. It'll be the first ever official side event on dharmic cultures and human rights, which will be held at the 57th session of the Human Rights Council. The Human Rights Council was established in 2006. We've had 57 sessions, and never has there been ever a session where dharmic cultures have gone forth and said, we have something to say on human rights. Our thinkers, our sages, our founders, our sacred texts, there is so much there which we need to and have to share with the world, but articulated in a manner which is understandable to them. And that's where the global norms come from. Human rights has always been seen as a very Western construct. Of course, there's a lot of politics in all of this, but at the same time, we have to go forth and say, look, it's not as if human rights or the idea of human rights is alien to 1/3 of the population of the world. No, it's there. We have a position on it. Here's what it is, and we want to engage constructively with you. This, of course, we'll be doing in collaboration with the Asian Buddhist Conference for Peace. Chandraji is here, Budin Bayaji is here. We're working very closely together on this. We'll have scholars from different parts of the world. We also will be including, and that's a critical, that's where some of the politics comes in. The UN Special Rapporteur for Minority Issues is also going to be joining the panel. Why minority issues? He's an independent expert, part of the UN system, but away from it. The reason he is important because we are also suggesting that dharmic cultures are global minorities. Usually in the context of minority discussions around minority issues, it's usually looked at within the national framework. But at the global level, we are minorities and we need therefore protections. And that's why how gradually we want to change the entire language, the narrative around dharmic cultures and their place in the world. Of course, the University for Peace is also there, with whom we are working very closely. Oops, I need to rush. We have a lot of institutionalized engagement with the, as we said, High Commissioner for Human Rights. This is one point I want to just spend a little bit. We are also now looking at the specific norms and standards. Discussions of the terminology of faith for rights. What is faith? This morning, this came up. Is it really religion? Is it faith? All of this framing has come up from a very different worldview. Dharmic cultures have very different worldviews, and we want to make sure that our perspectives are reflected in these global terminology, the scope and standards which are being developed. So these are some of the other entities we are working quite closely with. Specifically on the media part, we are developing a project whereby we would like to identify and work with global media influencers and actors and take them on curated exposure trips to dharmic countries and parts of the dharmic world so that they understand things a bit better. The fundamental point being engaging with global norm and agenda setting organization in a consistent, constructive and mindful way. Next, please. Conclusions. Conflict avoidance, peace, sustainable development are real global concerns. International organizations are interested and willing to engage with dharma. Mindfulness and other dharma practices are accepted and popular. Communication is key. It must be regular, proactive, structured, and institutionalized, framed and contextualized using appropriate methods and language. And just one last point, please. Next, please. This is, I think, just should be sounding, to round it off. The Buddha emphasized balance in the middle path, but perhaps we need to find the right balance between inward thinking and outward action. Had he not communicated, none of us would have actually known about his profound experiences and ideas. Importantly, this outward communication was contextualized and institutionalized, which is why it's spread and is still here. We need to take communicating dharmic principles to the next level and proactively seek to influence global processes in a much more structured way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. And we must all work at proactively doing just that, and I think that's what we are here trying to do. And on that note, I invite Ms. Emmy Hayakawa, who is the head of the global operations at Buddhist True Network BTN. Now, was this always BTN?
It was always BTN, but it used to be Buddhist Television Network, but now we have a radio, so we're Buddhist True Network now.
Buddhist True Network, the world's only non-sectarian Korean Buddhist TV channel headquartered in Seoul. Under Ms. Hayakawa's leadership, BTN has become instrumental in propagating Buddhist Dharma and cultivating Korean Buddhism throughout the world. So I feel that she is the perfect person to follow Dr. Sharma in talking about how to implement.
Thank you, Nicholas. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge IBC and Vivekananda International Foundation. Thank you for inviting all of us. And I'd like to thank all of our distinguished guests, delegates, and our Dharma brothers and sisters. Just as Nicholas introduced, I'm the head of global operations at BTN Buddhist True Network, headquartered in Seoul, Korea. I'd like to introduce BTN briefly. BTN, the world's leading 24-hour operating non-sectarian Buddhist propagational media, will celebrate 30 years of establishment in 2025. So since 1995, BTN has been the undisputed pioneer in Korean Buddhist media landscape, operating on all digital platforms from cable TV to smartphones. BTN not only operates on media, we also operate various Buddhist-related services such as BTN Tours for domestic and international Buddhist pilgrimages, Bulgukto, a Buddhist funeral service, and we also operate a religious nonprofit 501c3 nonprofit in Los Angeles, California called BTN World. Furthermore, to expand our global reach, BTN established the official YouTube channel in 2013 and the integrated app-based broadcasting technology with our smart radio, BTN Radio Ullim, in 2015. In 2024, the official YouTube analysis platform recognized the BTN YouTube channel as one of the top 1% of YouTube channels worldwide. This is a testament to our digital strategy and content quality. BTN's official YouTube channel has received the YouTube Golden Button for reaching 1.1 million subscribers. We have over 22,000 videos uploaded and received more than 531 million views total. BTN also established and operates 16 independent BTN YouTube channels with over 2.1 million total subscribers supporting us. Over the years, BTN has seamlessly delivered original programming and Buddhist news to promote the principles of bodhicitta and foster a compassionate and loving community that is harmonious and supportive of spiritual growth and understanding. So, talking about our original programs, we have chantings, daily Buddhist news, we have weekly invitational Dharma teachings at our temple studio Musangsat, Dharma teachings with both domestic and world-renowned Buddhist masters of all sects of Buddhism. We have internationally award-winning original documentaries and various domestically acclaimed cultural, propagational, and meditation programs for all of our viewers. We guide viewers in cultivating compassion, loving kindness, and empathy for others and to oneself. So as for the application of mindful communication and conflict avoidance, conflict often arises from misunderstandings and differing interpretations of situations. We at BTN believe that Buddhist media should aim to foster environments that avoid conflict and confrontation on a preventative measure. And on the other hand, if conflicts have already arisen, our programs can enhance one's understanding and application of the Buddha Dharma to help individuals manage and resolve them independently. So in case of the BTN News, as for the journalistic side, BTN News Bureau broadcasts our daily Buddhist news twice a day. We have our principle on mindful journalism. Our journalists pursue truth through the lens of the Buddha Dharma, offering news briefs that avoid sensationalism and violence. Mindfulness communication helps avoid harsh words and misunderstandings that could escalate into conflicts. BTN News consciously highlights stories of reconciliation and conflict resolution when reporting the basic facts of various incidents. We do not highlight conflictual and provoking elements, but sometimes even selectively exclude them. Amidst the flood of sensational and provocative information in our digitally intertwined world, people have become overwhelmed without the time to reflect or process various different information. BTN's journalism, with its Buddhist perspective, serves as a unique guide to help audiences navigate this overwhelming flow of information. Through our style of mindful journalism, we offer a beacon of light to dispel the darkness and hold the Dharma like a lamp, just as Shakyamuni mentioned before he entered Nirvana. We promote well-being, encouraging positive societal change, and more profound understanding, inspiring hope for a better future. So I'd like to give a brief example of this kind of mindful journalism that we do. The bereaved families of the Itaewon crowd crush, which killed 159 young people in the entertainment district of Itaewon in Seoul during Halloween on October 29, 2022, have been in conflict over the legality of the memorial altar being set up at the Seoul Plaza by the bereaved families and supporters. The relocation agreement was reached after months of conflict between the families of victims and the Seoul metropolitan government following disputes over the latter's demand for the removal of the altar, which it viewed as an illegal installation. Major news channels focused on grief, anger, and conflict between the bereaved families and the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, failing to bridge the differences. They repeatedly show image of medical staff transporting victims on stretchers, bereaved families mourning and screaming for their children's death, and anguish of their frustration towards the government. As for BTN, when reporting on the Itaewon crowd crush, we took a unique approach. We reported on the current situation. Our focus was on healing and conciliation. We highlighted the Choge Order Social Labor Committee, a committee of monastics comforting the bereaved families with Buddha's teachings, praying for the victims' rebirth in paradise, and offering counsel and support for a new beginning between the government and the people. The Buddhist community, including Sangha and lay people nationwide, gathered to pray and aid the situation, giving viewers hope. In Buddhism, we call this bodhicitta. As for our original programming, BTN has continually created programs that provide teachings and ways for people to apply the Buddha Dharma in their daily lives. Our original programs guide viewers to cultivate an environment that helps people reflect on themselves and develop a more compassionate mindset and behavior that naturally prevent conflicts from arising. For example, in our program, Go Inside Global, the BTN host, a nun and a lay student, aim to highlight contemplative practices, meditation, and their applications by interviewing world-renowned meditation teachers and exploring their meditation centers and programs. So far in this program, we interviewed the Sea Education, Dr. Lobsang Tenjin Neki. We also interviewed the Brother Papu from Deer Park Monastery, Roshi Joan Halifax, and much more. Through these discussions with the renowned meditation teachers, we offer space for viewers to delve into more profound questions by looking within themselves and asking, are you really healthy? Are you truly happy? Meditation programs like Go Inside Global offer a reflective space for individuals to reconnect with their true nature and apply Buddhist teachings to their internal and external conflicts. We offer a safe space for our viewers to have themselves recognize the nature of impermanence and empower them with transformative insights that inform and guide them to a constructive and beneficial way of alleviating their suffering caused by various conflicts. In conclusion, BTN's focus on empathy, enlightenment, and the welfare of all beings guides our viewers to see a compassionate alternative to conflicts. It instills a sense of empowerment to encourage mindful communication that is truthful, beneficial, and spoken with kindness and goodwill, which aligns with the right speech aspect of the Eightfold Path. Just as India's Prime Minister Modi had addressed in his interview during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Buddha is peace. The practice of Buddhism is the path to peace. We should open the path of world peace based on Buddhist practices and meditation. By taking refuge in the Triple Gem, BTM follows in the Buddha's footsteps, embodying his teachings in all contents we broadcast. At times, BTN serves as a compassionate Dharma teacher offering clear guidance on life's challenges, while at other times, we are supportive Dharma brothers encouraging spiritual growth. BTN's contribution to the rich history of Korean Buddhism and traditional Buddhist culture are significant. Our steadfast commitment ensures a bright and hopeful legacy for future generations, for conflict reduction, fostering a culture of understanding and respect within our communities, and enhancing a sense of connection and empathy among our viewers. Thank you for your time.
I thank Ms. Emi Hayakawa for her presentation of what BTN is up to. Mindful journalism in practice. I think that we can all learn from that and become inspired to bring mindfulness into whatever it is that we engage in. Thank you. Our last speaker on this panel is Mr. Piyush Kulshreshtha, and who is he's the Chief Operating Officer of the Vipassana Research Institute, which is in Bombay, and the founder and CEO of Cool-K, an Indian-centric conversational social networking platform aimed at strengthening a variety of Indian ecosystems, including education. I'm looking forward to hearing about both these. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Respected bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, Dr. Arvind Gupta of VIF, Rinpoche Chodin, Abhijit Haldarji, both of IBC, and all our friends here. We are here today to essentially have a discussion on the application of mindful communication for avoiding conflicts. Conflict, as we see, is there at multiple levels in life. We see conflicts at a very personal level, the conflict that goes on within an individual, and then we see the extension of the same within the families, within the communities across the nation, and today, as we live in these current centuries, we see them extend internationally. Our own minds are so conflicted. There is so much craving and aversion, so many desires fulfilled, unfulfilled. And from that perspective, we are here to address a very important question of how we are going to use a tool called mindfulness in our communication to avoid conflicts. Whatever we speak is essentially an expression of what's on our mind. There is not a moment in our lives that is mindless. The mind is there all the time. The only question is, how aware are we of what is going on in our mind? And this question of conflict and avoidance of conflict has been going on for thousands of years. So around 2,300 years ago, we had a king, King Ashoka. He attacked Kalinga. We had massacre at a massive level. In his own Rock Edict number 13, he says that in the conquest of Kalinga, 1.5 lakh people were displaced, 1 lakh people were killed in the war, and many more lakhs died due to the reasons of war. And looking at this whole violence, which is caused because I want to expand my kingdom, I regret this, and my heart is filled with Dhamma. He uses three specific terms, but we have time to catch up on. This is not the first time he was turning towards the teachings of Buddha. In his 3rd year after the coronation, he saw his nephew, 7-year-old Nigrodh, who was already an Arhat at that age of 7, calm, quiet, so peaceful, vibrations around him so peaceful. And a disturbed man coming in contact with such a person, feeling the peace. He got a little discourse and he said, okay, I want to take the refuge. And then every day in his home, in his palace, he had many monks, many nuns, to whom he would give alms, from whom he would listen to discourses. From his own Minor Rock Edict 1, which we find at almost 18 places within India, he says that for about 2.5 years or more, I was a lay disciple, but I did not ripen much. This is a time when he has also got the construction of 84,000 stupas, and still he says, I have not ripened much. Because he's just committed the massive massacre in Kalinga. So he says, all the discourses I've heard, frankly, have not changed me. I've reached nowhere. You see, we have this saying of Kabir, Pothi padi padi jagamua pandit bhaya na koi. You can read as much as you like, but that does not change you. That does not make you a wise person. It only gives you an idea. So for about 300 days, he left his kingdom. He came to the Sangha, walked a good part of India along with the Sangha. In the same Minor Rock Edict 1, he says, I have been with the Sangha for a little over a year, and he had toured by the time of this proclamation for about 256 nights. That is 8.5 months. And there in that very edict, he says, I have now ripened. And I see, as I toured along India, that many people are inspired. And anybody who works on themselves, anybody who meditates, can change themselves. It doesn't matter what their social status is. So therefore, I am making this proclamation, and I shall continue to make proclamations, which is what you know through the 14 rock edicts, the 7 pillar edicts, and many more minor rock and pillar edicts. On the whole, about 3,580 words are available to us directly from Ashoka. In the 4th pillar edict, he says, because in his edicts, the proclamations, what he calls the Dhamma Lipi, he is all the time inspiring people to be good persons, to change their conduct, to respect their parents, the teachers, the saintly persons from a variety of practices. Throughout the edicts, this is what you find. And then in his Rock Edict number 4, he gives a testimony. He says he has applied this Buddha Dhamma to the society. It has worked. His people have changed. And because people have changed, the whole environment in his empire has changed. You have to remember, 2,300 years ago, the kind of communication tools, the kind of transportation tools he was using, and he was still in control of 50 lakh odd square kilometers, roughly 5 million odd square kilometers of territory for another 30 years. On the whole, he ruled for about 41, 42 years. So what did he do? How did he achieve this? What are the principles of Buddha Dhamma that he put to use? A part of it we saw in Mr. Benny's speech. The 4 pillars of mindful communication. 1, be truthful. Being truthful needs courage. Being truthful also needs an art. It's not about just hammering down on people that I'm speaking the truth. So therefore comes the second principle, be kind and compassionate. That same compassion allows us to be empathetic. In his speech, Mr. Haldar gave the example of, the hill, and people living on 2 sides of the hill, and each referring to the hill by a different name. It's only empathy that gives us this opportunity to understand the other person's perspective. So, the second principle of being kind and being compassionate. And then, because we speak truth, another problem comes in. There can be times when we might be backbiting instead of giving a feedback. Feedback is good, backbiting is not. And lastly, be purposeful. Do not engage in idle gossip. That is exactly where we make maximum mistakes, make loose comments, and which get misinterpreted, and therefore the conflicts arise. But applying this, just like this, by hearing the 4 pillars of mindful communication, may not be entirely helpful. Because we live in a world, you see what Ashoka did. He changed himself first. He said, I have so much desire, I still want to expand my empire, it's got to stop somewhere. He worked on himself. He gave 300 plus days. More than a year actually, he says, so that should have been about maybe 360 to 400, odd days. But that's the kind of time he spent on changing himself first. And he's a brilliant man. And he says, just because I have changed, my citizens have not changed. They will keep on committing crimes. They'll keep on indulging in activities because of which, I may have to act harshly. I must act. So he used wisdom. What kind of wisdom? His experiential wisdom. So this brings us to the 5 principles of harmonious communication. Harmonious communication, where these 4 pillars are guided by the experiential wisdom. In every field, whether it is diplomacy, whether it is, sociology, whether it is any other field, including in Dhamma, it is the experiential wisdom that will actually guide our efforts in truthfulness, in kindness and compassion, in feedback without backbiting, and being purposeful without any idle gossip. It is that experiential wisdom which will tell us everything, and therefore these principles should not be applied blankly. They should be applied with a clear experiential wisdom at our disposal. And we will try, and we will fail. And we will try again, because we will not give up. We've spent so many hours sitting here together discussing this subject, because somewhere we do think that we must create the kind of communication that can help us avoid conflicts. So keep that desire going. If we want to be successful, Buddha has also given us these 5 elements of success. First is the resolution, the resolve we have. Higher the goal, higher the amount of perseverance. Just like in school, college, we wanted to score higher percentage, then we have to study a lot. So in the same manner, stronger, the higher the goal that we have chosen in our resolution, more is the perseverance that we need. And we will face difficulties. We have to stay determined. We have to have a strong heart. And we will not just hold the course. We will keep correcting the course. We will keep correcting the course. We'll keep analyzing, just like we do it in software. We keep debugging. We don't give up. And we correct the program eventually. And lastly, all of this must be driven by enthusiasm. If we know the benefits of the resolution that we have chosen, we will always remain enthusiastic about our entire effort. We believe these kind of theoretical frameworks can give us some ideas, but we still need to apply it. While coming here today especially, I was thinking that giving a speech here will not be enough. This teaching of Buddha and this goal of the society, they need to come together. At least on behalf of VRI, the Vipassana Research Institute, we think we will have a discussion with the trust board. We will try to find out if an applicable course with a proper course material, course curriculum can be created and people could join. It might take a year or two to develop anything of this sort, but we shall put a sincere effort in that direction so that we don't just remain at discussing these things and inspiring each other. We go down to actually applying it and bringing small changes around us. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Piyush. And I'd like to emphasize that the practical elements in your remarks are the elements that we all have to put into practice in order to develop our mindful communication and sustainable development abilities. I thank you all. I thank the 5 speakers on this panel, and I would like to end by saying that the things that were discussed today, both this morning and this afternoon, are not concepts. They're not things that we just talk about. And I think that this is where you ended up. These are things that we individually have to apply. Yes, we can discuss with each other how to share them. Yes, we can form techniques by which they can be applied by others, but the most effective way by which we can influence each other and we can influence the world is the effort that we make at influencing ourselves, and that is mindful practice. Thank you. So I think we all stuck pretty much to time, and therefore I hope that we have a little time. We have 2 minutes or 2 questions? 2 questions. Good. We'll have one from here and one from here, I hope. Please, sir.
Hello, Professor. Hello, all speaker. Chantik, article name Muni. I'm from Cambodia. I'm founder of BC News. We call Buddhist Cambodia News. We concentrate on Buddhist theory and also economic, business, and youth. You talk a lot in the morning until afternoon about conflict, avoid conflict, mindful, peace, whatever. But today's commercial days, world full of commercials, economic, business, And the young generation really hard to adopt whatever Buddha teaching to the people, normal people, I think. So, but a lot of lesson that Buddha teach Buddhists to be a rich, to be a economist, and to be a successful business. So my question to all of you is, how can we adapt those Buddha lessons and spread it out to the young entrepreneurships or young entrepreneurs in present time? Yes, sir. I think maybe Dr. Prasad Sharma first, and then Mr. Yes. Thank you.
I think the real media people probably will be best placed to answer this, but I think one of the things is just to contextualize. This thing came up in the morning. How does one contextualize? The contexts have changed over the last 2,500, 3,000 years. Contexts keep changing. How do we make what is relevant and interesting to young people? But because the important thing is Buddha's teachings are transcend time, because they're at the principle level. Now the challenge is up to us, how we interpret those teachings in a manner which is attractive for young people. I mean, that would be my very instinctive response to that. But perhaps Emmy has some more further insights.
Actually, a lot of the young people are turning away from religion as a whole, not just Buddhism, just as a religion as a whole. I think one of the issues that here in Korea that young people have been turning away from Buddhism is that it's very complex, it's difficult to understand. It's usually the monastics talking to the lay students, and they just don't get it. It's boring, it's not fun. And for us as a Buddhist media, we not only have Buddhist teachings, we have Buddhist talk shows, we invite Buddhist celebrities to talk about a lot of the issues. And right now, even the Choge order of Korea, which is one of the biggest order in Korea, they are getting together, talking to the younger monastics. How can we bring the younger people together? And so I think right now one of the issue in Korea is that they're not getting married and they're not having children. So the Choge order decided that, okay, so why don't we make couples at this temple environment? So that brings people automatically to the temple, and at the temple, what do? You meditate, you learn. So that way we propagate the Dharma as well, but we also bring the young community together into a Buddhist setting. And what's really important for young people is the fact that we need to connect. We need to be able to connect with the monastics. We need to be able to connect with our life experiences to the Buddha Dharma. So it's really important for the monastics and the teachers to understand the young people and not just talk about the Buddhist sutras, but make it more modern, make it more geared towards our current generation. We are saturated with social media, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. So why can't we use those platforms as well? Thank you.
Okay. Another question from over here. We have one more. Sorry. Go ahead.
So the business part of it, I think business requires its own training. Buddha was not training anybody specifically for business as such, but he was definitely teaching people the ethics. So the ethical part of the business practice is where Buddha's teaching can play the role. 1. 2, he uses 2 words, santussako cha subharocha. Santussako means being satisfied with what is there. Subharo means not to be in shortage of things, not to have dearth of things. We've seen many business persons have joined, practices, vipassana practice, meditation, etc. What we find is they've changed their business practices. Number 1, towards ethics. Number 2, many reduced their profit percentage, 8.5%, 10%, not more than 12%. So people started practicing in this manner. They're still flourishing beautifully. They continue to be, established business families. So we believe Buddha's teaching can help in terms of setting the right ethics amongst the children or the youngsters and drive them in that direction.
We have time for one more question. We have answered all your... Yes, oh, okay.
For Miss Amy, you say that you have improved and developing YouTube channels, right? YouTube channels? YouTube channels?
We have one
yeah.
Can you say who you
okay.
are?
Hi everyone, my name is Bagel. I'm from Mongolia. I'm a journalist at Eagle News TV. And I just curious about the social network because social network is one of the best platforms to improve Buddhism to the people to realize, and it's the best platform. And how can we use social platform such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube to teach the philosophy of the Buddhism, and how do you use it?
Well, I mean, technology is just going to expand and grow. YouTube is just a platform that everyone uses now, right? So, I mean, as a broadcast media, we have a lot of content, but honestly, nobody really watches TV anymore. We watch Netflix, we watch OTT. We want to be on our own schedule, so what's the next step? Let's put it on YouTube. We have all these content. If it's not going to be watched, it's going to be wasted. And that's just wasted dharma, wasted knowledge. So we're going to put it on YouTube is our next step. So we put it on YouTube, and our contents are very, very well made. And so people are naturally drawn to it. And people that are not even Buddhist, they watch our contents. Young people watch our contents. People from out of Korea watch it because if BTN is on a Korean cable TV, so people that have no access to Korean, our later segment is on social media. So yes, so pretty much as for BTN, we put all our content on YouTube because that is a content that is available for our global reach. So that is how we use platforms.
So I'll end this. I've recently, after many years of living in India in a monastery, gone back to the United States and been asked to help revitalize a Buddhist center in America. And the most interesting and challenging thing is that there is less and less interest in these traditional religious, let's say, ethical paths. And when I've asked advice of my friends' children, because my friends who are all my age are old, and it's the young generation whom we have to learn from, and they all say to me, speak very little. They all say to me, go on Instagram, but no more than 30 seconds. And I think that it's an interesting challenge for us, but we have to speak the language of the people whom we wish to speak to. Yes, slowly, maybe we can extend that, but I think that using these social network platforms and doing so in the manner and in the language of the people we're speaking to is something that we have to learn. But most importantly, we have to practice. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. We've come to the end of the second panel. And before moving on, I request Secretary General of IBC, Jangchup Shodin Rinpoche, to please give away the mementos from IBC and the publication series from VIF. First, the moderator, Khenso Rinpoche Nicholas Vreeland from the US. Next, we have Venerable Odgarid Jagder from Mongolia. Can we please have a louder round of applause, please? Dharmacharya Shantam Seth from Ahimsa Trust, India. Dr. Prashant Sharma, Dharma Alliance, Switzerland. Miss Amy Haley Hayakawa from South Korea. And Mr. Piyush Kulshrestha from India. Requesting all the panelists to come in front for a group photograph. Thank you. Since we are slightly behind schedule, we will not be playing the movie. Can I request Team VIF to please quickly change the panels? The third panel is on environment and sustainable development. This session will discuss how ancient Indian wisdom can play a role in promoting environmental awareness and sustainable development practices. Can I please request everyone to settle down? The moderator of the third panel, Ms. Sonam Yangchen Rana from Nepal. May I please request you to come on stage? The speakers of this session are Lady Mohini Kent Noon from the UK, Mr. Don De Silva from the UK, Miss Alexandra Kelly from Czech Republic, and Professor Rohana Garuthara from Sri Lanka. Joining this panel also is Mr. Ricky Cage from India. No, sir, we want to the washroom. We actually took
You give him permission.
Ma'am, there's one panelist coming in a minute. You could start. Thank you. Is this on? Do you know if this is on?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon. I know everyone is really tired, so we'll try to stick to the time, 1 hour given to us. And first to say good afternoon again to the organizers, Mr. Haldar and his team at the IBC, Mr. Gupta and your team at the foundation, our esteemed participants, and of course the speakers sitting here with me. What we'll be doing today is just looking at the environment and sustainable development issues. And it's quite opportune because actually we're sitting in the midst of a decade for action, where we'll be looking at the deliverables for the Sustainable Development Goals. We're right halfway and the target time frame is 2030, as many of you may know. And we have a long way to go in terms of the challenges for 2030. We are very, very aware of a lot of the issues that we discussed this morning that is confronting the world. Environmental challenges, the setbacks that with conflict, the issues with inequalities, and also, of course, the world went through COVID, and that in itself has had huge impact on many of the indicators and the work that countries were doing. There is a recent UN DESA, which is the Department for Economic and Social Affairs, a recent report where they talk about, they point to some of the progress made globally, and I think it's important that we highlight that, which basically relates to maternal and child health, women's participation and government processes, and what have you. But the challenges are also there, very serious challenges related to food insecurity, a deterioration of the natural environment, and pervasive inequalities that I talked about. And no surprise that the poorest and the most vulnerable that we keep talking about as a community are the most badly affected, i.e. children, women, refugees, migrant workers, and what have you. So it continues to impact them. And I don't have to say this to you, but I think we're experiencing it firsthand, the impact of climate change and how fast things are moving. This, we've seen on record, this a decade, the warmest decade and the warmest year, and it's impacting our oceans, our land, our forest, our glaciers, and everything that we know. And how do we really deal with that? Those are important questions. I think much of it was answered this morning, at least not full answers, but at least pointing to a different direction, looking at different ways of finding creative solutions, looking at communities and what communities can provide and the lessons that they bring. So it was really refreshing for me to sit here and listen to a lot of the discussions today. I think there is huge scope for collaboration, huge scope for looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, because there are many indicators, 17 of them. I will not go into the details of them, but they all relate to both the environment and the importance of investing in environment for social and economic progress, as well as for sustainable development issues, I think, which is really important if we are going to take forward what we say we will do in this workshop. We're talking about mindfulness, we're talking about different strategies, and I think from a layperson's point of view, we've heard a lot of the conceptual side of the discussions, but from a layperson's point of view, we could also be looking at concepts of karma, which were probably an average Buddhist would relate to, and its impact on the environment, ahimsa, kindness, compassion, relating to the environment. I think those will be the tools that really the sustainable development and environment agenda can take forward. And I hope that the reports that come out from here will be able to link it and share it with the global powers to be, as well as the local and global and regional heads, so that there is that synergy and contact. I have very esteemed speakers here, and I'm sure they'll elaborate on the details and provide their insights into these very important and burning issues, essentially linking up with some of the challenges and opportunities that we face as a globe, but also how do we bring new practices, new ways of doing business, new ways of thinking, alternate viewpoints, ancient traditions we've heard. We've heard about the Buddhist practices, we've heard about the Hindu practices, we've heard about many things, and also bringing what is good in society to bear so that we can find the right solutions and make the lives of people and countries and individuals better. So what I'm going to do now is just introduce my first speaker, sitting on my left, Lady Mohini Kent. She's the author, filmmaker, journalist, and charity worker, and global envoy of the IBC, as well as the chairperson of Lily Against Human Trafficking, and much more, but you can see her biography in the booklets that you have, if you want to know more. But I think without any ado, I'm going to ask Lady Mohini to say a few words, to share your insights, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and it's my honor to be asked to speak today. And in London, a post-lunch slot we would normally refer to as the graveyard shift, because the main task of the speaker is to wake up the audience. But you've just mentioned that I'm the founder chairperson of Lily Against Human Trafficking, so I think I'll tell you the story of the eponymous Lily. She was a 4-year-old girl who was sold to a pimp for 4,000 rupees. And at that time, a buffalo cost 16,000 rupees. So by the time our project heard about this nefarious sale, the man had disappeared with the child. So it took time to trace them to Delhi's GB Road, where he had sold her on for 100,000 rupees. So, the profit of 95,000 rupees. And she was rescued, but of course not before the worst had happened to her. And now she's grown up, and her main passion is to teach mothers to love their children. Why? Because her own mother had sold her. She was a prostitute, and she hadn't wanted to fund her drug habit. It's quite shocking, isn't it? But the abuse that was suffered by Lily hurts us all, because we are all interdependent, and that's one of the cardinal teachings of the Buddha. If each one of us lived more mindfully, then things may not have got so bad, where a 4-year-old is sold into slavery of the worst sort. And His Holiness always said, if you want to be happy, be compassionate. If you want to make others happy, be compassionate. And one of the things about mindfulness and communication, one is overt, but it's also energetic. And our actions also energetically help to improve the world. So being aware of our responsibility as a human being must start in the home. Everything else comes after. The school, the institutions, the government, the authorities, and the first teachers are parents. And the point of change is with the individual. When I started Lily, I had no idea if I could make any difference at all. But we have done 32 projects in the past decade. And His Holiness also said once, if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. So we human beings were meant to uphold the scales of justice. As the most evolved species, we have a responsibility to nurture our junior partners, the animals, and take care of the well-being of our sacred planet. Because the earth gives us great abundance of everything, food, wood, metal, gold, diamonds, and it's a beautiful planet if you compare it to the surface of the Mars or the moon. And instead of being good and courteous guests, we have abused her hospitality. And there is increasing violence, and it looks like the human race is now devouring itself. One of the best images I hold in my heart is the teaching that when you do a walking meditation, even the trees are your sangha. In that case, how can I pick up an axe to attack one of my companions? In order to care for the environment, we have to learn to love it, and we cannot love what we don't know. So I think one of the main thrust of the media would be to create mindful awareness of the planet and all the other inhabitants who coexist with us. Modern technology has created very extraordinary tools, such as cameras that can penetrate the dark of the ocean floor and film what's there. But what is also there is plastic. Sadly, there is about 8 million metric tons of plastic are dumped into the ocean every year, and it breaks up into smaller and smaller units, which are then ingested by fish and other innocent creatures. And I believe that plastic waste has created about 400 dead zones in the ocean, and about 70% of our surface on Earth is covered by ocean. So we are contaminating the ocean, and we are depleting our natural resources. And I might mention a couple of initiatives which is countering this. One is Save Plastics Project that recycles household plastics, turning it into construction material, outdoor decking, furniture. And the other project is recycles cling film, you know, that ubiquitous covering of all the food containers, especially in London and the West. Cling film is one long chain of carbon, and the project turns it into a substance that can be used in nylons and electric components. And we've been talking about YouTube and all. We live in very interesting times because the age of the print newspaper and the print, magazines and all is passing with this explosion of social media. And one British YouTuber, Lady C, calls it the new Library of Alexandria because there is so much knowledge and information available. There is, of course, lies and disinformation, but we can, and there's plenty of attention-seeking individuals who come and spout, second-hand borrowed wisdom. But there is also the potential to spread our own message of mindfulness, compassion, and interdependence. Our role was that of guardians and peacemakers, but there is violence in the world, and as for the world beyond the human world, it is totally out of balance. Human greed and corruption have created a great imbalance in nature, and that will surely come back to bite us. And we need to, how do we change this? Mindfulness has actually gone out of Bodha Dharma. There is a mindfulness group in the British Parliament, which has more than 250 members. Mindfulness is being taught in some British schools, but just as mindfulness, not as part of Buddhism or any religion. And I think that's the greatness of the Buddha's teachings, and he would not have minded at all. It is said that karma never forgets an address, and the COVID crisis may have been a curtain raiser for the karmic retribution that will come to balance the scales of justice. And we human beings, we clearly have to improve our own behavior. But it's little use in preaching to people to be kind and compassionate, to have ethics and morals, because very few want to be virtuous for the sake of it. And I think we need to be inspired instead by individual stories of heroism, selflessness, love, and compassion. And with a dash of humor, if it's possible, as His Holiness epitomizes. And that may be the way forward. Thank you. Record time.
2 minutes. I'd like to open up the floor for any, I wouldn't say comments, but clarifications. Just 2 seconds before we go to the next speaker. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Lots of food for thought, at least for me. No? So shall we go to the next speaker then? Okay. All right. I'd like to introduce Mr. Don De Silva. He's an environmentalist, author, journalist, and a former UN head, intimately involved in the UN processes related to environment and sustainable development, and currently a Buddhist counselor in universities in the UK. Mr. De Silva, shall I? Thank you.
It is wonderful as part of sustainable development to be having our panel chaired by a lady chairperson. And we have also equity in our panel. You have 3 and 3, which is genuine equity. Most venerable, distinguished Dhamma teachers, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to talk to you a little bit about Buddhism and sustainability. I'm going to be ambidextrous, so I'm going to control the PowerPoint with my left, and I'm going to also do the same with my right so that I can read the text properly. So, thank you to the International Buddhist Confederation.
You want me to do that?
No.
I look at what you are doing and I'll follow you.
Oh, okay. No, this is not working. You'll have to time my presentation.
I am timing, don't worry.
Which one?
Right. Thank you to the International Buddhist Confederation and the Vivekananda International Foundation. This is an interesting piece of history. This is Swami Vivekananda at the World Parliament of Religions in Chicago, which took place in 1893. And here he is, and he is with Swami Vivekananda is with Anagarika Dharmapala on the right of the image, to his right, and Virshan Gandhi next to Anagarika Dharmapala. Now, how did the modern environment movement start? What are its origins? I'm not so sure that is well known. The initiator, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to U Thant, the third Secretary General of the United Nations from 1961 to 1971. An absolute masterclass in international diplomacy. And where did he get his source from? In the annals of human history, some individuals who have made constructive and sustainable impacts get hidden in the shadows of history. They get really ignored. But one such person is U Thant, hailing from a small village in Pantano in Burma. U, of course, means an honorific title. First of all, he did two remarkable world historical initiatives. One, he diffused the Cuban Missile Crisis and stopped the world from going into a nuclear war, Madam Chairperson. The second is that he originated the United Nations initiatives on the environment and therefore globalized the world environment movement. And how did he do that? The Secretary Generals, and this is taken from the New York Times, the Secretary General from Morning Ritual was a testament to his nature. According to the New York Times, each morning, after rising at 6:30 in the morning, U Thant of Burma performs a Buddhist rite. He sits quiet alone and meditates, and in those minutes, perhaps 5 or 10, Thant makes no offering to the Buddha, nor does he kneel in prayer. Instead, he sits quietly, yet actively, and strives to attain what he calls humbly the emotional equilibrium. This is what the Buddha talked about, Attanaya Janeyata. Attanaya Janeyata means experiential realization. This is in the Tipitaka, in the authenticated discourses of the Buddha. Then, during the late 1960s, there were people's protest participation because Rachel Carson wrote the book, only one, the one on pesticides. So there was a real firmament. And U Thant, and here's the evidence for you, U Thant in his paper called for the holding of a UN conference on the environment. This is the world's modern historical Earth Summit initiated by a Buddhist. You need to really realize this. His plea was simple: severe environmental challenges and the time to act was now. His clarion call for attention resulted in the first ever global summit, the Earth Summit, in June. So the question one poses is, often I get asked, how do you change the trajectory of the world? Can one person make a sizable change? He did that. The Buddha did it on many different issues. So what is the UNEP definition, where I have worked quite a bit in the United Nations Environment Program? What did we come up with as the definition of sustainable development? Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present generation without jeopardizing the ability of future generations to meet theirs. I won't go into this, it's a long history. Now, more than 2,000, this is, if you are, what I am really concerned about is that when the World Bank goes to the Buddhist countries and they talk about sustainable development, they tend to think that sustainable development came from the moon, that it is something that is new. No, it is not. And here we have the Buddha in the Anguttara 3.7 saying, Digarattang hitaya sukaya, lasting welfare and happiness. What I as an environmental scientist call sustainable development or sustainable welfare and happiness. So the Buddha outlined in his discourses the whole area of interconnectedness, people, environment and the cosmos. Now here it is. This is his ecological framework. And this is in the, again, Adhammika Sutta. I am not going to be interpreting any text from the Buddha because the Buddha's statements are radical. They don't need interpretation if you go into it. At a time when kings are unprincipled, royal officials become unprincipled. When royal officials are unprincipled, Brahmins and householders become unprincipled. And so it goes on, the courses of the stars and the constellations, the days and nights, the months and the fortnights, the seasons become erratic. Climate change. The heavens don't provide enough rain. The crops ripen erratically. When people eat crops that have been ripened erratically, they become short-lived, ugly, weak, and sickly. And so in this, the converse is true. How am I doing for time?
You have to
Okay.
remind you.
So these are the Sustainable Development Goals 17 adopted by the second Earth Summit, which was held in Rio in 2012, which we put forward to the world governments. 140 countries attended that. So I'm now going to not go through all of this. I'm going to take a couple of these SDGs, and I'm going to show you how this is done and referred to in the Buddha Dhamma. So let's take the first one, Sustainable Development Goal, responsible consumption. And once a ruler was asked by Ananda, what did he do with all the robes that are given to them as gifts? And so this is Ananda's response was long, but Professor Lily De Silva shortened this so that people could understand it. When new robes are received, the old robes are issued as coverlets. The old coverlets as mattresses, mattress covers, the old mattress covers as rugs, the old rugs as dusters, and the old tattered dusters are kneaded with clay and issued to repair cracked floors and walls. That is sustainable development, ladies and gentlemen. And then comes reducing inequalities, SDG 10. You are not a lowlife by birth, nor by birth you are a Brahmin. You are a lowlife by your deeds, and by deeds you are a Brahmin. So then the Buddha also went into, in some of the suttas, to talk about injustice and hunger. Those who are, and this is what he advised rulers of his time. Those who are poor, in your kingdom, you should provide them with wealth. This is more fulfilling as a moral obligation. Let not injustice prevail in your realm. This is the Buddha Dhamma. It is not only about Sila Samadhi Panya and then going to a retreat and talking about Buddhism. This is a radical transformation of society. So he also, in one of his suttas, talked about the 10 nuns who were the foremost, and one of them was Dhammadinna, who was equal to him in speech. So he says, Pandita Vishaka Dhammadinna. I don't have time to go into it totally, but I'm going to shorten it. You can refer to it in your research. So, Pandita, if you came around to me and asked this question as a way of, like what you did with Dhammadinna, that is what it means, and that is how you should remember. And here is the 16th one, last one, which is about peace, justice, and strong institutions. Dhammic governance. So here we have Samrat Ashoka putting the teachings of the Buddha into statecraft. So this is not something that is pie in the sky. This is relevant for the society today, particularly for the climate change negotiations today. And so under his leadership, Pillar Edict 4, death penalty was abolished. Welfare of animals became a state concern. Medical facilities for both people and animals, and so on. And then he also launched the world's most incredible diplomatic initiative, which was to take the Buddha Dhamma to many parts of the world, including, we are fortunate to have received it from Sri Lanka. To Sri Lanka, he sent his own son Mahinda, and then with other Theros as well, and then he paid and did the ultimate sacrifice, which was to send Sanghamitta, whom I call a stateswoman. And this is the first stateswoman in the world. Sanghamitta, the friend of the Sangha, daughter of Emperor Asoka and his wife Devi, together with a group of bhikkhunis, shattered many glass ceilings. You don't need lessons about women and diversity. We have that in Buddhism. And this is written in black and white. So Sanghamitta did not come alone. He came with 12 young visionaries. She handpicked together with Samrat Asoka. And here they are, the 12, the young 12, 30 years old. Uttara, Vikachana, Hema, Pasadapala, Agimitta, Dasika, Peggu, Pabbata, Matta, Malla, Dhammadasya, and this is in the Dipavamsa chapter 10. Please read this, because this is really world history, and there is no parallel anywhere in any of the civilizations to match this. Okay, and here is, 2 minutes, and here is Queen Anula, the sister-in-law of King Devanampetissa, who became a Buddhist nun, and she was the first Buddhist nun, and there is her sitya, or her stupa, was found in Anuradhapura, and it is being renovated now. This is the evidence of it in Prakriti, and it is there for all to see now in the Brahmin script. And this is rock inscription 101. This is the stupa. I have been there. This is being renovated, and I would like you to address this interesting conference, interesting place. The international impact. So what was the impact of Sanghamitta theory and the women's group? I won't go into it in detail, but Dipavamsa says in chapter 13 that they were pandits, scholars, and recounts their prowess. They taught the Vinaya Pitaka and other Nikayas as well. So the Dipavamsa testimony, and I will finish, is that Sanghamitta arrived in 245 BCE. By the Sri Lankan king, King Katakana's reign, and his son, there were 16,000 bhikkhunis in Sri Lanka. Any CEO would like that as an impact audit assessment. So I'm going to now end with the vision of the Buddha. The Buddha gave a very precise vision for the world and for a Buddhist. Bahujana Hitaya, welfare of many people, Bahujana Sukhaya, happiness of many people, and Loka Anukampayo, compassion for the world. And this is the challenge that each and every one of us has. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a fascinating and very, very practical presentation. I wish we had more time, I think, for something like this, but a lot of food for thought. I'd like to go to our next speaker, Alejandra Calais from the Czech Republic, who has been actively engaged in the Institute of Environment and Ethical Education in her country. And she's also been involved with the delivery of the C program, which is the Social, Emotional, and Ethical Learning Program, and promoting Tibetan and East Asian culture and philosophy. Alejandra? 10 minutes you have?
Maximum.
Okay.
I will try shorter. Hello, I'm coming from Czech Republic, and I would like to say Tashidele and Namaste to everyone. And thank you for being here so long and taking a lot of attention for this Congress, and especially thank you for invitation to International Buddhist Confederation and Vivekananda Foundation. I'm not a journalist, so I have not so many to say about journalist and social media case. I can just say before I will share to you the presentation that our country is located very close to Ukraine and Russian war, and there is a lot of propaganda and things in the middle, and we have to use our mind to be somehow neutral, and we find out that the best approach what we can use is the language of compassion to really understand the terrible things which happens on both sides. And so I would like to present you our presentation, which was helping me making my colleague, Mr. Jan Formanek. And why I'm saying about my colleague, because I would like to say that any NGO cannot work without others and voluntaries who are very important mosaics, parts for mosaics, which we have to create. So our NGO, it calls Institute of Environmental and Ethical Education. And actually, we are very familiar little NGO working with right now 36 voluntaries. Most of them we are friends. They are different professions, the people who are coming to help us to building the NGO. And then we can bring different professional cases and areas together. So what we are doing, one more. So what we are doing is that we are focusing for two things, and that's environmentalism and ethics. So how we are doing that? It's simple. We are trying to spreading secular ethics from His Holiness Dalai Lama vision. So we are teaching C-learning, social, emotional, and ethical learning. We start teach that in 2017. Actually, we bring that to our country, and slowly we start adapt all the materials to our language. And in 2017 was a very different situation in our country. Much more well-being was kind of modern but very abstract word. Right now, a situation absolutely different. We are in the year of 2024 bring us many changes. I will say mainly after COVID. People, especially government people, are doing many different kind of reforms, and they are trying to bring well-being, let's use this word, to different changes in the structures. And them efforts are very positive. So they do a lot to implement and adapt different holistic teaching And most of ethics and teaching is thanks to you, coming from India and from Asian countries. So that's what I would like to say with like big attention and thanks, that maybe sometimes in India, you are looking here for some British school or some system of Montessori schools, yeah, or you are looking many different solutions. But we are very thankful to your holistic teaching. And even I started study that when I was 28 years old. It means 12 years back. I have to say, I feel always like a beginner, because there is a lot what your generation and native has done. Your roots are very fruitful, so we can use all the roots to really make some bridge to Europe and slowly walk on this bridge to bring your awareness and attention and wisdom for people who can only put the efforts, but for them well-being is still very abstracted. So we need holistic teaching for doing our work well. So if we can go next, yeah. So something about our institution, because maybe some of you you never hear about it, and also we don't have a website in English, so it will be good to say something. Our institution actually started when a very beautiful man, his name is Mr. Milan Klečka. He was working mainly with Mongolia and the Gandan monastery. So Odgar and all the people from Mongolia know him as someone who tried to establish some environmental cases and international projects between two countries, and he did very well, and mainly promoting Buddhism and Mongolian Buddhism and Gelupa lineage and more things in our country. So he established some museum and relation with the Mongolian Museum, first Mongolian Museum in Czechia, thanks to cooperation with a Gandan monastery. And after he gave me the institute because he said he's too old and I'm too enthusiastic, so he won't make me more busy. And he did, and very successfully. So we start focusing much more to spreading. We don't touch too much the environmentalist case, because we find out that the environmentalism without ethics cannot work, as ethics and values cannot work with environmentalism. So we look for all, like for one subject. So about history, I told you something. Then what do we have else? From since 2019, we cooperate with Emory University as a primary affiliate partner in our country. So we train trainers, we translate all the methodology, we're doing awareness about the sea learning, and right now we have been very lucky because, as I said on the beginning, now I can tell you this like wonderful news and maybe inspiration for other countries, that our Ministry of Education is going through one of the biggest reform for national framework of curriculum. And they, let's say, they processing and they offer us to cooperate, to bring a sense of all the secular ethics and sea learning, but not just sea learning, also some well-being and inner work to the national framework for curriculum. So we are on the way to start cooperate with them. Even they have deadline to do in 2-3 years. And we don't know how. Then we decide we have to try. And sometimes this is something what I want to say. It's good to find a compromise if the government decide to do something, because they have different timing to finalize the things through different donations and all dotations. So we cannot only make a pressure for how long training need to take. We have to just be flexible to react and find the best solution for them. Yeah, so that's something about our reform and situation in Czechia. And then I want to mention that sea learning is spreading from 2019. It was launched here by His Holiness Dalai Lama and maybe some of you in Delhi. And from this time, it has, by organic spreading, with no many marketing and with enthusiastic and voluntary people. Right now, in 2024, we have sea learning in 59 countries. And the program is still growing and awareness growing with it. So I think it's like very successful result for sea learning researchers and initiative initiative in the world. So what about the Czech teacher and European teachers? So we have 42% of European teachers who really report the stress. But in Czechia, we mapping that there is a 72 teacher who feel under stress. But good news is that 58% of Czech teachers feel to have chance to change their work, and they are open to start work and study, doing something with herself. Yeah, so we are very happy to support this process, and every day coming more people to create this base. Yeah, so here is some resume. I'm looking for, yeah. So we are very lucky to have this precious chance, thanks to teaching oriented in India, to bring to great benefit to bringing to compassion-based teaching to the Western world. Thanks to readiness and openness to find new way to tackle with lack of physical well-being, personal development, and last, find some solution for environmental problems, because it's very connected with it. Yeah, so that's everything, and I would like to thank you very, very much for inviting us.
Thank you, Alejandro, for sharing all those insights on your work in Czech Republic. I think I'll go to our next speaker, Mr. Rohana Garuthara, the Director General of the Buddhist Media Network in Sri Lanka. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. Sit down. Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me for this great spiritual gathering. I'm from the Buddhist Media Network in Sri Lanka. I'm a physics professor, not a media man. So first, let's look at the environment and sustainability, how then the sustainability development was defined. So this was defined in 1987, to my knowledge, by the United Nations. And it says the sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. You saw this previously. And in 2015, the UN adopted 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The goal is to create a decent lives on everyone on a healthy planet by 2030. So, this sustainable development was based on 3 pillars. First one is social development, second one economic sustainability, and the third one is environmental sustainability. So, let's look at now these 3 things first. The first part is economic, how we are doing this economic development. Let's look at briefly the world GDP per capita during the 20th century. It rose exponentially, actually, from 1900 to 2020. But if you look at today, 40% of the population lives on less than $5 per month. So I don't know, depend on that country, how much they are poor and difficult to live. Okay, so I'm first like to give you some data, since this is not my research, I gathered from research work. So let's look at the population. So today, for example, this region, India, from 1950 to 2023, Indian population was increased about 1.4 billion, and also China and the rest of the countries. And actually, in 1959, global population was 3 billion. In 2024, the global population is 8 billion. That means within 65 years, 5 billion people came to this world. Okay, so let's look at how the global land used for food production. We know the Earth's surface is 29% land and 71% ocean. Out of this 29% land, only 76% is habitable land. In this part, in this land, 45% is now using agriculture and 38% is left for forest. So, if you look at, according to the recent study, croplands has expanded at a rate of 58 times faster than they were 20 years ago. So the croplands and everything, land is increasing. So when these things, population increases, land cultivation increases, so what is the effect on the environment? It is clear from this data that increase in human population has significant impact on the earth in many ways. According to recent study, you saw the land increases by 58 times faster than they were 20 years ago. The utilization rate of earth resources is 1.7 times higher than their generation rate. If things stay the same, if we use these resources consume like this way, we will need 3 Earths to fill our requirements by 2050. So it's a very serious data, if it is correct. Global energy demand is expected to increase 50% over the next 30 years. More than half the world's population lives in urban areas today, but in 2050, this proportion is expected to rise to 68%. We know when the urban population increases, you have to supply more energy, more everything, so there's no time to speak about that. So let's look at currently 2.2 billion people around the world do not have safe drinking water, and 4.2 billion lack sanitation services. This is just data I gathered. So, when the human population increases, of course, emission of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases increases, and the global temperature increases. So if you look at the carbon dioxide, that also increased exponentially. And ecosystem change, because of this, rise in temperature goes up, and all species are trying to adapt, some heading towards extinction, because if you cannot adapt, they have to extinct. Since 1979, Arctic sea ice has shrunk by more than 40%. That means sea level goes up. So the land also shrinking. Okay, so I'm doing it quickly. So ecological sustainability is necessary for nature preservation. Let's look at in Sri Lanka, where I came from. Natural forest decreased from 80% in 1820 to 43% in 1948 due to tea, coffee, and rubber plantation by the British. Natural forest cover further decreased to 26% in 2024. That means in Sri Lanka now we have only 24% forest. In Sri Lanka's land area is 65,500 square kilometers, and the countries right around is ocean, so it's an island. Therefore, life there in forest life, animals very precious. So there are about 3,500 floral species. About 875 flora species in Sri Lanka is endemic. Only to Sri Lanka, 875. Also, Sri Lanka is home to 21 species of endemic mammals, 26 species of endemic birds, 113 species of endemic reptiles, and 112 species of endemic amphibians, 50 species of endemic fish. So, biodiversity plays a very important role, process to life on Earth. The health of our ecosystem, including the air we breathe and the food we eat, is depend on biodiversity. Recently, I'm just giving you some information. A wind energy project is in Mana district was awarded to Adani Green Energy Limited by the Ministry of Power and Energy. The project consists 52 giant wind turbines in each 220 meters tall. According to the scientist, the project possesses a service threat to the island's unique biodiversity and pristine landscape. According to Dr. Rohan Pettiagoda, he is a very eminent scientist in this area. Mana, this is the place where they are going to have these turbines, is a crucial region that houses millions of birds from diverse species. Every year they are coming from all over the world, and this is the migratory path, corridor for birds. So definitely they have a threat. So, the world has seen average 68% drop in mammals, bird, fish, reptiles, and amphibians populations since 1970, according to the wildlife data. So, very recently, the United Nations Secretary General said, we are out of harmony with nature. Humanity has become a weapon of mass extinction. So, now we have to think, when you look at this data, we are Buddhist. Why it happened? We always look at the cause. Buddha teaches us to think about the cause, not supernatural powers. So let's look at the cause here. We know, according to Buddhism, in deep, there's a thing called, the core Buddhism is Paticca Samuppada. The fundamental concept of Buddhism is dependent origination. Everything is dependent, which provides an explanation for the cause of suffering. Of course, here the suffering is because lack of Four Noble Truths. Existence is viewed as a flux of phenomenal events that are interconnected and without any real permanent or independent existence of their own. So this is very deep. I'm a physics person. I'm still learning about these things. We all have to learn this very deeply. So to understand this deeply, of course, we have to go more and more into the Buddhist practices. Let's look at a human being. If you look at the human being, according to Buddhism, human being means we have 6 senses. They are nose, tongue, body, and mind. But I don't know here, with my experience in Sri Lanka, most of the people, especially young crowd, never think about there is a mind that's a sixth sense. They think only five senses. So they are trying to have more happiness, more fun, more enjoyable things using their five senses. Because of that, in Sri Lanka, some young crowd all over the world, I cannot say, they even inject very strong, dangerous chemicals to their body to have fun. There's no mind. In Sri Lanka, for example, there are about 23 million people. They consume about 600,000 liters per day alcohol. Here I notice India is very high number. So the mind-body function as a pair of firewood according to Buddhism. They are leaning against each other. If you take one, the other will definitely fall. So that's where the problem is, not thinking or paying attention to the mind, which is Buddhism. Today, people are not concerned about the mind, but more concerned about their other five senses to me. So, if the mind is clear, whatever you do or say will bring happiness, and that will follow you like your shadow. We are what we think, all that we are arises with our thoughts. This is Dhammapada, the sacred scripture of Theravada Buddhism. And this teaches us the middle path is the Buddhist way of life, a progression of self-development through noble eightfold path leads to the developed qualities of virtue, concentration and wisdom, or sila, samadhi, prajna. However, this must be based on, we cannot go immediately with this, based on morality. In order to purify both the verbal and bodily actions, Buddhists undertake to observe 5 precepts or pansal we just had at the beginning of this meeting, which are recited daily by abstaining of destroying life, abstaining of stealing, abstaining of sexual misconduct, abstaining of lies, and abstaining of intoxicating drinks. So, this is my speech, since time up. So, what I strongly believe is, if you do any work before that, if you have always, or whether you are media or whatever it is, if you say, I'm saying a holy Buddhist prayer, Sabba papassa karanang kusalassa upasampada sachitta pariyo dhapanang etam buddhana sasanam. If you follow this path, you do everything wonderful, and the 17 SDG goals will be a success. Otherwise, believe me, I personally believe there's no success. Always we can put a patch. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garuthara. The middle path, I think we've heard that. I'm looking at what Mr. Gurumurthy said this morning. It somehow sat in my head, the con and the text. I'm looking at the faces, so I think we'll try to move quickly. And my last but not the least, the speaker is Ricky Kay. I think he's a well-known musician, but one thing from his thing that caught my eye was he was the GQ Man of the Year last year. Okay, so here, yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Check. Okay. I think I can't see a couple of people over there, so I'll just use the podium.
Yeah.
Okay, namaskar everyone. Namaskar everyone.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to speak a little bit about communication and the environment. Now I'm a musician, I'm an environmentalist, two pillars that have pretty much dictated my whole life and every single life decision that I've ever made. So I'll do a small exercise over here because we've been speaking a little bit about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam since morning. That is, the world is one family. So let's do an exercise. Are you ready for that? I'm going to ask you questions and you need to answer me back, but loudly. Are you okay with that? Yes. Will you answer me? Yes. Okay, so my name is Ricky. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, fine. I heard everybody. Okay. I live in Bangalore. Which city do you live in?
Kathmandu.
Fantastic. I live in a country called India. Which country do you live in?
Nepal.
Okay. Which planet do you live on? Yep. So, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one family, one planet, one common future. So that itself shows that, that all of us have got one common future and we all need to work towards it. So anyway, we also spoke a little bit about sustainable development. Now, if you look at the word development, or you look at the word develop itself, if you look at the word develop, since time immemorial, if you look at all the translations of the word develop in any kind of ancient culture anywhere in the world, it's always meant progressing forward in an inclusive manner and not against the environment. It's always meant that. But right now we've hijacked that word so much so that when we think about the word develop, the only thing that comes to our mind is basically, the New York skyline, concretization, big lights at the night time, tall buildings, private jets. That's all that we think about when we think about the word developed. So much so that we've got another phrase, which is called sustainable development, which talks about progressing responsibly in collaboration with the environment. When actually by default, development itself should mean, responsibly progressing forward. So actually speaking, if you think about it, if all of us followed the ideals of ancient Indian ideals and Buddhist ideals, then we would not need a term called as sustainable development. Development by itself, by default, would mean in collaboration with the environment, and we would have another term for unsustainable development, but I do not know what that term would be called. Anyway, so with all the problems that we face on our planet, whether it's environmental problems or whether it is social problems, we've got so many environmental problems like climate change, deforestation, species extinction, plastics pollution, air pollution, so many social issues that are all interrelated with environmental issues. I believe that the biggest threat to us as a species is the constant thought that we have that somebody else will make a difference. We're always waiting for governments, for intergovernmental bodies, for corporations, for leaders to make a difference, when the truth is that the only way we can bring about meaningful change is if we bring about changes within our own behavior. We constantly talk about changing the world, and you and I am guilty of that, but we constantly talk about changing the world, but we very rarely talk about changing ourselves. And that is not because we're evil people. It's simply because, the way that we've been educated, the way that we've been taught, the way that we've built systems around us, we just believe that we are very insignificant. That if I stop using single-use plastics, what difference will it make? Or, if I reduce my dependence on fossil fuel, what difference will it make? Or if I'm kind to people, if I'm compassionate, what difference will it make? But it actually makes a huge difference. All that we need to do is encourage ourselves to make these tiny incremental changes within our own lives. And that's all that matters actually. So how do we do that? How do we encourage everyone around us and ourselves to be the change that we want to see? Now we can showcase a ton of scientific data, which is really important, but we can showcase scientific data to people, but it will not change mindsets. We can showcase a whole lot of analytics and data, and it will not change mindsets. Now here in this conference, we're talking about communication, we're talking about media. So what is important is for us to use the language of arts, and in my case, music. Use the language of arts and take these complex ideas and thoughts, like the scientific data and these analytics and these statistics, and simplify it through the emotional language of the arts, in my case, music, so that you're hitting the hearts and souls of people. And that is what will bring about an emotional reaction, and that is what will change mindsets. So what is extremely important is for artists to constantly collaborate with scientists. And the scientists do what they're good at of figuring out what our problems are and figuring out the solutions, and artists need to communicate this. So it needs to be, because artists are not the best people to figure out what our problems in our world are, and scientists are not the best people to communicate. So there needs to be a collaboration between these two people. Now, I'm a product of Samvad, which happened right here in this hall in 2015. Because that is where my pathway of bringing my music and my environmentalism came together through that particular program. So I'm very grateful to the Vivekananda International Foundation, to the IBC for this. But over there in that particular program, while I was watching it, Prime Minister Modi quoted a very important quote from Buddhism. I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't know it by heart, but I'm going to paraphrase it. But this is what he said in general, that the impurities in the ecosystems, the impurities of our environment is directly connected with the impurities in our mind. So in order to purify the environment, we have to purify our mind, and vice versa. And this is very, very important, because we need to start looking inwards. And we do not need any scientific data to prove this statement, because it is so obvious that, if our mindsets are not pure, if you are facing mental health issues, obviously that is going to showcase, that's going to show its effect on the people around us, on the environment around us, and on everything and everybody around us. So I guess what needs to happen is that we are focusing too much on symptomatic treatments and symptomatic solutions when it comes to the environment. What we need to do is that we need to go to the roots of the problem, and the roots of the problem is basically this. The root of the problem is that we need to be a far more compassionate society, and we need to clarify our minds, and we need to take care of our mental wellness, because that is what we are lacking right now in this world. We are lacking good mental wellness everywhere, and I think Buddhism and ancient Indian traditions can play a very important role with this. Now, when it comes to the problems of our environment, there are two ways to communicate our problems. There are two major ways to communicate, and this is sort of an appeal to my friends in the media over here. Now, one way is to shame people into action, to use doom and gloom, and as I said, shame people into action. And that is what I broadly call the Greta Thunberg approach. You know, the Swedish student who's an environmentalist. I've met her. I believe she's quite genuine, but at the same time, the thing is that she uses doom and gloom, and she uses shaming people into action as a method for getting to an end goal. Now, sometimes this is very short-lived. The effects of this is very short-lived. It may work sometimes to shame a government into action or something like that, or shame a corporation into action. It may have a short-term effect. But on individuals, I do not believe it has much of an effect, simply because instead of drawing people in, you are actually pushing people away. Now, the second approach is what I call the Sir David Attenborough approach. You know, the famous UK naturalist, Sir David Attenborough. Sir David Attenborough uses the approach of, let's make everybody fall in love with the natural world, and hopefully through that love, we will find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and to sustain. So that is basically showing what the beauty of the world that remains, showcasing animals that we've normally never been exposed to, showcasing the beauty of wildlife that normally we would never see in our lives, and showing people what is out there and the beauty of the world that is out there. And then we have to find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and sustain. Now, every single conservationist anywhere in the world has been inspired by Sir David Attenborough in the long term. So that is why I believe love can play a very important role in creating a more eco-conscious society. One more example that I'll just quickly give is that, let's say Mr. Gurumurthy, he spoke about meat consumption. Now, the thing is that one can shame people into action about meat, saying that, it's got a large carbon footprint, it's got this, there's a compassion issue when it comes to it. You can do all of that. Now, there is one individual called, and I'm giving this as an example of effective communication. There's one individual called Gene Bauer in America. He runs this organization known as Farm Sanctuary. Now, what is this organization? He's created petting zoos using animals that are normally slaughtered. Like pigs, chickens, goats, lambs, sheep, cows. He's created this beautiful, multiple of these farm sanctuaries across America, and he organizes school trips. And when he organizes school trips, children come over there, and normally if you go to a slaughterhouse, the pigs are very violent. Because they always think that if a human being is coming close to me, they're going to either cut off my ear, or they're going to brand me, or they're going to take away my child, or they're going to take away something from me. But in this case, when the children move towards the pigs just go back on their back and they just want a belly rub because they're conditioned for love. And then they show a close association with the kids that, you know, that this is what, when you're eating a chicken nugget, this is exactly what you're eating. Or you're eating a hamburger, this is the animal that you're eating. So they're using love for positive reinforcement. Same thing with clothes. Like I've started this hashtag known as Rewear for Earth. Hashtag Rewear, numeric for Earth. It's about rewearing your clothes because fast fashion is one of the most polluting industries on this planet right now. In fact, this suit that you see me wearing, if you go onto my Instagram, you'll see it in at least 12 to 13 different events just this year. Because I only have 11 sets of clothes and I keep rewearing these clothes. And if you go to any of my concerts, you'll see me wearing the exact same clothes for a concert. Sometimes for about 60 to 70 concerts, I wear the exact same clothes. Because the earth does not remember what you wore in the previous party, but the earth remembers how you treat it. And fashion can always be fashionable more than once, but right now we have this paradigm among young kids that you cannot repeat the same costume twice on Instagram, or you cannot repeat the same costume twice to public events. What we need to do is that we need to rewear our clothes in public events, post photographs of that on social media and double down on it that I'm being more responsible for the planet. That is why I'm doing this. And it's going to be good for us financially. It's also going to be good for our mental health. So I'm going to end with what Baba Diom, a famous Senegalese philosopher, he had once said that at the end of the day, we as human beings, we will only protect things that we love. Because that's how we are. As human beings, we'll only protect things that we love. We will only love things that we understand, and we will only understand things that we are taught. So all of us need to make it our mission through our communication, through our media, through our social media, everywhere. We need to make it our mission, as I said, to make everyone fall in love with the natural world by education, make everyone fall in love with the natural world, and hopefully through that love, we will all find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and to sustain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricky, and for placing love at the center of our response. Very interesting talk. I'm going to open it up. We have a few minutes before we break for tea. I think just 2 minutes if anyone has any questions or too tired. Yes, please.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Tripti Nath and I represent Strat News Global. My question is to Lady Noon. It was a very interesting presentation you made, ma'am. My compliments. You talked of the British group on mindfulness. I would like to know more about it.
Well, it's a group in Parliament. It has members both from the House of Lords and the House of Commons, and that also includes the staff. And I think on Tuesday evenings they used to have a session. So I presume that's still going, and it had about 250 members. But as I said, that it's not linked, they're not Buddhists. It's just practicing mindfulness. So that's been introduced in schools also, possibly through this group.
Somebody teaching them mindfulness.
Who's teaching them mindfulness? How to
No,
practice
they
it?
themselves, some of them are practitioners, long-term practitioners of meditation. So, you know, I think it's a kind of self-generated group. It's not a class.
Yes, Mr. Silva, you
May I add
yes,
to that excellent response? So in the UK Parliament, there is the APPG/M, which is the All-Party People's Parliamentary Group on Mindfulness. That consists of people from various different political parties. And for your information, the report that Lady Noon was talking about is the mindfulness report, and you can download this online. It is available for you to look at. And it contains, and what I find when I listen to some of the parliamentary debates is how open some of the members of parliament are concerning their own mental health and well-being issues. They're very open about it. Now, the ones who are training them are several organizations. The Oxford Center for Mindfulness is one which is leading the training. So there are various different groups and there are various different qualified individuals, psychotherapists, psychologists, who go to Parliament and then conduct mindfulness training sessions. I have been to one.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Otherwise, everyone's ready to break for tea, I see. Yeah, you want to say something?
One of the founders is a friend of mine, Lord Andrew Stone. Now, you know, the interesting thing is that we are not living in religious societies anymore. And there's a great deal of personal freedom. So he is by birth and whatever Jewish, but he does, you know, practices mindfulness. He's attached with the, what is the thing in Oxford, the Brahma Kumaris, you know. And he's helped me to host a yogi in the House of Lords. And we, in fact, did our best to try and get His Holiness invited, but then there was other sort of resistance. So the people have this individual freedom. So he is a very long-term practitioner of meditation. He gets up at 5 a.m. So there are people like that. And secondly, the House of Lords itself is a very big resource group. There are people there who are top of their fields, you know, whether they're doctors or they are union leaders or they're lawyers. So a lot of information is already available among the membership.
Thank you. And to be continued over coffee if you want to have further discussions. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. We'll now have the mementos. May I please request Deputy Secretary General of IBC, Venerable Khemachara Bhante, to please give out the mementos from IBC and VIF. First, moderator Ms. Sonam Yangchen Rana. Lady Mohini Kent Noon. Mr. Don D. De Silva. Miss Alexandra Kele. Professor Rohana Garuthara. Mr. Ricky Cage. Can we please have the group photograph? And while the photograph is on, I have two very important in-house announcements. There are delegates who are leaving this evening. since we are delayed by an hour, you may not be able to go from the hotel. Please start thinking about making movement. Team IBC is there to assist you outside. Movement to airport must be checked. There are at least 3 delegates who depart this evening. Group photo, panelists, please.
There's one more session, right? Yeah, after the floor, after the tea.
Thank you. We'll now break for tea. To save time, tea is being served outside. I'm requesting and promoting Buddhist journalism. This session will explore the steps needed to establish a Buddhist media network and leverage social media to enhance its reach and impact. For this session, the moderator is Mr. Rajesh Kalra from India. Sir, can you please come on stage? The speakers are Ms. Nina Susilo from Indonesia, Mr. Lim Kui Fong from Malaysia, Mr. Tenzin Lakshe from the CTA, India, Mr. Koko, Myanmar, and Mr. Atul Aneja, India. Over to you, sir.
I did not get to speak to everyone.
Meditation. Maybe better don't talk. Are you all set? Should start? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, namaskar, and Nama Buddhaya, everyone. Last topic is either the best or the organizers didn't want any participation. But I think this actually, given the topic for the day, is the most important session that we should be having. It's actually the most important also because it talks about establishing a Buddhist network and social media networking which can sustain itself. That is what we want to achieve by the end of it. We will talk about the role of media in promoting Buddhist teaching, promoting Buddhist values. What is it in content that works, whether long form work or videos work, podcasts work, social media works, what is it that actually makes a difference, which will ultimately result in whatever the aim of this day-long conference is. We will also try and discuss the challenges that one faces in establishing a Buddhist network. What are the key obstacles that you face when you are making something like this? How will you bridge the differences which are regional, cultural when you do this? Very importantly, how will you fund an initiative like this? That's a very important point. I can talk about the most important things that we need to do, but do we have the funds to implement the thing that we want to do? A lot of people have talked about leveraging the social media for the Buddhist networking. What are the best practices that you need to indulge in to engage with your viewers or listeners or your users? Can social media activism play a positive role? How do you make sure that misinformation is tackled? how do you also ensure while doing all this that you maintain the core teachings and values of Buddhism? You don't lose all that. And very importantly, as I said, you can't survive without funding. But what is more important, the real value, or you just need it to be commercialized? All these things you need to look at. One very important point which I thought is this: how can Buddhist media networks collaborate with other spiritual traditions, NGOs and social enterprises for greater impact? And can partnerships with secular organizations help in promoting mindfulness and Buddhist principles without compromising on religious identity? How do you engage with the youth and the digital generation? I think everybody will keep coming back to it. In fact, through the day, almost everyone has been talking about it because it is the most important thing. You can talk about things which make a difference to you at a very fundamental level, but if you are not practical about it, you will fail in what you are trying to achieve. I did talk about dealing with online hate and misinterpretation. It's a very important topic which we must discuss, must find a way around. And how do you monitor impact and the evolution of whatever you propose to set up? So we have a series of some very, very high profile speakers here. So they will try and address all these things during this short time that we have. I think the topic that we have lends itself to a day-long discussions, but we have just an hour. What I have requested my panelists here is to not speak for even 10 minutes, because if you are tired, 10 minutes seems like 2 hours. So they will speak less, but we will leave more time for people to ask questions and see, so that we can make it more interactive. So what I would do is we will jump straight into this talk with our panelists. And the first person I would invite is Ms. Nina Susilo. She's a senior journalist from Kompas Daily newspaper, Indonesia. To you, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Namo Buddhaya. And for this last session, I think we need to cheer up. And I will start by introducing myself, that I am from Indonesia, so that Indonesia is a country with a history of Buddhism actually in the past, but so that's why we can see this presentation. I start with the Borobudur Temple. You have talked about it. It's in the Central Java, and maybe it's the biggest Buddhist temple. And we also have Muara Jambi with the Muara Takus Temple, and it was from the Sriwijaya Kingdom, where we had Lama Sarlingpa or Guru Dharma Kirti, who had taught about the bodhicitta, and also Atisha had come to Indonesia to learn about it. And also we have also several more Buddhist temples. Nowadays, Indonesia nowadays is a Muslim majority country, so it's more important that we are spreading the universal loving kindness, the value which is like the earlier speaker said. Maybe Buddha will teach about ethics, not only Buddhism. So I think it's more important that we are spreading the universal loving kindness, and this beautiful value is also in line with journalism. So I really think that journalism requires compassion and wisdom, and this keeps journalism works on the path of truth, bringing the public's voice, such as the elements of journalism mentioned by Bill Kovac and Tom Rosenstiel, for example. And nowadays, we also have more challenges with the disruption with the new media. Citizen now everyone can make every content, So the media also, the journalists also have to have the ability to filter or diverse information. Meanwhile, the problem is in the society also become more and more complex. So we really need wisdom and compassion to work on the coverage and present it to readers, viewers, or listeners. And Buddhism, with its value of compassion and wisdom, is very relevant to journalism. In Indonesia, the teaching on compassion and wisdom are well summarized in the stages of the path to enlightenment. This teaching, which was once lost from Indonesia and then it was taught in Tibet by Atisha, a teacher from India who had been a disciple of Guru Swarnadipwa. Nowadays, the reincarnation of Guru Swarnadipwa is known as His Holiness Venerable Dapo Rinpoche, and his Indonesian disciple began to spread the teachings once more in Indonesia through Kadam Choling Indonesia. And we also have the Lamrimnesia Publishing Group. And this community now actively practices the Lamrim under the direct guidance of Dapo Rinpoche. And they also publishes reportage, articles through the site of kadamcholing.or.id. And other than that, there are several Buddhist portals and media in Indonesia, such as Buddhazain and Dai TV, which is actually comes from Taiwan also. And in addition, there are several Buddhist journalists in the mass media, and I think the presence of journalists on Buddhist portals and in mass media can simultaneously maintain the sustainability of Buddhist teaching with the hope that kindness can continue to spread on earth. But however, we really need to create the network among Buddhist journalists and media. It becomes more and more important here. So that's why we are here now. And I really think that what I like to offer us to create a network is because we really need to mutually strengthening, mutually supporting, and mutually echoing the values of kindness in Buddhism. But how to start it? Practically, of course, for me, I have no sophisticated method, but we need to start right now. Because in this room, we have lots of journalists, Buddhist journalists, and people who are working in the media, in the Buddhist media, so we have to start now. Unless the conference will go in vain. We can start with a communication group, for example, WhatsApp group, anything. We can start with it. After we have the network, after we engage, after we are in similar group, we need to work together. It has the content created, like what we have in Indonesia. Maybe the brothers from other countries may enhance the content. Then we can also, of course, make a collaboration. We can also collaborate to promote certain issues of campaign, for example, create some discussion, prepare some exhibitions, or maybe do some joint research, even do joint coverage. So it's really realistic, I think. But if we don't start with now, then when? And I think it's the last one is let's do that. Execution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silo, for sticking to your time, number one. And of course, completely agree with the points about compassion and Buddhism and how it can be incorporated into journalism. Having been a journalism for most part of my life, I think that is one aspect which has gone missing from media all over the world. I think it will make a difference to all of us if it happens. And talking about how to sustain it, I think we should talk about it towards the end. Thank you so much. May I now invite our second speaker, Mr. Lim Kui Fong from Malaysia. I think he has a couple of real-time displays as well, but the time is just, you know what it is, right? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Thank you, everyone, for inviting me here, and Mr. Abhijit Haider for highlighting my work. Big surprise this morning. Rinpoche, how are you? Okay, I'm going to let the AI bot talk, all right? I'm going to hide myself there, and I want to interact with you guys directly in your own language, okay? I'm going to select 3 people, 3 countries, all right, and then demonstrate the power of this AI. Before I go into doing the demo, I want to assure you 3 things. This robot, this AI bot has been around for almost 1 year, more than 1 year, okay? Its name is Nobu. Tibetan means jewel, but actually it's an acronym for Neuro Operator for Responsible Buddhist Understanding. Right? Nobu. Okay? It is trained 100% with Buddhist content. That is correct, accurate, and verified. When I say verified, verified by who? It's verified by a group of source guardians. And who are these source guardians? Initially, only monks and nuns. Seriously, I'm not joking, okay? When we started training this bot, laymen started training it. 1 month after training, the monk called us, okay? From Austria, he says, Brother Lim, do you do this? I say, yes. Can we train it? Because we see the potential. Wow. I say, okay, right? And this group of monks, Austrian, Russian, Malaysian, Sinhalese, helped to train the bot for a long time, almost a year. When they are free, monks are quite free actually. They just upload stuff, you know, and train. And train. And after a while, a lot of people started discovering this bot and started using it. Now, the bot can only go better if more and more people uses it. That is the deal, you see. So what happened is that after a while, people say, hey, this bot is quite clever. Not only is proficient in Buddhism, it's clever at handling social issues. Okay? We found out young people are using the bot not to ask questions. They're asking things like, my cat has died. I feel empty. I feel lost. Why I feel like that? And the bot answer by looking at the solution, the personal issue, the social issue. After some discussion, they inserted Dharma inside. Towards the end, they talk about dukkha, anicca. For the first time, the young girl or boy made a connection between the real pain of losing that cat with the Dharma. We discovered an entrance to Dharma that cannot be found in books. They cannot be found in, sometimes interaction with the Sangha. Because sometimes some of these issues are very shameful, you know. I've seen girls say, I'm a lesbian. Am I breaking the precepts or not? Right? And do you know that the Buddha did not talk about, describe the gender, male or female, female or female. He was silent on that. He just said, the broken trust between 2 individuals. That's breaking the precept. When the individual found out, wow, that was such a great opening and a personal awareness for that person, you know. This is just some example. Okay, so I keep my promise. 3 examples, all right? I'm going there. You won't see my face. You hear my voice. I'm going to call out countries. Those who put up their hand, I will choose their country. Yeah. Okay. You see the red yellow button. You come to here, nobu-ai.org, right? It's a website. You click on this yellow button here, and this red box will come out. Okay? So I'm going to type something and Bhutan here? Anyone from Bhutan? Many from Bhutan. Okay, I will try something in Jonka. Okay, I ask the question. I am the head monk of a Gompa. Please help me produce a play about Buddha's life. Okay, produce a play script in Bhutanese for me. Something is wrong with that. How to do like that? Copy this sentence. Copy this sentence. Please.
No, he says he's been doing it for a year.
Yes, this. This one. Okay, I would like our Bhutanese friends to tell me whether the Bhutanese the reply in Bhutanese language is correct or not. All right? Can you read? Oh, I think it stopped. Wait, hold on. Zoom up, big. Close glass, big glass. Control glass. Yeah. Okay, can read? Just scroll. Is it possible? Yeah. Right? Scroll down. Yeah. Up, I would say up. Okay, I've asked the Nobu to come up with a play about Buddha's life. Okay? Ask him to produce a script.
That's Tibetan.
Oh, that's Tibetan, not Dzongkha.
That's not Dzongkha.
Oh, Tibetan. Is it correct? Tibetan language?
Yes, correct.
Okay, correct? So what happened is that, thank you so much. So what happened is that it has given you a playwright about the characters, okay, and the scene. And also what to say. Tell the actors what to say, okay? Okay, I do one for the local people here, okay? Okay, I've asked for a 7 days menu for a monk, vegetarian food. Please do it in Hindi and see what happens. For ladies, this is fantastic. You know, you can ask the Morbu to give a menu. Then you don't have to worry about menu planning for the monk. Okay, that's it coming up. It's still producing, I think. Yeah, okay. Scroll. Scroll.
He's taking our time, so I'll remain silent.
Day 1, day 2, yeah, day 3, day 4, day 5. Venerables, every day you have beautiful food. Every day. The ladies also don't have to worry about cooking, what to buy, right? Every day, this sort of things, vegetarian food. Okay? Okay, so that's it. I think we have no more time. I'll pass on to the next one, and we have more questions later. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much for again sticking to your time. You almost, extended, but it's fine. And, the robots and AI is what most of the things will help us with. In fact, the kind of things you are doing in a lot of media houses, they have already started using these generative AI tools to do a lot of things where you don't need research to be done by human beings. It could be these what we call things like listicles and all. It's so easy to make. Ram Navami is coming, tell me what is the best food to have this evening. It does it by itself. And the good thing about the AI tool is its English is better than what most journalists write. So it helps. Thank you so much again. And you can copy paste. I know, so easily. And the best thing is, if you ask it the same question 100 times, it is 100 different, styles in which it writes. So, when you copy it from somebody, Google also can't tell whether you copied. It helps, but it's very bad for somebody who has actually done the original IP, right? So, thank you so much. So now we will request Mr. Tenzin Lekshe to speak to us for the 7-8 minutes, and he's saying he will speak less because we want to have more questions and answers later. And he is the official spokesperson with His Holy Life the Dalai Lama Ji, right?
With the Central Tibetan Administration.
Right. Thank you so much. Please, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll not waste my time. Seven minutes is too less for waiting for whole days, and even with the flights, costs and all. So I have to complement everything within 7 days, 7 minutes.
Good things come in small quantities.
That's right.
Thank you.
So let's meditate. I'm just joking. I'm not a Buddhist spiritual leader. Neither I'm a middle person, right? And so establishing network of media house and the social media, this is not my cup of tea actually. But over the last so many years of being in the Central Tibetan Administration, I worked on many events, many conferences. Some of them are political, some of them are interfaiths. So I had worked with lots of media houses, right? Coordinating with them for many programs and activities, right? On the Tibet course, many of times we have to plead them to come at Jantar Mandir, but they don't come because it's not sensationalization is not there. Right, we just have to sit down, protest. So they want to jump over the Chinese embassy building, then only they can come. So this is the typical media at this point of time. Whether you call it a mindful or mindless, this is a reality. So, but when we look at the overarching theme of this conclave, this is about mindful communication for conflict avoidance and sustainable development. So let me just briefly talk about it, because for the sake of the conclave, see, in this world, the reality is we are all in the polarized state. We all want to achieve our own interest at the best by neglecting the others' interest. We don't want others' interest to prevail. Whether we all, whether it's a government, corporate, or individual, everybody wants to have their interests to be succeeded, right? So therefore, in this, see, we are human beings actually. We are social animal. Throughout the civilizations, we have conflicts. Otherwise, we have attained nirvana, right? So we have not attained nirvana. That means conflict is bound to happen. And now, when we talk about this, a conflict avoidance, right? Since the conflict is bound to happen, now how we are going to avoid it is a big problem, is a big issue. When the conflict happened, then how can we resolve the conflict? That is another issue. So for the Tibetans, we had the conflict for the last so many years. We lost our country, right? We came into exile. We are scattered all over the places. We have seen all the torturous things under the Chinese regime. But we have a leader. We have a saint patron, His Holiness, who has taught us to be compassion. The path of compassion. Not to compete, not to seek revenge, but compassion. Only compassion. Right? So, in this world, when we talk about compassion and the communication, mindfulness, whatever it might be, right? All of our speakers, we talk about how we should be actually. We always talk about how we should be compassionate, how we should be mindful, but we never talk about the other. But the communication is about others. The two hands have to clap, right? One hand cannot clap. So at this moment, we always talk about oneself. We should be compassionate, we should be mindful, but we have never talked about the others. So I will discuss on this now, right? So, reality speaking, right? Reality speaking, in Buddhism, I'm born Buddhist, but I don't practice Buddhism actually. I don't read scriptures. Only thing what His Holiness taught us is your work is your religion. So, whatever I do the best. That is my religion. And that too, not for yourself, but for the others. So, as of now, when you look at Buddhism, you have three wills of Buddhism, right? We have lots in Buddhism. We have three many things. But His Holiness simplified the complexity of this Buddhism into three things. That is Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist science, and Buddhist rituals and traditions. So when we talk about establishing media houses or media network or social medias, all the time whenever I do my events, actually a few days back we had the Festival of Tibet. It was quite successful. But whenever we do the programs, we do it for the others, not for yourself. So many times we do programs for the sake of the programs, for the sake of ourselves, for our interest, not by looking into the other's interest. So what we do when we establish the media house or common house for us, we have to look into others. And this is the reality. So for that, who are the others? In this world, we have more than 520 million Buddhists. This is one other. Right? How can we reach to more than 500 million Buddhist communities in this world who have different backgrounds, diverse backgrounds, different countries? How can we reach them? This is one thing. Second thing, as His Holiness emphasized with these three Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist rituals, Buddhist science. In this world, His Holiness always emphasized about non-believers. One time when we had the interfaith dialogue in 2014, we were assigned to have 100 people in the room, and His Holiness told us to have, among the hundreds, we should have practitioners, we should have scholars, and we should have spiritual leaders. But the toughest job for us is to find the practitioners. We can find lots of spiritual masters from different faiths, but practitioners are hidden. Practitioners do not have the fan followers. So it was really hard for us to find. And more than that, it is really hard to find the non-believers. His Holiness emphasized on non-believers. Now, when you look at the world population, more than 16% are non-believers, atheists. So how can we reach to those people, which composite of 16% of the world population? So therefore, we need to have a target where their interest should be fulfilled. So this, I think, is very important for us. Otherwise, like, see, we can talk big things over here, right? We are designated to speak over here. But at the end, implementation is the problem. Whether we want to be structured or whether we don't want to be a structure, we want to make it a fluid, who will take the initiative, right? Whether social media and among the target groups, right? You have to also look into different young, they go with Instagram Reels, old, they go with television. So how can we, because before that, I think Guru Modi ji has talked about this text and the context, and then build up the narrative, right? So with this text, these thousands of sutras, this complex, how we are going to make it easily available, simplified manners, right, in a reel, and then build up the narrative. How is it? So they need a lot of efforts. I think simply by having a 1 hour setting over here will not be able to work out for that. But I would say that this is a really good initiative, right? Because we are not just working for us. We are working for the larger sanctioned being, and particularly for the human well-being. So this is what I would like to share. Thank you so much. And I will definitely answer if there's any question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hat trick of speakers who have forced me to say thank you for keeping to the time limit. Yours were about 2 minutes more than what we had given, though. It's okay. As a spokesperson, you are allowed.
Thank you.
So, also the kind of things which we want to achieve, you would actually be playing a very important role in what I probably will talk about once we are all done. Because the kind of things that you are doing, we need to find a way of institutionalizing the kind of things so that what we want to achieve can be done over a long term rather than doing something in half an hour and everybody has the cup of tea and forgets about it. Thank you so much. I would now request my next speaker, Mr. Koko, the chairman of the Yangon Media Group Limited from Myanmar. Thank you so much, please.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Good evening, all of you. According to my experience, the most difficult sessions in the forum is, we have the most difficult session. The first session is just after the lunch. People are very sleepy. And the next one is the last sessions. So unfortunately, we are fall into the last session, but also I will follow the instruction from our moderator. So I will make it short and I will make it marathon presentations. So let me skip first 6 slides. First 6 slides. What? Oh, no more slide. That's why maybe they don't want to use the slides. You don't have a slide?
No.
I promise I will make it short. But let me use the slide.
No, it's not that. I thought you were very serious about it.
I know Richard with them. They have this hat. Number one. First one.
First one, Upar. Yeah, this one. No, not this.
Maybe the second one?
Oh. Mr. Moderator, don't count this time. Huh? Please exclude this. Please exclude this time.
In English.
You had sent it to them, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, just now I already checked with the staff. They said they got it.
आपको मिला क्या? Are you able to find it, locate it?
Maybe now almost 7 minutes. Should I stop?
No, just 3 minutes.
Mr. Fong will make the presentation.
Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's do one thing.
The presentation? Okay.
Atul, we'll go to you.
Yeah, I
instead
just
of-
came. I will coming back.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
So
Namaskar and good
we
evening.
will request Atul to take it from here, and you probably can come back. Hopefully, it is flown into the system by then. Mr. Aneja is the member of the Advisory Council of the Center of Geoeconomics for the Global South and Advisor Asia Vision Institute based in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. All yours. Time you know.
Yep. Thank you, Rajesh, and good evening and namaskar to all. I'll go into something into specifics. Rajesh has already sort of laid the template of what Buddhist media should be about in very practical terms. And I think for me, what is important is people may call it old school, but it's really content which is prime. We can have various forms of channelization, we can have various social media platforms to transmit the message. But the most important element is content. And content comes out of context in this case. If we are going to have any media related to Buddhist thought to solve practical problems of our day, whether it is conflict resolution, whether it's in the workplace, Industry 4.0, in any field, I think it's very important to understand the context in which this media is to emerge. And to me, the context is already defined. We are under an attack right now from what I call a rainbow left in the West, which has definite ideological stances. By rainbow left is different from the left which I grew up with, which was more about workers' rights, etc. But this rainbow left is more about LGBTQ, and it is about gay marriages and stuff like this. The woke culture, which we call, and that also human rights and weak states. And this is something which we have been encountering for some time, and this is something which will be projected by mainstream organizations. You take it from BBC to CNN. There is a certain value foundation behind this, and all the content and the slant which is given to content is based on this ideology. When it comes to economics, it will favor neoliberal economy over any other different forms of economy. So it's a full system of thought which has gone behind the media which we see, the mainstream media. And I think that is, you need, I don't think it's a right word to say that you need to counter this media, but you definitely need an alternative media, which is based on values which are more traditional, which I would say family is an extremely important value as the basis of any society. And the basic doctrines which Buddhism, for example, provides of compassion, of coexistence, of harmony, of collectivity. I think these are certain values which have to come as the foundation of the content which I was talking about. That content has to be rooted in certain philosophical and ideological stances. I think it's very, very important here what we are not, and then focus on what we are, and then develop that thought further. I think that is essential for us to get the foundations of content in our media platform based on consensus, of course. And that's number one. I also think that more important than the basic philosophy and thought, complex thought of Buddhism, what we are looking at is applications of Buddhism in real terms. And that is going to be something which is going to make impact to people who are not fully aware of the doctrines. And for that, I think we need more expertise. As a media practitioner, in the end, you have to put across something which sounds very simple, which is understandable to somebody who's maybe in 10th grade. So to break it down to that level of clarity, I think you need, I'm very pretty sure that this is a complex and a specialist task,
And I would very strongly recommend that we need a Buddhist think tank, a big, which sort of churns all this out, and the media has to be connected to that pipeline of thought which has to come from the specialists. And I think that's going to that particular layer is missing right now. We need to have that. Now, how are we going to have it? Where we come to the practical aspects like funding. I don't think we are going to have normal channels of funding. Finally, when such a media or an alternative media grows, it's going to have its enemies. The people are not going to like all this. For example, if you are going to have, I ran a website, and we were depending a lot on what the kind of content that Google will project on its search engines. Frankly, Google comes from a different ideological stream. I don't think after a point of time, and that point of time comes when you start mattering, when you start impacting, and then you're going to have problems with the revenue generation part, because if you're not going to get certain eyeballs on your site, on your media content, the revenue is not going to come to you, or it's going to be reduced big time. So you're going to have a problem at some time, and this is a more fundamental problem, which is of search engines, which is of these platforms, like Meta is one, which run Facebook, etc. We would at some point need alternative digital platforms, which are our own, and that's a long-term game, which will project our content when the things go wrong. So that's sometimes you have to think that through. At what will be that stage it will happen. I would just finish off with one. So just to finish the financial part, maybe we'll need a subscription model rather than a model where we get ad content, or you get content from Google and search engines. Finally, I would say that just draw an analogy that at some stage in the rise of capitalism, we had Max Weber's very famous line, "Rise of Capitalism and the Protestant Ethic." Now, it's very important that Protestant ethic derived out of Christianity, which meant frugality, which meant saving, which meant hard work, became part of the Christian doctrine, and which sort of percolated among the masses and led to a rise of modern industry. It came along with the Industrial Revolution. I think right now we also need to define a Buddhist ethic, which is friendly towards the new age economy and society we are transitioning into. And what would be the ethical model for, say, Industry 4.0? That if you're a manager in managing few people in an industry or in a factory which is more robotic oriented and few workers, what is going to be your code of conduct? Or a car factory of producing electric vehicles. So you are entering into a new economy. You are entering into a stage where conflicts are arising. What would be your negotiating strategy? Abhijit in the morning, I thought, made this point of how do you really negotiate patiently and bring opposite parties on the east and the west together. I think we need to derive those practical elements for the age we are entering into. And I think that these will be some of the principles, I think, which will have to be finally woven into the kind of media we would like. One final thought, I don't think we're going to get people to fund us. It has to be funded by people who would put in the money out of conviction. Whether we have to find such businessmen or organize a consortium which is not interested into becoming profitable and only then I think we will be able to create an alternative media till the time it gets mainstreamed. I'll stop here and very happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Atul. You almost exceeded the time, but because of the content that you talked about, I let it be. And you did talk about wokeism and ideology, about things which probably are against what the nature intended. And of course, how to sustain it. Your experience again will come in very handy. We will try and address it during the question answer session or in the concluding remarks. And I think the presentation is now functioning. So please, all yours again. And the time remains the way it was. You don't get any benefit now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will skip 6 slides. Oh, still not working. Open it. No. Harder.
This one, middle one.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
The middle part.
Okay. So many slides I already skip because of this is a graph. That's why I need I need a slide. So you can see the graph. This is left side of the graph is between the 2010 and 2050 world population in terms of religions. The red line is the Christian. The second one is the Muslim. The right graph is the percentage of the population for the each religions. So you can see in the next 40 years, the Christian population is high, but Christian growth rate is stable. Muslim population is high, and Muslim population is very sharp. So another one is you can see the yellow color, the Hindus.
You have to change
the Hindu is population also a bit high, also climb, but growth rate is almost stable. Then the below one is the Buddhist. Unfortunately, Buddhist population are within 40 years not going up. And most unfortunately, Buddhist population, the ratio of the Buddhist population is declining. There's a Buddhism at risk. Why Buddhist population declining or slow growth? Low fertility rate because of the many countries, even in my country is a Buddhist majority. So the family only have two or no more than two child or 3 child. Some have only the 1 child. Second is the Asian population, like the Japan and China. Another is the secularization, and another is a competition from the other religions. I want to skip the second paragraph. That's why the role of media in the group of Buddhist population is very, very crucial for us now at the moment. The lack of media power, indeed, contribution factor to the slow growth or decline in the Buddhist population. While Buddhism core value and teaching have a universal appeal, but the inability to fully utilize modern media tools, this is one issue. We don't have we cannot able to utilize modern media tools and hinder its global visibility. That's right. So in that case, I would like to make it one simple. I don't want to talk about the other religions, but just make it simple. Like a Western countries, a Western movie, they are showing that their religions value in the movie, fiction movie. But for the Buddhist country, we have a lot of movie. But in the movie scripts, we don't have any Buddhist value. But some have very, 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 very little. This is that we have to know. That's why some people just watching the Western movie or something like that. They are, they are unintentionally they want to change or something like that. So establishing the Buddhist Media Network is why we want to do this. I don't want to make it detailed. I just read the headlines. We have to spread awareness and education. Second one is we have to combat misinformation. There is also a lot of the misinformation about Buddhism, especially in the social media. We have to be too careful. So we have to combat this is a wrong, this is a right, this is a wrong. This is also important for us because some people just listening or just watching or just reading this misinformation, they will think, oh, Buddhism is something like that or no. So another thing is building community and connectivity. Then another is modernizing Buddhist practice. Some people, especially younger generation, may find traditional practice less appealing. A media network could adopt and present Buddhist teaching in modern format. Buddha teaching in modern formats. I have one experience in my country. I have one senior monks. I talked to senior monk. I would like to have 7 minutes Buddha talk. I want to record the video, 7 minutes Buddha talk. Then senior monk said, oh, he got angry. Why you say like that? The Buddha talk is at least take 1 hour. Why you want to make it 7 minutes? Actually, I want 3 minutes. But I afraid of the monk, and then I say 7 minutes. Even the 7 minutes, he angry. So just now, some session said people are only the 1 minute or 30-second video. This is the world we are now. So when we make it the 1 hour long, the mad talk, or nobody will watch or this is a problem. So we have to use the social media. We have to penetrate the younger generations. This is important. So also we have to promote interfaith understanding. So we have to support prisoners. So this is a key strategy. We have to only focus on the core value of the Buddhism. Core value. What are our core values? This is important, especially younger generation. But for presentation the core value, also we have to change the format. We cannot use traditional terms or traditional uses. How we can grab the attention from the younger generation? How we should use the terms? This is we have to know. Promote inclusively and respect. Educate sensitivity. Also foster the interfaith harmony. We don't want to criticize other religions. We only focus on our value and promote. Highlight personal growth, not conversion. Not the conversion, only the personal growth. So this is a key strategy. I will skip also because I need more than 5 minutes. Another one is how do we make the Buddha Media Network? Another thing is how we make the social media networking. This is connected and they rely each other, like the front side and the back side of the coin. So my idea is this is something like the conceptual plan, or maybe they're designing how to design the social media network. Something like I make it the Buddhist net. This is one of the social media platform. This is a great option. Simple, memorable, effectively communicate an idea of network, connecting Buddhist network. Here, why Buddhist network work well. Buddhist network is something like the big platform, like a portal. So we want to make the Buddhist network modern and accessible. Go feature out the Buddhist network applications. Number one, fashion. What fashion should be included in that platform? Meditation and mindfulness. Sorry. Guided meditation, meditation timer, and mindfulness reminders, and progress tracker, something like that. This is an application should be included. Number 2, Dhamma teaching and education, included in that platform. Daily Dhamma, maybe the live broadcast or something like that. Video, audio teachings, text library, and also forum discussions. Number 3, Sangha and community. Group and forums create or join community based on tradition, interest group, or locations. And look at Sanghas. And events calendar and friend connection. We can connect each other during our platform, BuddhaNet. For act of compassion and charity, that should be in the charity in our platform. Volunteer opportunity, we can recruit the volunteer, donation support, and also compassion tracker and charity events. Number 5, Buddhist media and content sharing. Now we are going to do, we are already doing that. We are promote to do this one. Buddhist media and content sharing, we should have a media hub and live streaming, and also have a user-generated content. That is, we call it the USG. USG is what we call it in the social media USG. We have a USG, and USG is user-generated contents. So every citizen, something like the citizen journalism, every citizen can make a video and put in the portal. This is a user-generated. User have to make their own creations and put it in the social media. This is we call USC. Also the content sharing. So I don't want to talk about the conclusion. I am trying to make it too short. So my idea is this is just a conceptual plan, or maybe how to design the media, Buddhist media network and Buddhist social networking. Because of at the moment, I already told you that you just see the graph. This is too concerning and too worrying for the next 40 years. If we don't do, but not enough, we will have a big problems. So we have to be united each other, sharing each other, and also have to concentrate on how to promote the value of the Buddha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very detailed presentation. I think the first 6 slides also we would like to see it sometime for sure. And you talk about how the Buddhist teachings or all the good values which are going out of everybody's daily lives, they have to be brought back. And as you rightly said, we have to find a way of communicating and sharing these things and disseminating these things with people in a manner which is palatable and acceptable to youngsters. Otherwise, we are all old school, but we understand how the new media works, and we have to find a way of making them understand why it is important for them to survive, for their own survival in future. Thank you so much. So what we will do is, now we have some time. Instead of starting, we still have actually not too much time. We'll take more than 2. 2 questions or 2 minutes? 2 questions can go on for an hour. So, okay. So, yes, please. Both of you. I'll use my prerogative to ask another one as well. It's okay.
Okay, maybe the second question for me because I asked 2 times. And hello to Adol, yes. Thanks for attention in Cambodia. I'm from Cambodia too. Founder of BC News, Buddhist Cambodia News. But you have more than 17 experience on in journalists, and you used to work in China, Southeast Asia, or something like that. Almost 2 months ago, I went to Beijing. My question is how we can integrate Buddhist theory or philosophy into economic, business, and young generation. Because when we're talking about the Buddhist belief, we have two types, monks and normal, like me. I'm a normal guy, but I'm also believe in Buddhism. So how can we integrate all those philosophy for the young generation and for the economic and for the business and also for the good government system? Okay, thank you.
You see, let me first of all quite honestly admit to you that I am no expert on Buddhist philosophy and thought. I'm more of a student rather than somebody who has the expertise to answer your question comprehensively. But I do believe that the principle of ethics derived from Buddhism, that is the key. Because it's your mind when you are in a workplace, whether you're in a factory, whether you are in a position of responsibility. That's what's going to guide your behavior towards your colleagues, towards your workers. So I think you should look at some of the Japanese models, like Toyota, for example. You know, the CEO or the manager over there, when things go wrong, he's the first. For example, there was a loss in terms of revenue for the company. Now, the first person to take a pay cut was a CEO. So this is leading by example, which is derived from his own value system. So, you know, you lead in a certain way and you show by example. Now, this, I think, would be linked to the values which would come from the Asian way of life. I'm sure Buddhism is a part of it. So ultimately, it is your training and your ethical values which will count. You have to do business, and in the morning somebody was saying you can do profitable business. But yet, do you have to go into greed? Do you have to live excessively for yourself? Are you more into sharing whatever you earn with your colleagues? I mean, those are the things which will be defined by your upbringing and your value system. And these value systems are based on your faith. So I think ultimately it'll boil down to your the ethical quotient which you have derived.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, we will come back.
Tirata Sarnam, Namo Dhabaya Budhaya. This is Sanjeev from Bodhi Television, Nepal. My answer has been already given by Ms. Nina. Abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. So I would like to ask Mr. Rajesh when this is going to be happen. Establishing a Buddhist media network, social media networking, when this is going to be happen?
I would have actually said that in my conclusion. You will save this session a bit of time because I'll answer it now. The good thing is that some of the things which we are discussing here, the Director General and I have already had a conversation on some of these things. We realize that this is not something which should end with today's conclave, which is why I said that we will try and do something which is long term. We already are planning to do a lot of things. One of the things is we have already formed a WhatsApp group, for example, so that people who are here can be in touch and keep exchanging ideas. Somebody also talked about who will do the research and everything else in terms of creating content which can be shared. That is also one of the things which we have discussed. Other thing is a similar kind of thing, if it doesn't happen in person, at least every quarter some interested people can come together and do a Zoom kind of a conversation call so that you can continue with the momentum which you get today. And I have also offered that I am okay if it is once a quarter to actually moderate such discussions and take them to their logical end. And I think IBC has been kind enough to say that yes, it is something which we must do, and I'm sure we will take it ahead to its logical end. That's the intention. Does that answer you? Okay, thanks. You wanted to ask something?
Add on to what the earlier question. My name is Prashant. I'm from Dharma Alliance, Geneva. What you said is a very important thing about that. But I think there's one key principle which would differentiate dharmic approach to business as opposed to non-dharmic, and it's fundamentally that businesses or generally the dharmic approach is relationship based, while currently the general economic models are contract based. I think fundamentally when we start getting into that core, that heart, and start articulating things, what are the systems and forms in which relationship based businesses can actually become more the norm than the exception, because the broader economic systems are primarily contract based. So can we start looking at things in that manner? That was just an addition.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you so much for all this. And as I said, we probably should be seeing some genuine action, so that this thing doesn't end at the end of the session and you walk down and you forget about it. We will try and make sure that something positive comes out of it. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. May I please request Shri Obijit Haldar, Director General of IBC, to please give away the mementos to our panelists of the fourth session. Moderator of this session, Mr. Rajesh Kalra.
The fastest session, right? The fastest session.
Ms. Nina Susilo. Mr. Lim Kui Fong.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tenzin Lakshe. Mr. Coco. And Mr. Atul Aneja. Can we please have a group photograph? Final call of the day. I request Dr. Dhamendra Purage, Deputy Secretary General of IBC, to please propose the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Venerable Sirs, distinguished guests. I'm here to propose the vote of thanks. Just before that, I would like to tell you that we are doing this Buddhist magazine in Sri Lanka. I'm the editor of this, the Satipatthana, the English and Sinhala. So, so we are happy to give you the contents. And somebody said, you know, like they need contents, so we can give you without copyright. And that is one thing. The second thing is, one of the gentlemen who was talking here was kind of worried because Buddhist population is going down. You can't stop because, like, you know, we are practicing getting away from the attachments. So the Buddhist population will go down. And because we are practicing meditation. And the teaching is, you know, you should stay away from the attachment. So you can't deny the fact. And so let me propose the word of thanks. So I would like to thank Sri S. Gurumurthy ji, the chairman of VIF, and Dr. Aravind Gupta and the team of VIF, and Mr. Bhutia, who was the guest of honor, the speakers, moderators, all the Sangha members, diplomats and foreign delegates, also national and international media agencies who are here, and finally the Secretary General, Most Venerable Jangchup Chodhan Rinpoche, and Director General Mr. Abhijit Haldar, and the IBC team for putting the things together to make it a great piece of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We're done for the day. Everybody who is in either in Royal Plaza or at the Park Hotel, the buses are waiting for you downstairs, and all invited guests are requested to proceed for the dinner. Thank you.